How is everything going? We are slowly getting started. Everything is slowly coming to life. But the thing is, StreamerBot has died even more than it normally dies at the moment. So, hello. How are you all doing? Um, Questions are closed at the moment while we try and get the bot to actually find out what level of life the bot is at. If the bot has any life in it. If the bot has no life in it, and literally it's StreamerBot the program which is not responding, not the bot. It's the actual program which has stopped responding. But we're having fun. And today's topic is, of course, what if questions. What if questions of naval history. So this is the thing. This is the fun today. Now, I'm going to try and restart the StreamerBot. And I'm going to say hello. Today we are joined by Dan. We are joined by Foxo, Dragon, and Runon. I can't see a fleet there.
I killed him and ate his liver.
Don't joke.
Yeah.
He didn't do his Twitch stream today. Is he okay? Do we know? Does anyone know if he's okay?
Well, he's currently doing his best impression of Jason Statham's The Transporter, so I don't know if he's okay or not.
Okay.
Oh, that means it's okay. That means it's just being fleet.
Okay. Brandon Larson, member for 36 months. Thank you. And also thank you for saying you enjoy the work. It does. Let me put it this way. This sounds weird and very, very egotistical to say, but I honestly never thought I'd how I'd be my history career would be working out, and B, that people would be subscribed to me for that long. Thank you. It just seems.
I mean, if it helps put you in perspective, Dr. Clarke, I never thought Jeff Bezos would be paying me.
Oh yeah. Oh, do you know what the new thing is? And this is something actually for you all to just talk about while we try and see whether we're going to have bot or support or not bot support today. And if we don't have bot
We
support,
probably aren't on YouTube.
we probably aren't at all. But anyway, this is a question. Guess what I've just found, and I might be using it. Amazon merch. And once you reach a certain level on Twitch, you qualify to have an Amazon merch store, apparently.
Is that partner or partner plus?
That's at partner level.
Which you should be right close to. You just need to stream more.
Well, I've had it. I've qualified for it. Apparently.
Cool.
I don't know how. So I could be moving my stream store, my merch store, if Spreadshirt keep playing up. I could be moving it to Amazon, which I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing, and what people might think of that. But I've been looking at their stuff, and it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good and looks slightly cheaper than Spreadshirt. I will still be doing the minimal markup as ever, because I view it more as something which is kind of nice people get involved in. And the reason I've been looking at all this is, of course, I've been studying it for someone, and I can't think who, what he calls his Bicky image. Because that goes to purchasing someone's biscuits. And that one I need to sell about another 60 of by the end of the month. Questions are closed at the moment. We'll be opening them in a second if the bots were. The bot program, the streamer bot itself is now not responding. The actual app will not turn on at all. So
that one I can't help you.
I think it's I will have to have a conversation with it later, but
It is working on my channel for what little that is.
It cannot connect with anything. It's trying with YouTube, and trying to connect with YouTube is actually overloading it. I'm watching it at its process point, if you know what I mean. And it's literally, it is overloading itself trying to connect with YouTube.
Reboot it?
I've closed the program 4 times. The next one is to reboot the whole computer, and frankly, I'm not doing that. Because everything else is working. So I'm going to be very sorry to my very kind Paul Amos. And I'm not sure who wants to take the job for running Twitch, but I know Paul's going to be running it on YouTube. I'm going to be asking the very nice people who have volunteered from the admin team to be sneaky and letting the questions across. And I'm going to go questions live.
So, Temu has named, on my streams, has named the Sandworms in Dune Carl.
Okay.
I have opinions on this, but we're not going to go into those opinions right here. The problem is he is now, over on Twitch, suggested adding an additional title to Fleet.
Not Carl.
Emergency worm food supply.
No, that's cruel, Temu. That's cruel. No.
To the worm or Fleet?
Honestly, having met
the
Fleet, there's not much on him there to feed the worm, so it's cruel to both. There's not enough of Fleet there to really feed the worm, and frankly, yeah, Fleet's a lot more use than
that. Being British, I would be conscious that we have a Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and merely a National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, so would go with it will be cruelty to the worms, and that would be why it would be banned here.
Now,
that is probably true.
Here is one question, though. Given the fact that worms produce spice, and spice is a psychoactive substance, if a worm ate Fleet, would the worm become obsessed with French pre-dreadnoughts?
No, everyone who ingested the worm spice would become obsessed with French pre-dreadnoughts.
Yes.
So what we're saying is that Temu has suggested nothing less than a war crime.
Oh, it's certainly that.
It's not a war crime, it's a crime against humanity. It's one of those enemies of all mankind types of situations.
Now, YouTube Minecraft Watcher and the others, if you're putting questions in, that's very good. Everyone putting questions in. Just remember, they're being copied across by Leslie and Paul, I think, are both. I think Leslie might be doing Twitch, and Paul is doing YouTube. I think Leslie has taken on the Twitch role. I would just tell Twitch now to be incredibly well behaved. Incredibly well behaved.
I will be very brazen and say that I do have the bot up on my end. So if the mods would like to direct those questions to my Twitch chat, the bot will catch them and deposit them.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering why it's not working. From what I can see, it's just not hooking up with anything at all.
You could disable the YouTube connection.
We'll have a go.
All right, I will get the queue open. Sorry.
It's either that, or I need to delete the stream bot again and reload it again and reset everything up again.
I would just try and unhook it from YouTube and then see if Twitch can stand on its own legs.
Because StreamBot is just the software. It's 2.8. That's the latest variant, isn't it?
I believe so. Let me check their server.
Lots of questions come in. This is going to be a fun one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good lord. Ethan Yang's put in something which is not necessarily a what-if question, but is definitely going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. Which do you prefer, both of 57mm or also Malaria 76? We'll not answer it yet, but that's going to be a tough, thorny one.
I will be waiting to having met and things the Bofors stuff. I will wait until we do a tour of Italy.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a massive wad of questions in the chat. Do we want to just pause questions for right now so the mods can catch up so we don't kill our mods?
We are almost. Yeah. Pause questions, please. Pause questions. Just for a bit to let the mods catch up. And while the mods are catching up, we'll start on them. Bomber Boy, what were the main differences between air threat in the Baltic and Mediterranean, South China Sea that led to the Bofors pom-pom being different? Well, it's not so much them being different, but the calculation being different. Let's be honest, if you're going to be dealing with a longer range air threat coming in individuals of aircraft, and etc., and a shorter term, and maybe a shorter but sharper engagement, the longer range of the Bofors is an advantage. If you think you're going to be a longer engagement, a more running engagement, then the pom-pom is an advantage because of its belt-fed ammunition. So this is the interesting thing, and as I said, there is also a difference between maximum range and effective range, and that's caused a lot of interesting comments in the YouTube in comments on the video. Many people not understanding, wondering why effective range is rated at 1,500 yards. Basically, that's the range at which the shells are pretty much likely to hit their target. So basically, you go, okay, that's the point at which there's a 5-meter radius, and there's going to be enough shells passing through that space in that area that they are going to actually hit their target. That any aircraft passing through that sort of point you're aiming at will get smacked by something. And remember, you're 40mm, you don't want to hit them with one shell. You don't want to hit them with two. You want to hit them with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You want to hit them with as much as you can to cause as much damage as you can, and so you can disintegrate the aircraft preferably.
You want to be generous.
Yes.
With your little packets of hello.
Yes, they are. They're very little packets of
your little 1.6-inch packets of hello.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's not so much the air threat difference. In the locations, it's the level of threat they're anticipating facing, and and also how it fits into an integrated AA system.
Yeah.
So the Swedes are expecting relatively few aircraft, but don't have as many layers to their air defence of the thing that's being attacked. So you're more likely to be attacked as a destroyer or small cruiser size on your own, but by a handful of aircraft that found you.
Yeah.
The Royal Navy is thinking, I am a battle fleet with my own carriers with some fighters. Even if that is kind of a euphemism at times, looking at the Fleet Air Arms makeup. Long-range AA.
The Fairy Seal was cute.
Yeah, very long-range AA. In other words, the 8-inch guns. Long-range AA, the kind of 4-inch, 4.5, 4.7s. And then you come to the kind of short-range stuff. Plus, you put up a wall of 50 cal Vickers machine gun fire, which probably isn't as effective as hoped. So you don't need so the 40mm, the extra range is being covered by the 4-inch. Is that right? About right from how you were explaining it?
Basically, it is about right. It's a case of if you want to sort of what you're doing, how you're going to be operating affects things, but also it's the length of engagement. The British are expecting you to deal with lots of land-based aircraft coming in waves, going on and on and on and on and on, and the engagement's lasting half an hour, 30 minutes. Well, half an hour, 45 minutes. Sorry, half an hour and 30 minutes are the same thing, and that sort of that's the impact basically. That's the thing of, do you want to be constantly reliant on putting in clips in terms of in the middle of such a long engagement, or would you rather have the belts going and you just hook on another end of the belt long before it gets there, so it just keeps firing as long as there are enemy aircraft over there? And that's literally, it's the length of engagement is the big thing what the British are looking at versus the Swedes. But then the Americans, again, when they're making their selection, they're looking at naval battles, and they're looking at battles between carriers and carrier. And the British also think about carrier on carrier, but as you said, they've got to hold the layers. And so they think, well, hang on, what's the scenario where the enemy is most likely to break through the layers in significant force to cause us damage? It's going to be in the Mediterranean against land-based air attacks in the South China Sea, when they're going to be able to bring overwhelming strength of land-based torpedo bombers and etc. against us, as well as carrier-based aircraft. So you have. That's what you sort of worry. You think about length. You think about, well, hang on, the pom pom will do that. And honestly, the modern pom pom, the modern Bofors, has taken a lot of ideas from the pom pom and the Bofors, and now has produced a weapon system which is a fusion of the two. It really is a fusion of the two.
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that the ideal thing would be a kind of. I like to think of it as a long pom, mainly as a joke on the long tom, which would have a slightly longer barrel and a slightly larger kind of cartridge case to get the muzzle velocity closer to that of the Bofors, but retaining the belt fed for the kind of duration of engagement. Because also, when you've got, I mean, I think the Americans probably would have, if they'd actually tried to go ahead with the octuple Bofors, you'd have had a real problem with just where are the loaders all going to stand to be putting clips into 8 guns scattered round
Well, that
every
was
5 rounds.
That was pretty much the trouble. That was pretty much the problem, and that's pretty much why it didn't work. Because you couldn't.
Yeah.
You just didn't have the viability to do that.
Yeah, and I think so. Kind of the ultimate thing would be just to modify. I mean, you could potentially have got away with, I don't know, maybe if you found a better performing propellant for the same volume to go in the cartridge and just a slightly longer barrel.
Yeah,
but and it feels just like it's the kind of the bolt and the mechanism and the barrel. And given that you already had a designs where you can change the barrels, just swap out your barrel for something a bit longer. Doesn't seem hard as an idea.
It's always fun.
And I was like, oh, I've got this 39 caliber one. Oh, look, I've now got a 50 caliber length one or something, or even 60. Oh no, I can reach out and touch you further for your entire flight in continuously. And you can just imagine kind of walking your fire onto the thing that's flying into you with 8 barrels of it going.
The trouble with that is tracer, which is what of course we see. The tracer shells themselves don't actually have the same flight profile as the normal bullets, and sometimes tracer can actually cause trouble because you become overly fixated on the path of the tracer. Rather than using it as a guide, you think it's precise, and you're trying to walk the tracer onto a target, and your shells are going somewhere completely different.
That's a thing to change then.
Yeah, that was a thing to work out. And next one question is from Leslie. What would have been the effect on British shipbuilding if the National Shipbuilders Society's Securities Limited had mothballed yards rather than shut down, demolish and place embargoes on shipbuilding those yards like they did at Yarrow Palmers? Probably they would have found there was a massive reactivation of yards in about 1937-38.
Yeah. And the 2 key ones for kind of warships would be Beardmores and on the Clyde and Jarrow.
Yeah.
Bombs of Jarrow. Both of which.
Hey, okay, sorry. Let me yell. YouTube, my chat, if you want the bot to grab the questions, not Dr. Clarke's, because his computer is being grumpy.
No, the computer's actually working fine. It's for some reason it's the app, the streaming bot for some reason is playing absolute dying, and it's really weird because I'm watching all my computer performance stats, and I'm hardly using any memory, hardly using anything at all on stats, and yet the bot don't want to work.
Just put it down to gremlins.
Because it's one of the things I often have running is I often have running the stats graphs in the corner, so I can watch my computer's performance and check if everything's okay. And the memory is currently functioning at 24% of usage. That's for out of the 64 gigabytes of RAM, 24% is in use. The Ethernet is pretty much maxing out, which is unsurprising. The GPU is at 16%, and the CPU is at a whopping 6%. So yeah, the system's running fine. I know. But yeah, it would have been interesting, and if they'd had them available, well, honestly, you're not going to reactivate yards like that for something small, so you're reactivating them, you're ordering battleships or aircraft carriers from them. Or cruisers, maybe.
I was going to say, I thought Palmer's was more a cruiser yard just because of where it was on the river. Would struggle to build really long ships.
Cruisers are some fairly long ships, aren't they?
Well, yes, and also, nicest way, they had built the Queen Mary, which was 213 meters long, and the Illustrious class.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, the Illustrious class were 216 meters long at the waterline. So it wouldn't be. It would be tight, but it's doable, sort of thing. That's why I did say aircraft carriers. Probably say aircraft carriers more than maybe cruisers, but aircraft carriers. They could be done.
Yeah, and Beardmore, because Beardmore also had the Parkhead foundry, so you might have less problems with capital ship armor.
Especially if you'd left it mothballed rather than getting rid of it.
Yeah. And Jarrow was a whole work, so they went from iron ore to finished steel ship as a single company.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent cost controls.
Again, Beardmore had built. The first they built HMS Argus, and they built Ramillies, Benbow, and Conqueror, so they could certainly handle quite big ships.
Yeah.
They're used to ships which are 190 meters long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think where they were in the river, they weren't going to have issues.
No,
Ooh, I like that question from Finland. I'm interested to get to that.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of interesting questions going on. And a YouTube Minecraft watcher. What if instead of how Courageous, Glorious, and Furious were built, Fisher got his insanity-laced wish, and they were constructed to the design of HMS Incomparable instead with 6 20-inch guns?
No naval treaties. No naval treaties.
No naval.
We can build whatever we want because there's no naval treaties.
Yes, like my very musical colleague has just suggested, no, there's no naval treaties in that world. There are, however, the Royal Navy looking around everyone going, we're sorry now, we're very, very sorry, we're very, very sorry, we're very, very sorry. As the US Navy is, by that point, probably having to build a 20-inch armed version of the Colorado, and goodness knows what the Japanese are trying to build. I mean, yeah.
There is one major downside to this. It vindicates Tillman.
Yes.
Ish.
But
only partly.
Only partly, and also, I would add, the thing is, these have got 6 20-inch guns. The Royal Navy is then going to, at some point, especially after the Jutland, decide they're going to build battleships, but they now have to build them with 20-inch guns.
Okay, I'm sorry. I do need to step in here before people get the wrong impression from Paul Amos's comment over on YouTube.
Yeah.
In Dune, the game that recently came out, one of the most efficient ways to secure water is by exsanguinating and dehydrating the corpses you create.
Basically,
that is what Paul is referring to.
Dune is a game which is getting us all used to vampirism. Anyway, leaving that to one side, like Crusader Kings 3 gets you used to having relations with having intimate relations with people who are far too close to you in the genetic lottery of life.
And I said what I said, and I stand by it with regards to that comment.
Yes, but both you and Garius occasionally worry me with some of the games you pick. You like ones with vampirism in them. Garius likes ones which are experimental.
That is the only game I have in which blood is a core component in gameplay loop. Okay.
Not have Ultra Kill.
No.
No, I don't.
They shall be done then at some point.
So basically, if they are that, there's no naval treaties. The Admiral class are not going to be battle cruisers because you are also there. If you pulled them as full incomparables, they are battle cruisers. So the Admirals are never going to be battle cruisers. They might be fast battleships, but they are going to be designed around probably trying to fit 8 to 9 20-inch guns on them. Also, a prayer for the naval architects involved.
And the gunsmith.
Yeah, they're tough.
Yeah, at which point... Yeah, there might be a naval treaties, but it'll be in about the 1930s, and by that point, goodness knows, someone might have had the bright idea that this is bad for your ranging.
Now,
the interesting thing will be
Force
working
Z-
out... No, the interesting thing in this scenario will be working out... Because if they're carrying 6 20-inch guns, standard was roughly 200 rounds apiece. So that's gonna be that's gonna be 1,200 rounds. Each round is going to be about... let's see, each shell is going to weigh somewhere in the region of 5,000 pounds. Oh, well, possibly 2 tons. So they'll be carrying 2,400 tons of primary armament shell alone.
I'm surprised they could get away with that light a load. I would have thought they'd be much heavier.
Well, if you consider the rate of fire you're going to get, you'll be lucky if you fire 1 shell every 40 seconds. So if you're carrying 200 shells per gun, think of how long that lasts you.
About 2 World of Warship games if they go full time.
And they'll fire like 3 times.
Yeah.
It might actually push their round count down to rounds per hour.
Well, that's the thing. Once you add in targeting, things always take longer. Yeah, but sheesh. YouTube Minecraft Watcher.
Yeah, but I mean,
Okay.
I mean that in the sense of we just want to get the shells out of the magazine firing rate.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if the French Navy was ordered just before the fall of France to go to Scapa Flow, and if they are ousted, and to serve under the Royal Navy? Then the Royal Navy is very, very happy, and the Royal Navy gets a very nice induction of fast capital ships, which mean that, A, they probably don't need to work out... whilst they do need to constitute a Force H, it's not going to be a Force H like they historically had to do. B, French North Africa probably quickly falls to the Allied cause, and sort of becomes Free France, as do the rest of the French colonies, which is going to be interesting economically, and probably going to have consequences for Vietnam as well, because if that's now economic... The interesting thing is, what if the British do the same with Vietnam as they did with Iceland, and basically go, hey, America, do you want to secure this until peace?
I now have visions of some kind of dropped in from the future American go, no, 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 to that one, but never mind.
Well, the thing is, the Vietnamese themselves there, including Ho Chi Minh, would actually probably not object to that.
Steve is asking that the banner be changed.
Yes, okay.
I don't know what the banner is currently set to because I don't have your stream up, but Steve is
How
asking when
could
it to
you
change.
not have my banner set up? My stream up.
I am lurking in the background of your stream. However, I'm watching my stream because that's the one I'm responsible to make sure it's actually operating
The
and
main
in a visible manner.
the main advantage you
But isn't
get
this
from
why you have like 5 monitors?
we'll leave
Sorry?
We'll leave that to a side for Runar in a second. But
I have four monitors, not counting the monitor on my microscope. 2 of them are actually in my field of view. The other 2 are behind me and require a full 180-degree turn of my head to see. Unfortunately, I am neither a pigeon nor an owl. Therefore, I do not have a 360-degree view range.
engaging strategy. Currently, the bot is down, but just make sure when we next go live, don't worry. The mods are picking up questions. They might even grab it anyway.
It depends upon what kind of mood Leslie is in.
And
You
they
never can tell with that guy.
They do like your what if questions as a rule. Both Paul and Leslie do tend to like your what if questions. But yeah, basically, if Britain suddenly has the French fleet as part of the with the Royal Navy, the full French fleet, then honestly, they're finishing off French battleships as quickly as they can, probably by sending them to the American yards to get finished off. And they are probably they're getting them in service as quickly as they can, so they can use them. And honestly, for the Germans, this becomes a problem when ever they want to try and take Bismarck out. The British have an extra pool of fast battleships to draw from. Also, it probably means Force H spends most of its time concentrating on the western Mediterranean rather than going out into the North Atlantic, and doesn't need to worry about that so often. And again, you're going to have far more ships to play with, and submarines and things to coordinate, and destroyers. And the French destroyers will be excellent assistants in the Mediterranean for both Force H and the Mediterranean Fleet. The French battleships, etc., especially even their slower one, the more modern ones will be useful to supplement the ones which have been modernized to extent and are available. Will be supplementing the Mediterranean fleet. The ones which are older will be supplementing the R's in convoy escort, which means you'll have more convoys have a battleship escort, which makes things even more complicated for the Germans should they come out hunting. And, basically problems just start to escalate. The really interesting thing will be if the French colonies fall, etc., and with the French fleet now part of the Royal Navy, how that affects things like Taranto, how that affects things like the reinforcements of North Africa. I think North Africa might fall, because if the French Navy goes to Britain and that scenario, what does the French army and other forces in North Africa and in their colonies do? If they also go with the Navy and put themselves under British command, which would make sense. It would make sense if that was the other proviso. Then the Italians in North Africa are suddenly dealing with the French on one side, the British on the other, and the Royal Navy and the Marine Nationale in the Mediterranean are going to be pushing as hard as they can.
I could see Italians, instead of invading Egypt, invading Tunisia and Algeria in that scenario.
But that's a bad decision, because that leaves the British free, and the British armour is a far scarier threat.
Yes, but this is Il Duce.
Yeah.
Strategic common sense does not happen to other people in this world.
Logistics and normal things.
Also might back that up in October instead of invading Greece, and but that would probably then flip Morocco to the Allies, so they might get Algeria and Tunisia.
I think anything they get is short term, because I don't think they have enough sea control to get the German reinforcements, especially if you have the French submarines backing up the Royal British submarines. That's the big thing I think about
It's
the Mediterranean.
only-
The French submarines. Adding the French submarines to the British submarines is going to make any attempt to get across the Mediterranean a nightmare.
Well, it's only if they can just do that tiny blip between Tunisia and Sicily that they might be able to get stuff across.
The trouble is that isn't
I mean-
the store. Whilst that on the map is nice and close, when you look at the actual components they actually have in Sicily and the infrastructure to get it down, you realise that Italy doesn't have that much infrastructure. They have to get the stuff from the north of Italy. Would have to get it down there first, and then it's just not going to work.
But then it can hug the coast and stay under air cover and put in overnight to avoid submarines at night and things going down the coast.
I mean, isn't Tripoli a much higher capacity port? No, isn't Tunis a much higher capacity port than Tripoli?
Yes.
And that's one of the major bottlenecks for the Italians, the fact they can only get so much through Tripoli.
Oh, it is, but it's also further away, and unfortunately, by the point is, they might get Tunisia, but they might well lose Libya, and then have the British armies come screaming up behind them.
Oh, actually, Christina, the big thing is that the RN submarines probably don't get pulled out of the Pacific, which makes the opening blows of the Pacific War far more interesting.
Yeah. No, well, also, there's the fact is that if you have this scenario, you probably don't. It's going to sound strange, but Byrne, God love her, if she's available, then you might have actually sent Furious or something, or another of the older carriers, to go and be an extra assistant in the Eastern Fleet and Mediterranean, especially by sending it around Africa as an extra surprise for Taranto. And that's the thing. One of the questions this week for the patron is what happens if the Royal Navy has 4 carriers for Taranto? And so I've gone through and gone, well, let's say Eagle's actually working. Let's say she's not damaged. Now that gives you 2 immediately. Let's say Ark Royal instead makes a feint and joins up with that force. Okay, fine. Where will I get my 4th carrier? Well, what carrier is practical, and is going around is not doing much? It'd probably be Furious. But if I don't have Furious on the mission she's doing, if I could replace her with Byrne, which I could, because she's basically doing air ferry and those supports at that point, and I could sneak her round, and I could do a 4 carrier attack on Taranto. I basically quintuple sextuple perhaps actually, times it by 6 to strike on Taranto. If you have 6 times the strike aircraft hitting on Taranto, what happens to the Italian fleet? Let's say if it only increased the number of hits by 3, it only trebles the number of hits achieved. So you're saying the aircraft are half as effective, but you have that. Still, the number of again, the Giulio Cesare survives, but what's one battleship to do versus the Royal Navy? Might not survive.
Die bravely?
The skewers from Ark Royal could all concentrate on her, in which case she goes down in a pillar of smoke.
Plot twist, she doesn't go down in a pillar of smoke and only sustains superficial damage.
Probably knowing my luck, every time I run the computer simulator, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, the Italian Navy is reduced to Giulio Cesare.
Yeah.
And Giulio Cesare. Escorted by Giulio Cesare.
Yeah. Because the nicest way, the other things that could get hit is is they're not going to be hitting the same things if they're sinking. They're going to go after the cruisers. So the cruisers could also get smacked in that harbour. And if the Italians lose their cruisers and most of their cruisers and most of their battleships, then they're sitting there going, and North Africa collapses because the British can just park some cruisers and destroyers in the way of the convoys and go, so you want to resupply North Africa, do you? Don't think so.
I suspect the Royal Navy Submarine Service teaches the French submarine service about the Skull and Crossbones flag and the brooms, and it's then a competition.
Yeah, more than likely.
The only other thought I had was, do you think that could mean that the attack happens in October instead of
November.
November?
It was supposed to.
Because that has one big effect.
What?
There is Kai Duilio is not yet down in Taranto. She is still up at the yard finishing her refit. Rebuild.
Yeah.
So you do have that as a different. So she would survive unscathed.
Yeah. But again, those aren't really battleships which the Royal Navy is going to sweat too much.
No, they're
if they've taken out the Littorios, then frankly, the ships they're not going to bother so much about the other the rest of the Italian battle line. In fact, honestly, again, they can probably bully them with Warspite.
One interesting effect would be is if the Regimarine no longer feels safe in harbor, are they going to try and push for ever more operations, even with their constrained fuel supply?
Well, the thing is, they're going to be withdrawn from harbor a long way away. That's what's going to happen. They're going to be a long way away from there. And they won't have much to operate a supply of fuel with.
So that's going to further cramp their, sorry, Dan, but if they've got longer to get towards the operational area, that just means the operational area is going to come to them.
Yeah. And what it probably means is, it's going to sound strange, if North Africa, if their campaign in North Africa collapses, and you then maybe you have the invasion of Greece, you probably still have the invasion of Greece, and Greece might still collapse the same way, but it's doubtful they are able to provide amphibious support to Crete, which means Crete doesn't fall. And if you have Crete as an allied stronghold on Malta, it's going to sound strange, but you actually need the Royal Navy less in the Eastern Mediterranean than you did historically. Because you've got these two forward air bases you can do a lot of support from. So that means for the Royal Navy whilst the Royal Navy will want to have a carrier in Eastern Med, they won't be worried if that carrier is HMS Eagle rather than an Illustrious class, if that makes sense. Something which can provide fighters and scouting for the fleet, but not necessarily something which is needed for the full spectrum of operations. And so suddenly that frees up other vessels. So that means you're unlikely to have a scenario where 4C happens and there's no carrier there, and unlikely to have a scenario also where you've got Denmark Straits, where you've got task forces without carriers. You probably have them or have all worked up carriers there, and you probably have, well, you might even have Ark Royal and Illustrious, or another of the Illustrious class, along with Victorious, back with the task groups, and you could have as many as 3 task groups, each made up of 2 capital ships and a carrier, hunting Bismarck. In which case, good luck to Bismarck. Because whilst it might run into HMS Hood, it might do that, it could run into the 2 Dunkirks and Ark Royal. It could run into Prince of Wales, King George V, and Victorious. It could, who knows what it ends up running into, but it's probably going to run into something which is going to be a lot nastier than what it historically did. And what it ran into historically was enough that it should have, on paper, it should have been a far harder fight than it was, barring a 1 in a million shot, either good shooting or good luck. Either way, it doesn't matter. But no, there is a lot of consequences from that scenario of having the French switch sides, rather do that early on. Black Horse. What happens if the people evacuating John Bart decided to go to or had gone to a British port instead of where they historically went? The ship wasn't ready to do the journey. If they got to a British port, it gets finished off by the British, and there's going to be an honest conversation. Do the Free French have enough to crew it? Have enough personnel to crew it? If they don't, then probably and this is going to sound strange, what are the nearest supply of French speakers in the British Empire that the British can grab hold of?
Over Canada.
Yeah. And honestly, you might just get the Quebecois to come along for that. Enough of them to help crew the Jean Bart with the French. So it could become a dual French-Canadian crew.
Look,
That is a ship which is going to be one of the most difficult to organise in an entire fleet, but it's also going to be one of the hardest fighters. In fact, it will never back down, because to back down would be to admit it, maybe suggest it might have been wrong in its first position, and it will never admit it was wrong in its first position. There'll be no scenario where it will not fight to the death.
There's also, the only ship that it can probably be paired up with is Warspite, because that's the only other ship crazy enough and as obstinate and unlikely to actually, do what it's told. That thing will not obey fleet orders. It's like, form line of battle and come port 2 points. No! I will not!
Actually, it's actually worse than that if you think about it, because it's a 32-knot fast battleship, right? Rickaroo class fast battleship. With 8 15-inch guns. It would probably be with the Royal Navy's force waiting for Bismarck, etc. to come out. So you could end up with a fight where it's Jean Bart and King George V, or Jean Bart and Prince of Wales versus Bismarck.
Yeah.
Because the Royal Navy will take advantage of that opportunity and put Hood in a refit dock.
Yeah, because you've got a 32-knot fast battleship in service.
Yep.
It might have slightly light guns, but I don't think the Bismarck is going to mind too much.
Well, they were planning on the French were planning on a 15-inch 45, which the British had designs for to replace the 15-inch 42. And honestly, the weight of the barrels are not that different to a 15-inch 42. So if they haven't got guns for it, then they'll probably just put in a 15-inch 42s and just call it a day. They've certainly got enough barrels hanging around. Black Horse, what effect would the Panama Canal being taken out early in World War II have on a Pacific War? Thank you, John Hegstead. Thank you for becoming a member. What effect would the Panama Canal being taken out early in World War II have on the Pacific War? If it's taken out completely, it's going to delay a lot of things by months because of the extra time it's going to add on moving stuff around and organising stuff. And basically that's going to be the problem. It's going to be moving and organising everything. It's going to be the time of travel it adds on to things.
Let me check. I want to check what I think I know because I have an opinion, but I need to.
But my theory is the US would have deployed an absolute massive every engineer they could. In fact, probably the big project the Seabees would be originally remembered for would be getting the Panama Canal back working, because every single construction battalion the US would be deployed to get the Panama Canal working again.
No.
Okay, before Bruno carries on, can I just say there are now people they're deciding between which admins they prefer on terms of transferring the questions because the bot's not working. Apparently, lots of people saying I like Paul better than Steve tonight. Steve just going, "Am I too scary for you?"
Paul can be very generous at times. So.
Oh, caramba.
I don't know. Okay, so that's the expansion. That's the originals. I would say that it's going to be a very difficult task for any realistic force to completely destroy the Western locks.
Yeah.
The Pacific locks?
Basically, I would say the only way you could have a chance at it is if you could somehow load up 2 tankers with liquid fertilizer and make them go boom in the locks at either end simultaneously.
Yeah, but would those even be able to make it across the Pacific and the Atlantic?
Oh, you buy what you do is you buy the materials in America, you buy the fertilizer in America, and you load them up.
Yeah, fair enough.
You get
Anfo is nasty.
Yeah.
Huh.
Crew range points, the crews get off, and maybe a crew from a submarine get on board and make sure they get to where they need to go.
Because there's...
And I do worry about discussing these sort of things in case it gives anyone ideas, but let me just put it this way. A nation state at a time could probably get away with it. With modern systems and the modern checks and balances, good luck. I don't try. There are other ways, but I'm not getting into those. The Brock. What if the German invasion of Crete fails? How does it affect the war? I think I've discussed that before on the channel because I talked about the defence of Crete and how, frankly, the keep changing of command, which was Churchill's bright idea, because an army guy should be in charge, not a marine, because, of course, they know land warfare better. When the marine had set up all the defences, and that's what marines were trained to do, and Crete was one of the places they'd studied consistently in how to defend in the interwar years in case they end up with a war with Italy. And the answer goes, if you have Crete and you can supply and sustain it, which you could if you had it, because its supply lines would be behind it versus where the enemy would be launching from, so it could defend its own supply lines. You would be quite capable of establishing a bomber bases there, and you could hit the very important Romanian oil fields from there. And if the Romanian oil fields get smoked enough times, then the Germans find themselves with a lot of lawn ornaments which no longer move. So that's the big effect if Crete doesn't fall. And let me put it this way, that scenario would be worthwhile enough that the sheer amount of resources and infrastructure needed to do it would be found to be done. They would be taken from other things. But doing them, yeah.
Also might make give Crete some very interesting post-war economic consequences as the airfield infrastructure you would need for that could make it a regional air transport hub.
Oh, it would be. It would be a major regional air
60s.
transport hub in the 60s.
In the 60s and later.
Yeah, it'll be and also some of the port infrastructure as well. You need to sustain it because for those bombers you need a huge amount of you'd be able to track the bombing missions from space if you had the satellite capability at the time, because you'd be charting all the ships loaded with explosives going from Britain down across the Bay of Biscay, down the coast of Portugal, down the coast of Africa, all the way around the Cape, up the coast of Africa again, east coast of Africa, and through the Suez Canal to Crete, offload, and then doing the whole trip back again. They might even, in the nicest way, to save time, because it'd be so important, run them empty back to Gibraltar. Probably not, but might do that.
Depends, because they might transship at. I could see them almost doing something like using really the very fast, the much faster ships in smaller numbers to do the round Africa, offload it somewhere like Suez or even Aden if you want to keep a well out of range or something like that, or Mombasa, onto the smaller ships to go closer, which is what they did with the things like the Australian troop convoys.
Yeah, there's a difference.
keep-
You don't tend to do that moving explosives. You tend to try
explosives.
Yeah, and this is about moving bombs. For a lot of components, they might. For a lot of the spare parts and those things, they might do that. But for the bombs, especially
spare parts, replacement air crews.
Yeah, those things are going to be will be transships, yes. But for things like bombs, you'll track those ships.
Well, hello.
Fuel you can just get from the Middle East.
Sure. Well, hello, Fleet and Statham. Nice of you to join us.
Honestly, Castana, why not build explosive factories in India or Australia in that case? They do build them, but it's the sheer quantity you're going to be dealing with. It's not just one factory's outputs. In a nicest way, in World War II, you're talking dozens of factories. And you need all the trained people for them, and then you need all the infrastructure set up to support them and supply them with goods, and you need all that. And that takes time. To set up and run them takes years. Those are not things which... So you set them up in India, you set them up in Australia, but they're not going to be set up enough to deal with this, not to churn out the required number of bombs. If you consider... if you took... the thing I would go is the Lancaster bomber would be the one which would have to be used. And that would carry... Just going down minutes. In terms of bombs... Well, let's say that's carrying... 18,000-pound bombs. Okay? 18 1,000-pound bombs. That's all. That's only carrying 18 of those. You would need to be launching some region of 200 to 300 bombers for a raid. Right? From Crete. So let's say you're taking 200. Let's take that number. So that means you have got to find 3,600 1,000-pound bombs a night. That's just for a 200 bomber raid.
Which is not that big of a raid in the scale of World War II.
Which, if you think about it, is 3,600 tons. Well, not 3,600 tons, is it? That's 1,800 tons.
1,500 tons.
15 to 1,800 tons of bombs a night.
So that's a tribal class destroyer of pure bombs, which might actually be more dangerous than tribal class destroyer. Questionable.
Effectively an old destroyer each day worth of bombs. That's a lot of logistics.
Yeah.
So what we do is we take the bombs, we weld them together into a destroyer hull form factor, and we push that through to Crete.
Yeah, and any factory you set up in India or Australia, it's going to take a while to work up to that level. So yeah, this is going to be factories from the UK. Hey Fleet, you okay?
Fine.
Yeah, and India.
You missed your Twitch stream earlier, so I was worried you were okay.
No, I'm fine.
All right.
These are the bombs where you have to pour the explosive in as a molten liquid that then solidifies inside the shell. These are not things to be dabbling with. It's easier to build the artillery shells and things because they are smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and India's kind of got a small issue going on at this point called "We don't have enough fertilizer. Please send help."
Yeah, there are, but that's one interesting thing is if Crete doesn't fall, then you don't lose so many escorts, and it's easier to resupply Malta as well. Because you've got Crete as air defence, etc., you can do the Malta run from the east. Which means you possibly don't need... If you can do more regular supplies from the east, you don't need to do the great big convoy battles from the west. And that could make things very interesting. Because Crete is in that kind of useful position where it's far enough forward, it's on the Greek coast, that if you've got Crete and you've got Malta and you're able to basically sustain them both and use them both to try and mitigate any attacks against things coming from behind them. So the fleet almost has a free operating area behind them. as long as you can sustain and support them. And it probably stops stops the Germans getting into Dodecanese and Germans and Italians getting into the Dodecanese islands.
Well, the Italians have got the Dodecanese. It's just they're suddenly going to be finding themselves somewhat strangled.
Yeah.
There, and they're going to be another weight around their neck or ankle or wherever.
Well, they'll probably be taken off them in rapid order, sort of thing.
Well, progressively.
Yeah.
Some of them had quite large garrisons and would have been a bit trickier to take.
It's going to open up the Aegean Islands to campaign, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know how much Churchill liked those. Brandon Larson. What if the US and its allies had attacked Iran back in the 80s, 90s, or 2000s? How would naval and air war have gone in each of the respective eras? In
regards to the 1980s, we kind of have a base plate for what happened. After all, in the day, the US Navy decided the Iranian Navy needed to not exist and made it not exist. So there's your 80s scenario for you.
Yeah. Basically, in any of those scenarios, the sheer amount of force the Iran would be facing, they would cease to have air forces and naval forces very quickly.
It's only in the 20 years that have the 25 years that have post-dated 2000 that Iran has built up the magazine depth in terms of shore-based missiles and the submarine force in terms of mini-subs designed for that littoral combat environment that are actually making planners now and predicting that in the event of a conflict with Iran, in terms of trying to reopen the straits if they've closed it at this point, it's only now that people are predicting that, unfortunately, with the sheer amount of mass Iran has amassed at this point, in terms of magazine depth and assets are built for that littoral environment, there's no way to guarantee you're going to prevent losses.
If only the Americans had a program to work on a ship to operate in the littorals that it wasn't a complete flop.
Even with a successful LCS program, you're talking about an environment that there comes a point where there's enough scuff there that even if you have a perfect force setup and everyone's perfectly trained, there's enough mass that you have to accept that, unfortunately...
The trick is to take the stuff out before it becomes a problem, so before it deploys. So the trick is to destroy it while it's in harbour, while it's waiting to go out, while it's in its bunkers, etc. And it's one of those things of... The thing that's been more interesting me recently is the number of pictures we're seeing coming out of apparently Israelis have been doing strikes on Iran during daylight hours. And that doesn't... And while that doesn't surprise me, the fact that the Israelis who are as risk adverse as you can be when it comes to their pilots' lives and protecting aircrew, feel confident enough and happy enough to be doing it in airtime in daylight means to me that pretty much as far as the Israelis are concerned, the Iranian air defenses are either no longer functioning or no longer function in any way that matters.
I think we're seeing the example of what happens when you deploy an air force that actually has proper stealth seed capability against an IADS that's built to counter 4th and 4.5 gen aircraft. We're seeing the result of that. I think that's what we're seeing here.
It's that. I would say it's... Iran looks like a very scary force on paper. But how much has Arab Army-itis infested it? Like, how much wrong with their organizational structure is there?
And it's probably the fact that they don't have the mass either, in terms of airframes, to contest the Israelis. Not in a way you would need to do air denial.
I would also suggest that in addition to having one of the more, well, at least in the public eye, interesting intelligence apparatuses in the world, is Western powers, as much as they may be grumbling about other issues Tel Aviv has inserted itself into, are probably more than happy to let somebody else beat up the troublemaker of the Middle East.
Yeah.
And are probably giving them some very interesting intel briefs regarding at least this portion of things. I would not be surprised to see that at all.
You wouldn't happen to
KBG,
be
it's
thinking
not
about
only
things like-
Heron drones. It's not only Heron 900s. It's like people kept talking about the B2s for the American strike, and there were other things involved as well. So be careful. A lot of people are picking on the Heron 900s because currently drones are the thing that everyone's picking on, but there are others involved as well. In fact, as I understand it, from what I've seen on some source and discussions, F-15s as well, especially.
I mean, F-15 is basically, I'm going to take a bomb load worthy of a World War II strategic bomber and plant it precisely on your forehead, and you don't get a say in it.
Some of the strikes have been that much.
Here's a question for you. What happens if you give Bomber Harris a fleet of F-15s and sustainment for them?
That's just congratulations. Germany no longer has an industry. That's an uninterceptable bombing force.
Yeah.
I mean, literally at that.
What is what you said, fleet, right? Shit.
We can hear you, and also careful with the language.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My internet keeps cutting out. I'm trying to figure out if I cut out or you just everyone got silent.
Everyone's silent.
We do go silent
silently.
on occasion. Yeah.
I think it's one of those things of, as far as I'm aware, the F-15's bomb load isn't particularly impressive anymore, because that's like normal for that sort of aircraft nowadays.
Yeah. But it's still capable.
Yeah, and it's nothing special by modern standards.
Mm.
It's still an old airframe. It has said the old joke, 40-year-old aircraft in my head, an F-4 Phantom. 40-year-old aircraft in reality, an F-15.
Yeah. And I mean, and also the F-15 can carry a bomb load and can also carry a pair of sidewinders and also a harm. Like, so basically, the F-15 can go, I care not what you are defended by. I'm coming for you.
Well, it would care if it was defended by a Patriot.
Yeah.
It would care if it was defended by an S-400. Or whatever the hell the Chinese version of it's called. It would really care. The F-35 wouldn't exist if it didn't care.
The thing is, how do I put this? I think the F-35s and other things at night have already taken to the point that those things are no longer a problem, or rather, no longer a functioning problem.
Yeah.
KVG, the Israeli Air Force has their own version of pretty much the F-15 strike. I don't think they have their Israeli version of the Strike Eagle and their version of the others. They produce Israeli versions of aircraft. They go and it's like they have the F-35I.
There's a lot of licensed construction on the Israeli side.
The Israelis do a lot of modifications. Their aircraft, they do not believe in owning stock aircraft. They are Israeli. Right, next question.
There's a reason why... Yeah, go on.
Karen, what if every British frigate in 1790 suddenly becomes a Constitution-class frigate with 24-pounder version? Also, not the
Very happy Britain.
Well, the Royal Navy, I just looked this up to check. Well, as of 1794, the Royal Navy's operating roughly 110 frigates. In 1790, it's roughly about the same, could be up to 120. If the Royal Navy suddenly finds itself with 120 ships, frigate scale, which have 24-pounder guns, in 1790, I think the French and the Americans are crying. I think pretty much everyone's crying against the British at that point. What's worse, it depends on what you consider, because the British use a lot of sloops, which are, of course, these 18-gun vessels, and they have 76 of them in service. But if you consider that some of them are actually quite big vessels and could actually look not too dissimilar to a frigate, you might have to worry about some of them getting converted as well. If the Royal Navy has 200 of these things, then Lord help everyone. And I will leave you with that a quick second while I put the doggy in the garden.
So the thing I'm thinking with that is that I'm going to imagine that people will go, "Oh no, but what about recruitment?" To which the response is, think about how much trade they will be hoovering up. There will not be a problem with recruitment. Because it will be a question of, do you want to have some prize money capturing French, Spanish,
There will be a problem with
American?
recruitment. It'll be a problem getting people aboard third rates with captains who are not well known versus getting people aboard frigates with lots of prize money or first rates with admirals who are well known. That's going to be the issue. The Royal Navy's basically going to be having to go and churn out every single high-profile captain they have and stick them on a ship to do the recruiting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because the Royal Navy, believe it or not, despite all the general stuff put in the papers, the Royal Navy very much prefers, volunteers over press men. Next question. What happens if the people evacuate... We answered that one, didn't we? John Bart?
That one's. I've checked it. That one has been answered.
Okay.
Because you've got the same one again at 7:40 p.m.
Leslie Mitchell, YouTube Minecraft watcher. What if in 1910 France suddenly suffered a complete communist revolution, say an economic collapse similar to what happened to Brazil for the coffee and rubber trade? How would the world react? Germany invades.
Yeah, basically.
Can you imagine the Kaiser
not.
Britain might back them up.
Well, no, there'll be a coalition. There will be it will be a return to Napoleonic era coalitions. There will be this is not a style of government nor a state we're happy existing. There will literally be a coalition.
I don't know. I don't think it would be a coalition. Coalitions are very precise things with how they formed. No, you probably just have Britain going, "Oh, gods, not again." Right, fine. You want that bit? Fine. We'll go beat them up again.
No,
yeah, well, the reason
the German army and in nicest way, it probably would be a coalition, but it would be a coalition from Britain, Germany, Italy, and Spain.
And here's the reason I say that's likely, because and this is the key point: complete communist revolution. That means complete communism, which means once the revolution is secure in one state, exporting it. And having that as mantra.
No.
Actually, no. Okay,
no, that depends on your type of communism.
Branch of communism.
Yeah. Depending on the type of communism in their fleet, there won't be any trying to go into other nations.
Are we talking Soviet communism?
I think
or Trotskyite communism.
I think we're probably talking Soviet communism because that's more likely the problem. But also, I would say the issue is that the moment you have a revolutionary France on that scale next door to each other, people are going to be so locked in who've spent their lives studying Napoleonic Wars that this is Napoleonic Wars Round 2 Electric Boogaloo that you're almost going to see it preformed what they do. Because can you imagine people like Winston Churchill? I love him in so many ways, but in other ways, he's going to go, I've got to reenact my great grandfather and be a duke and go to war. The Duke of Marlborough has to ride again, sort of thing. And I know that wasn't Napoleonic Wars, but this is Churchill. Some historical license is allowed.
I have visions of it being sort of. This being France, it'll be this is proper communism from commune. Anything else is merely socialism with a bad flavour.
Honestly, yeah, it could be a successor. It could view itself as a successor state to the Paris Commune. Yeah, that is.
It all depends on the type of communism.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I now also have visions that you will have a dramatic film made in the 1920s of the battleship Hoche instead of Potemkin.
Although I will point out that
let me finish.
Although I will point out that if the mainland falls to communism, I can see reactionary elements fleeing to various places.
I can see Britain hoovering up French colonies again.
Oh, yeah. Corsica! We can have a nice Western Mediterranean base to keep Malta company.
It'll be. Let me put it this way. In nicest way, it would possibly stop there being a World War One because everyone will be so busy dealing with that. And I don't know if my screen is flickering for you on YouTube and Twitch. I do apologize. I have no idea why it's occasionally flickering in OBS. I think I'm going to have to do some work on this computer at some point. I think
I've not noticed any flickering on my end when watching it on YouTube.
Then okay, it's either I've narrowed it down the option of the flickering. It's either the screen or it's the graphics card. Either way, on my list of things to deal with.
Will Africa become a British island? No, because there are still other people's colonies there, but potentially that is a lot of land.
Would it become an Anglo-Portuguese island?
Like a bunch of people are going to hoover up colonies. There's going to be the British, the French. The Spanish are going to hoover up Morocco. The Spanish are absolutely going to hoover up Morocco and North Africa.
Yeah, but they're going to try and hoover up Morocco.
It's 1910. The Spanish. 1910 is Spain on its upswing. Downswing.
But it's still a post-Spanish American War Spain.
Yes, but this is the post-Spanish American War Spain that has shaken off the first 1910 is the earliest point when Spain can go and start punching people colonially again. Because it takes that 13-year period to actually shake off the rot that is the mess that was the Spanish-American War. 1910 Spain could absolutely sweep into Morocco.
That's where I've got to disagree.
I have a feeling this scenario would end up being called the Five Kings War. Because whilst it could be the Cousins War, because you would have the Tsar, the Kaiser, and British King, you're also going to have the King of Italy and the King of Spain involved. So you have the five kings go to war against France, and I'm sorry to say this, but especially if France has just been through a communist revolution, they are not going to be in a fit state to survive that. That's going to be a short, sharp, brutal war.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I do feel Spain might not have fun going after Morocco because this is only a few years after Morocco was even integrated. Or turned to protector. They still very much have that thing of we will fight you.
So Morocco becomes a protectorate of France in 1912, and they have a war with France over it.
And they manage. An iron brew doesn't mean you get a biscuit, Raleigh.
And they manage to fight the French well enough. They get a preferential treaty in the Treaty of Fez out of it. And that's France. I don't see how that's going to be much more bloody for Spain than you think it is.
I think
Spanish did try and help, and it didn't go too well for them.
I think Morocco actually might become a British protectorate, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because there'll be the Germans trying to go in because of Tangiers, and the Spanish trying to go in, and the British probably go to the Moroccans and go, fancy us instead. We don't care about you as long as you don't mind helping us if they try to invade Gibraltar. We don't give a flying hoot. Oh, good! Now protectorate of Britain.
Yeah, because Sultan Abd al-Hafid, I probably butchered that.
Mm-hmm.
Had British advisors and had largely modernized the Moroccan army. Alongside two, not European standards, but close enough to be a pain for the Spanish.
Yep.
Like stuff like a professional standing army, like the fortifications of the coastal cities and stuff.
Right, next question, and this is a fun one. What if, and this is, I had to look this one up because I was going, oh good lord, did they build anything like this? What if, this is from Leslie, what if the Germans would build Fliegercruisers in the mid-1930s? Would they have a bucket load of 88 naval versions as the main arm from Tematu? And basically that means, what if the Germans build their own version of the Didos?
anti-aircraft cruiser.
The 88 is not really the gun you go for in that scenario.
It'd be
105.
105.
The 105.
But even the
The
105
forge.
is going to be light for a cruiser gun.
It's the 128
Probably try and get a 128 working.
because an 88 would lead your cruiser to being outgunned by a lot of destroyers.
Yes.
No, it would mean it means your cruiser might actually have smaller caliber guns than some coastal patrol boats.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean,
In the nicest way,
there's some
if that cruiser armed with 88mm turned up to the Narvik scenario, which has been put forward as one of the videos for September, October, it would get annihilated.
Yes.
The Gorgon would just go boom. As it is, if you have the Gorgons and the Tosfolds all with those sized torpedo bulges, there is a goodly chance that they don't go boom anyway, because the torpedo bulges just absorb the impact of the torpedoes and their ships are still up to going, so, you want to rock? And the Germans are going, not with you, you've got very big guns, please stop that, stop that, stop that, we didn't want that, that's a bit close and personal.
So what you're telling me is that these cruisers are ships that could be bullied by outgunned by just any destroyer that's not a American flush decker.
Yeah.
No, an American flush decker would stand a chance of bullying it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of those are made with 3-inch guns, is what I'm thinking.
No, I'd still give a flush decker a chance. But basically, yeah, it would need more than that. You'd need to get the 128 or a 150 something working. You would need a 5 to 6 inch gun working to actually have something viable. And if they do have them, well, that's useful. But the thing is, if they're building them that early, in the mid-1930s or earlier, then that's going to have an impact on everyone else's analysis. And if you build them, if they come into service in the mid-1930s, then they've got to start building them in about 1933, 34, for them to come in 35, 36, 37, that sort of period, which means everyone sees them being built, probably hears about them being built before they're built, and that's going to have an effect on what's being ordered. And in the nicest way, the way you take out a screening cruiser is a cruiser armed with 6-inch guns.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think though. How much of an effect would these have on the Nuremberg classes? Nuremberg and Leipzig.
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 Honestly, you might,
Pig lipsticks.
As long as they don't copy their design for them, they could actually end up with some decent light cruisers.
Because I'm just thinking, if they're making these first, do you reckon?
No, because Nuremberg and Leipzig are built fairly early, aren't they?
Yeah.
I thought they're early 30s, aren't they?
Well, yeah, but
these are going to be mid-30s. These are going to be succeed.
So these will be the class after them.
Ah, okay.
Because Leipzig and Nuremberg are laid down in 28 and 33 and commissioned 31 and 35. So, so Nuremberg possibly could be could be made one. And, yeah. Leipzig.
Would Nuremberg be better as one?
Honestly, does not. It couldn't be worse. Honestly, there's very little way it could be worse.
You say that, I feel there's definitely ways they could have made them worse. But
I mean, they did put 6-inch guns on destroyers, Dragon.
I know. I'm acutely aware that they wanted to do this more.
Why is YouTube Minecraft? You've just put D413 wants to know your location. Huh? Hello, Selborn.
Anyway, hey, Kelly. Destroyer Escort 413. I have no clue what hull number that ship's attached.
Yeah,
to.
I was trying to figure out D413. I'm trying to figure. That's the Samuel Roberts. Oh yeah, that would be in a nice way. That would be able to bully if they're armed with 88mm. Yes, the Samuel Roberts would be able to bully them quite consistently. Because she has two.
That's the one that's like studded with twin auto-loading 3s?
No, she has 2 single 5-inch guns and a
Oh.
triple. She's a she's a butler class destroyer escort. That's the trouble. This is the problem for cruisers. You're a big enough target, and yeah. Okay, Paul Amos. Senator Kinero, question. If the Hansa had developed shell guns in the 1600s, the Hanseatic League, I'm guessing, what would they be capable of, and would the Hansa unite?
The Hansa weren't really... They weren't about that. They were a trade confederation that armed their ships so that you wouldn't mess with them. I mean, I can't see anything stopping you apart from having shell guns in the 1600s, apart from...
Metallurgy?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun time giving odds on whether the shell will blow you up or the enemy.
I'm definitely not using it on any cannon which is inside my hull.
Yeah,
It's they're all going to have to be cannon on top. They're all going to have to be cannon on the top deck. Because they go boom, then they go boom up above.
And I'm tempted to line the area with brick, like they did the galleys in such ships, so that the fire doesn't spread.
Might be a bit heavy on those sail ships. In terms of top weight, you might have to go for lead or steel.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where it's technically feasible, but I'd almost rather be lobbing them with catapults.
Yeah.
A bit like Greek fire, gourds of Greek fire sort of thing. Seneca Nero saying, assume the shell guns are reliable. Why? None of the other guns of that era are reliable. I mean, the whole point about that time period is that the guns are just about starting to get reliable, but then you are closer to the Antony role than you are to Victory in terms of design. Kind of qualities and things, I think.
Just actually looking at it, this doesn't do anything to stop the decline of the Hansa.
No.
Because that comes about because of centralization in Germany.
And to answer the it doesn't do anything really to stop that. So, yeah, it wouldn't stop their decline, but it would make them more interesting for a little bit of a while, and probably make everyone a bit more scared of them. To the thing from... Who was it who put it inside? Oh, Anna. Anna, you mentioned the it's actually a 238mm AA gun, I think, that they were planning on that. They're not planning that till early 1940s, so something in the 1930s, that's not a possible system. Later on, that would have been a possible system, but that's a 9.2 inch, 9.4 inch gun, and using that as an AA in the 1930s wouldn't have applied to anyone, because, frankly, that's making a heavy cruiser at that point.
That seems a bit overkill for that.
Yeah. The Germans by the end of the war are doing some weird things. If Belfast, this is from Colin Cameron, if Belfast had been available for the Falklands, and I managed to sneak up during a storm and stink the Argentinian carrier, how do you see this affecting the future Soviet, US, and Russian fleets?
I mean, I don't really think it does in a major way. You might see them have more 5-inch guns, or maybe cruisers carrying 1 or 2 6 or 8-inch guns, if that's an effect. But beyond that,
I think I go with you.
I wouldn't really see.
I don't really see. I wouldn't be surprised if the standard naval guns becomes a single 6-inch mount for the Royal Navy. And I could see other nations copying that, because it's going to be, if you get close enough with a 6-inch shell, you can take out a ship very quickly. Because if they manage to, because they would probably take out the ship in the first salvo.
Yeah. It's basically because the lesson's going to be, oh wow, so it turns out if a cruiser with multiple 6-inch guns jumps a carrier within gun range, it dies.
Yeah.
Shocking. Who would have
It's
guessed?
also going to be a case of we need to do every can to not be snuck up on.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of investment in sensors.
Yeah, but having your own 6-inch guns is going to be important for, how do I put this, the press angle of that. You're going to have to manage. It's basically going to be a case of, we can probably do this with a 5-inch gun. We can maybe do it. We can do it with a 4.5-inch gun. But if we do it with a 6-inch gun, then we don't have to deal with the press starting to decry it and causing a whole lot of trouble.
And I mean, also to be fair, that's not even that unrealistic, seeing as a lot of navies are moving that way anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, the USSR had plans to build a class of destroyers with 6-inch guns, well, 152s for them, before they collapsed.
The interesting thing is, you might end up with, because the most recent mount to work from is a twin mount, you might end up being the twin 6 auto from the Tiger class is suddenly updated and modernized, and that's used as the basis, and they might end up with twin 6 mounts rather than single 6.
Would the Americans go with the triples they had for the? Didn't they have triples on some of theirs of the fast firing 6-inch? And might they reactivate a couple of 8-inch?
The Americans, the Americans would react to any 8-inch cruise or these sort of things, but they might well play around with the 6-inch guns. And
how many years? How many years does Reagan have left during the Falklands?
Quite a lot.
What? 4 years left?
No, he's got more than that.
Yeah.
When is the Falklands?
1982. And he's
got 4 to 6 years.
7 years. He doesn't leave office.
You might see if he's feeling small, he might push the Bureau of Ships to put forward a design with a 666. But I think it's going to be an ego thing more than an actual practical.
I don't think he does. I think we're missing the obvious US response here. He just forces through nuclear strike cruiser with 8-inch, because that's the thing. Like, he's just going to force through US strike cruiser with the 2 single 8-inch guns.
That's probably the easiest thing for him to do.
Or are the Americans just going to look at it and go, "This only happened because the Argentinians were incompetent. We can deal with any ship that tries to sneak up on us easily with the carrier."
It's going to be the image thing of the peer and near peer nations putting together 6-inch armed ships, whether they're 6 singles or 6-inch by 1s or 6-inch by 2s. They will still have a 6-inch gun.
So, Secretary of the Navy, why does the new Soviet Kirov have 2 twin 6-inch gun mounts? Would you mind explaining that to me, please?
Yes, and why does your budget request for fiscal year 1984 only include a twin 5-inch armed destroyer as a surface combatant?
And the Fox. So just look at the recent conversations we actually had. Was it in UK? Was it in the UK Parliament? Which Parliament was it? One of the parliaments it was about carrier battle group defence, and literally a politician held up one of those drones, which was about the size of a hand, going, "What are we doing to defend our ships against swarms of drones this size, killing them?" And I think
we turn the radar on.
I think the admiral said, "Well, we just stay 5 miles out to sea, and they'll never reach us."
And as I have learned from discussing this with Dr. Clarke and Cyclic and other people, if you give a response like that as an admiral, politicians are going to find ways to have you undermined by subordinates who will give them an answer they want to hear.
To be fair, if I remember correctly, that admiral was retiring in a month's time, so he didn't give a flying hoot. He was going. So it was the classic thing of, don't ask stupid questions of someone who's already leaving and going out the door. They don't care. They've got their pension lined up. They're leaving in a month. They don't give a flying hoot.
You've heard of armor of contempt. Now get ready for armor of retirement.
I don't give. This is my last
meeting. Why do you think
dreadnoughts
are so hard to kill?
Bye bye.
Why do you think dreadnoughts are so hard to kill? Because they're one battle away from retirement.
No, that's Dante. He's one battle away from retirement because he keeps trying to die.
No, he's been told he's not allowed to retire. By the Lion, he's not allowed to retire.
And
he's also been told that by Sanguinius, because Marines don't retire, they die.
Like, Sanguinius should like revived him and said, "Go get him, champ." But it's like, just let me die. Like, no, go get him, champ. And even the Chaos Gods are like, nah.
It was the
That's sadism.
Sanguinor, not Sanguinius. Bird Boy's dead.
Bird Boy is physically dead.
The Bird Boy's
Spiritually is a bit of
soul
an
dead.
open
He's
question.
dead.
Leslie Mitchell.
You have the
What we
you have
will
the
move
Sanguinor,
from
which
before we
is-
get onto the first Legion, all the other stuff which is going to come with them. We're going to quickly move on because we don't need to put poor Dragon through that trauma again and be in Foxo's debt even greater because of what
I said what I said, and I stand by it.
Leslie Mitchell,
Do
what
not
if
worry.
Britain and Germany in 1895 created an alliance pact? Germany doesn't challenge British holdings and regulates the size of their navy, and Britain will ignore Germany ripping the Russian and French Empire apart.
Is that something Britain would really ignore?
Why would Britain
As long as they don't
make that
as long as they don't take over the French and Belgian, they don't take over France and Belgium, don't occupy the coast, Britain could ignore that. And if Germany doesn't have, and if Germany's navy is limited to a fraction of the Royal Navy's size, so let's say they are permanently limited to being 4th or 5th place in the world, then honestly that could fit with the British scenarios. Because
I mean,
you have to remember that the British rules of alliance are that they always ally with the smaller powers against the stronger power to balance them, especially in Europe. So if France is the strongest power, they form an alliance to contain her. The moment she's not the strongest power, Germany is, they form an alliance to contain Germany. If Germany says we're not going to be a threat to you and we're not going to build our navy in any way, shape or form, then because of the way the Russians keep trying to aim for India, and France being France, there is a good, and the traditional British relations with Prussia before Germany, there is a goodly chance that Britain accepts something.
I think what gets more interesting.
I mean, let's not forget that that Britain doesn't really fold itself into the expanding web of alliance structures in Europe until the 1890s.
Until well into the 1890s.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
like,
but it's also like this. What's the year the question is asking about?
1895.
doesn't say.
1895.
Well, that's
Okay, so Germany is the dominant continental power at this point, then,
Yeah,
because they've just gone behind France's back and shanked them,
yeah,
and they've shanked the Austrians as well.
yeah.
So given what you just said, I don't see the British even agreeing to that sort of setup.
Okay, Karen.
Can I quickly?
Yeah.
The thing that goes against that, Foxo, is the fact that there were multiple forces in the British government and British high society and British politics in this period, as in literally in 1890 to 1897, who quite literally were trying and pushing for exactly what this question says.
And if
A full formal military pact between Britain and
On the
Germany.
other hand,
based on exactly these lines.
if Germany's agreeing to regulating their size of navy, it's all going to agree on what size that navy is. Okay.
And it's also going to depend on the British ability to hold the Germans to it. Because the British know that if Germany becomes too strong on the continent, the Germans aren't going to care about the pact. They're going to start doing what they want.
Well,
There is also the
yeah, and this is gonna sound terrible, Foxo, but this is about the point at which the British go, well, if you're not building a navy, that's fine. We'll ally with you. We won't ally with France and Russia. That's lovely. France, Russia, would you like some loans to develop your industry?
Yeah, this is literally one of those. And also, yeah, there's also the fact that even if Germany wins and takes large swaths of Russia, it's a curse in the form of a blessing, because holding down these new puppet states and governments is going to be something that's going to drain German manpower and materiel rather than meaningfully bolster it.
But in
Even
the
if-
long
even-
term, it could pay off massively.
It could do.
Well,
And
John,
also
you've
once-
just got rid of Germany's food insecurity.
Also, effectively, you've now got a continental hegemon. What's Britain's normal reaction to continental
We
hegemons?
avoid them.
We try and make sure they're no longer a continental hegemon or avoid them like the plague.
We tend to find.
So-
Let's sort of say, in this scenario, it is going to sound strange. What if Britain and Germany create an alliance, pact, and these things are put forward? I see it as Britain more doing it. The scenario where they do it is where France and Russia have been more actively problematic for causing problems in India, etc. That sort of scenario. Okay.
The Afghan wars.
Yeah. And the British will do that, but it's not necessarily a long-term thing. It's something to cover things while you sort things out, if that makes sense.
It's a be a dear and go humiliate Russia for us.
Yes. Well, you go keep
Just
Russia. You go keep Russia busy.
Oh, what's
Well,
that, Germany? These new client states you've set up keep getting money from somewhere, and there's constant rebellions. Oh, but terribly sorry. If only there was something we could do about that. You know, it's a
mean
shame.
the money keeps coming from American banks, which are curiously well supplied with currency? Oh. Well, it's not us, it's American banks, not British banks. It's not
You'll have to
our fault.
take that up with Washington, D.C.
Yeah, good luck. Take that out of Washington.
Nothing to
And
do
in
with
the
us.
nicest way, if Wall Street is making money off of it, you're not going anywhere. It's like you can hoot and holler at the Department of State all you want, but
Also,
yeah,
it's
Washington is not going to accommodate you. I'm sorry.
All you have to
Yeah,
do is
but
make
also
sure those
it's,
banks have a nice line of credit so they can afford to extend the credit. These things work.
I mean, it's. Yeah, I mean, it's. Yeah, it's. Yeah, not fun. Not
Yeah,
fun times.
Essentially, it's all going to depend.
It's basically, people like to think the Game of Thrones is set in a medieval period. It's really not. Once you have the Iron Bank and these sort of things involved, it's far closer to modern times.
Yeah. Well, Game of Thrones is literally based off the English Civil War, politics-wise. Well, the Dance of the Dragons is.
Yeah, to an extent, the Walls of the Roses, Walls of the Roses in it are similar. To an extent, the Walls of the Roses were honestly full of far more nasty things, though, than the Dance of the Dragons. That's far of a tame in comparison
Yes.
to Walls of the Roses.
Yes, but unlike history, fiction has to actually be logical and cogent.
Yeah.
Indeed, it does.
Hendrik Bofa, if Germans used the 30.5 centimeter guns they still had and bored 320 millimeter, could this be a fast and cheap battleship gun? Take the 305
What era?
305 millimeter gun and turn it into a 320 millimeter gun. Well, they're 305 millimeter 50, so in the nicest way, that's got to be World War II era. So they're 12-inch 50s. I'm presuming they're they're late World War One ones, and turn them into 320s. That's yeah, it's a battleship gun, but that's not gonna be that great a battleship gun.
No.
As the saying goes, fast, cheap, or good. Pick two.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or, essentially, to use payday terminology of all things, it'll be an improvement, but it won't get you across any thresholds. So why bother?
Yeah. This question is from YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in 1942 all American battleships suddenly became a higher class battleships from World Warships? Dreadnought, Standards, and fast battleships. The battleships sunk in Pearl Harbor will be afloat after the change, and all battleships on slipways will be fully completed Ohios. Also, all large caliber naval gun manufacturing is transformed in 18-inch production.
You kind of just handed them a win Especially considering you've stated they have the production capabilities then. So
Can someone look up
they're
the
not
sheer
worried.
AA firepower wall of the Ohio class
I'm
battleships?
already booting the game up.
I'm just thinking of the
It's a
deck
lot.
space and that one. I'm just thinking of the deck space and that one lieutenant on Enterprise that was like, okay, if we add another 15 pounds of ballast to the hull, to the keel, and we get rid of Seaman McLuffy down in the machine room, we can add another two 40 millimeter single mounts precariously cantilevered off of the island.
So they have 10 5-inch gun, 10 5-inch twin mounts, and 10 5-inch twin mounts.
They do get that.
And
They get eight of the twin 76, so the 3-inch.
Yeah.
10 single Orlicans and 10 quad Bofors. Well,
I've got 40. I've got 40 Orlicons.
I'm
40
looking at her in game currently. 40 X1s, and you got then 10 X4 of the 40 mils.
Yeah.
Need the Bofors.
Also, these all do 28 knots.
So they'll keep up with your carriers.
Like, all of a sudden, the issue of the standards is no longer an issue.
They're also not faster than Yamato.
Yep.
And
The remaining question.
you have to remember.
The remaining question is boilers.
They have 8 18-inch guns. So whilst the Japanese could claim we have one more gun than you guys do. Yeah.
I can't give you.
The Americans will go, yes, we'll turn up with 6 of them. You've got 1. Yeah.
What's the armor? What's the armor like?
Yeah, they're not particularly well armored.
Yes, they are. They've got a 409 millimeter. They've got a 409 millimeter main belt. No, as I've been was trying to say, they've got a 409 millimeter main belt running from A to X turret. It runs the entire length of the ship. Beyond that, you've then got 38 millimeters splinter protection across the rest of it, as well as torpedo bulkheads. Then you've got your lower citadel is a 259 millimeter, followed by a 180 millimeter plate.
I think the other thing we're all forgetting is this would mean Ching Li's Steed would be an Ohio class.
Oh dear God, may he have mercy on our souls.
Remember, Fox, these are Montanas.
Might actually count as a war crime.
Yeah, but
no, it'll be the first time, so it's not a war crime.
Has reduced protection compared to Montana, including a thin above water citadel deck.
Foxo, I can literally tell you now, there's no difference.
Okay, so Wiki's wrong.
Yeah. Wiki's outright lying there.
Being wrong? Can never happen.
No way, Jose. I can't believe it.
Yeah,
because according to the Wiki, it's got a 3-inch deck.
Yeah.
No, it's primary deck's 38 mil. Or at least that's the first level of the deck.
Yeah,
After that, then the Citadel is only 19 mil, quote unquote. But then again, there could also be other interior plates that it doesn't like showing.
Yeah.
In game, it is straight up almost a 1-to-1 copy of Montana, just with the armament swap and AA.
I think I did say it was YouTube Minecraft Watcher, didn't I, Leslie? I think I did say that. So it was.
Yeah, you did.
I would say, most importantly, you have all these ships. The Americans, in terms of bombardment, shore bombardment for amphibious operations, it's cry now, for you're not going to get a chance to hold your pieces. And it's probably it's probably also a nicest way. The Americans are going to be prepared to be very risque with their carrier groups because they'll know that anything comes out to fight them, they'll have 3 or 4 of them, and it'll be a case of no.
I mean, the Doolittle raid is just going to the Doolittle raid is going to go all the way to an easy launch point because it's going to have 2 to 3 of these with it, and it's going to go. So what if the IGN sorties? We don't care.
I think the response
might be a case of we want you to sortie. Come sortie to us. In fact,
In-
it might actually change the Doolittle plan. If you can get enough tankers to fuel them, and they don't need to be fast tankers, you can use slow tankers to fuel them, at least some the way across. You could probably get, you could have, enough of them there that it's basically part of Doolittle operation is to get the IGN to deploy out to chase the carriers, and then have them run into these going, "Hello! We heard he wanted a party. Let's boogie."
Hi, how are you?
By the way, my name is Ching Li, and I'm in charge of the American battleships for this operation. I will be your host this evening. Please enjoy the fact that I have trained this lot how to shoot straight. Very straight.
Can we add the scenario of the French joining the war, carrying on the war in June 1940, so that the T-class all remain east of Suez, or at least a good chunk of them, and by that stage have deployed across.
Dan,
so
I
that
think
they
Dan, at a certain point, you're just kicking the dead body down the hill. It's already dead.
Come on.
There is no need to do any more. At a certain point, it's just flagellation for your own.
Listen, Dan has spent far too much of his adult life trying to bring idiot adults who've made dumb decisions back from the dead. Let him have this.
Okay.
Or we just gave them Darwin Awards.
Yeah.
I'd say US subs deploy there, but Mark 14 exploder.
No, it's a Mark 6 exploder.
And they
Mark
do as much damage as they
torpedo.
did historically.
Mm-hmm. Right then.
If we're going to insult it, we should at least get its name right, so this way we don't accidentally insult somebody else.
Next question. Black Horse.
Yeah.
What happens if the US decide to use the Philippines as their forward base and not Pearl Harbor before World War II?
That is a bit of a problem, because if they've decided to do that, you just get Pearl Harbor, but at the Philippines, and unfortunately, the problem then becomes, okay, so we've lost the ships, yeah, and the Japanese have taken the port, right? So we can't recover the ones that are on the bottom of the harbor. No, we cannot. Right? Okay.
Although
I am going to say this,
just build more
and
new
this
ones.
is.
Yeah, I know.
And this is not okay. So I have two opinions, but one I'm going to get the meme opinion out of the way first. If the Philippines is actually expected to be more than a road bump for any Japanese aggression, that might mean that you might get somebody more competent than MacArthur in command of the Philippines from the Army side of things. Might.
And you might have aircraft there that aren't not exactly. How do I put this?
Regardless. But the other thing is, if you still have MacArthur as the ground forces commander of the Philippines, if you put the money into Subic Bay to build that up as the forward fleet base and not Pearl Harbor, the Pacific Fleet has nowhere to stage out of.
Mm-hmm.
Because if all Pearl Harbor is a coaling station, a fueling station, that's going to set the war back at least 6 months to a year just for them to get spun up enough to act as a Ulithi-style forward fleet base.
No, because they can stage in Singapore. Because remember, if we're presuming that there is the two things are: one, this base will get the war warnings properly, and so are less likely to be caught napping.
Why would they get the war warnings properly?
Because they actually did send the war warnings through to the Philippines. They didn't actually send them through to Pearl Harbor. Yeah. They actually did tell the Philippines they thought they were going to get hit.
Hanged as a traitor and not given the Medal of Honor. He should have had something else wrapped around his neck in early 1942 because he failed to follow orders to enact the war plans when the criteria were met.
Just a quick answer to Matthew Blerins. When we're down to 30 questions, actually, when we're down to 20 questions, we'll reopen and take in another 30.
So because they would get the war warning, and you've got the whole US fleet there, they are more likely to meet the attack ready on 7th. It'll actually be the 8th of December because of the time zones.
Mm-hmm.
So they get attacked on the 8th. which is also a Monday, aware of what's going on and warned. So actually, even if MacArthur is going to find it harder to be so badly prepared with a larger and more potent navy, because Hart, whilst he was senior, had a very small force to play with to actually give him any potency. But if you've got a US fleet that is pootling around, looking big, impressive, and ready for war,
plus all those reconnaissance aircraft are now constant. Instead of them being divided between Pearl Harbor and the Philippines, they're all in the Philippines. All the stuff is in the Philippines. All the air defense.
Point out, of course, there's also the added bonus here that we've not changed one thing. They're still not going to get the carriers. It's just that the carriers are going to be east of their main fleet base rather than west of it.
Yeah, and also you may
actually no, they could be in the nicest way. Their carriers. Why would they be putting aircraft on Guam, etc.? Not on Guam, on those sort of islands. The carriers might not be doing that. They're probably using freighters for that. The carriers might be there with the fleet, but they might also be operating down in the South China Sea with the British, doing allied operations, doing some, making some friends.
Making friends with Force Z.
Yeah.
Which are actually have the speed to keep up with them, unlike all the US ships.
Yeah.
The other thing that occurred to me about that one was you might also have shifted the Marine Division, from the West Coast Marine Division. It would actually be worth sticking them on in the Philippines that as well. So forward basing them. So then that's a good chunk more fighting power in the Philippines which are properly equipped.
Well, the Marines aren't necessarily properly equipped, but they don't necessarily care how properly they're equipped. That's the difference.
We're talking properly equipped compared with the Philippine units that were kind of, here is the squad rifle. Oh, good. What do the other 10 of us do? You watch the person with the squad rifle shooting. Oh, good. Also, do any of us speak the same language? No. No one out of the 10 of you speak the same indigenous language, and there is no language in common, and your officers speak yet different languages again.
It's fun. Yeah. We'll leave that one. We'll leave that for, so move on to the next question.
I just got to point out that the language issue wouldn't be as much of an issue as it's said there, because most of the Philippines spoke some degree of Spanish.
Not at that sort of time, I don't think they did, no.
At that time they did. It would later be replaced in role by English under the American government.
I'm not sure how much you actually did have that trickle down to those lowest levels. I think that there being a common language has been a later development in the Philippines. Bear in mind.
The Kita Battalion probably has to go along to help out with the attack on the Philippines as well in this scenario. And that's why the Kita Battalion will have to be there as well.
My colleagues at work are Filipino, so and they still take the piss out of each other for people coming from backward islands and things where their grandparents were cannibals. I'm sure isn't really true.
Next question. Leslie Mitchell, what if in 1940 all Italian cruisers became Visaya-class heavy cruisers from modern warships?
Italians screaming.
Yeah. The Italians are happy.
Yeah. Well, they are happy until they realise they don't have the fuel to run some of these things, and they've also lost all of their small, punchy cruisers that didn't cost as much fuel to run, but enabled them to do things like lead destroyer squadrons.
Which small, punchy cruisers?
The things they built to... Oh, what's the name of them? Alex, you know the ones. The ones they built to counter the... Thank you. Yeah, those ones.
The ones that got bullied by tribals.
Yeah,
but remember, most of those were, during World War II, were deemed not really fit for purpose anymore.
Yeah. Because they got bullied by tribals.
The later ones were stuff like the Duca d'Aosta, sorry, it's the Duca del Abruzzi's.
And Giuseppe Garibaldi, and there were the two before that. But the first,
I'm aware,
6, if not 8 were basically not considered to be able to hold up in any sort of cruiser action by even the Italians.
Yeah. Guisianos were outright said by the beginning of the war were completely obsolete. Cadornas are showing age. The Montecacolios lose fights to tribals. Duca de Ostas are probably the best example, but are still almost just improvements over the previous. And the Della Abruzzi are actually reasonable cruisers.
And
but they're very few in number.
There's 2 of them.
Yes.
Honestly, this layout is probably better for them because they do have these much more powerful cruisers.
Yes, but they need more fuel. Fuel they do not have.
But
I think
Fleet,
the
would
big
you rather
problem for
use
this one
a more
is-
advanced unit?
I think that whilst the Italians do have more cruisers, I think if this happens in 1940, the British, what are the options of Britain and how to deal with those cruisers?
Because
And
keep in
that's
mind,
gonna be
these
the
are
reaction.
ships with 15 8-inch guns.
Yeah,
That's a lot of firepower.
and working radar, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Oh,
So,
you mean we send our battle cruisers?
Well, nicest way. This is the trouble. Britain. Someone paused fast capital ship construction in the UK. So basically,
Finally, a use for the R class.
well, no, it's not. You're going to have to start moving them as quickly as you can. Start building as quickly as you possibly can, and probably you're going to find a. You're probably going to find the 5 King George V's are completed very quickly, and possibly Vanguard completed as quickly as it possibly could. But there's also the chance that even a Lion gets built, because to manage these cruisers and successfully, you're either going to need to be churning out 9.2-inch gun heavy cruisers, which you haven't yet got a plan for, or you have to churn out battleships. And which have you got on the which have you got on the stocks to do, or a fully armored battlecruiser, aka Vanguard?
Battleships.
Would you see a battlecruiser version of the KGVs?
No. You don't have time to do the redesign. You don't have time to do the redesign.
I thought they had a stripped down faster KGV design.
Yeah, but you'd have to build it. You'd have to build it, and it's not worthwhile building. Because what you've got on the stocks is what you can rapidly get out. Sort of rapidly you can get out is the KGVs, Vanguard, and Alliance have already started as well. So you can get those because they've already started. They're the quickest you can get out. Anything else you have to start the production of. You have to design, you have to sign off, you have to get through all the processes and build.
Because my thought is, while the Italians might not be able to use these as much as they might some of the other ships, they are a big problem for the British, because even 1 or 2 of these coming out is, right, what do we have in the theatre?
Yeah.
They are that sort of level of, well, we can't send a town class after it, because that thing's got 15 8-inch guns. Yeah. We can't even send a pair out, because if they've got if they've then got this plus escorts, or send 2 of them...
I think...
As I said, if they send 2 of them, that's 30 8-inch guns.
I think the tribal class start licking their lips. I mean, they're idiots, but they'll lick their lips. And the U class.
Oh yeah, the U class are going to be the primary. The U class are going to be the ones which the Royal Navy is going to be relying on to try and take them out before they get into problems. The U class submarines are going to be heavily.
We might have a new prime target at Taranto.
So by the sounds of it, Renown and Repulse go on a Mediterranean adventure then.
Well, Renown's already in the Mediterranean quite often. She's usually Ark Royal's partner with a Force H.
Yeah, but it's going to be a case of...
Yeah, yes, but they haven't got...
These are 30-plus knot cruisers, aren't they, Dragon?
6.6 knots.
Yes, but the trouble is...
Foxo, that's a lot of fuel oil.
Renown and Repulse, and a Hood, but Renown and Repulse especially, are not armoured... really, to get into a standing up fight with multiple cruisers with this much firepower, because they remember built by Jackie Fisher as dreadnought armored cruisers, battle cruisers, 2 words, not as successors to HMS Tiger. This is a scenario where the Royal Navy is going to be really crying about the loss of HMS Tiger.
Yeah, but it's going to be a case of they're going to want these with, say, something like towns, just because
No.
if it ever starts hitting, they can put them down quick enough.
Well, Renown can, but Repulse can't, and she's been modernised.
I thought Repulse still had pretty good gunnery.
She has good gunnery, but it's not for dealing with something which is armed with 15 8-inch guns with radar guidance.
Fair.
Basically, their only option in battlecruiser terms is Renown. She's already there.
Like, you've just become a real thorn in the Royal Navy side, and you have to hope your submarine corps do submarine shenanigans.
This is more of a problem than dealing with their battleships.
Yeah.
It is.
Because also they've got enough of them that they can afford to lose them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And had uniformity across the entire Italian cruiser line. So think about how many cruisers that is.
Well, if you take just the Condottieri, there's 12 there.
Mm-hmm.
They lost one early on, so they might, depending on when in 1940 the change happens, that might have postdated it.
If people don't give
July
you,
1940.
My view is always it says what if in 1940, so it doesn't say July. If it just says it gives a year, I always presume it's January 1st of January 1940. So
you're probably looking at the Italians having at least 20 of these cruisers.
Yeah.
Total.
And there's also another possibility here. They're going to look at these cruisers they've got and are going to go, well, why are we building any of our current heavy cruisers? And at that point, they're also going, no, but...
Go on, continue.
What it's going to do is they're going to look at the cruisers. They do have some hulls under construction.
Mostly
not really.
Captain Romani class, mostly. Capitano Romani.
Yes.
Which are just large destroyers with 5-point-something-inch guns and
135s, I believe.
Yeah, the AA guns.
Yeah,
I'm sure
they're building 2 ships for the ties. And got 2. The question is, they've got the 2 Littorio hulls in the water. And I was just reading about what was happening to Imperio, who got stranded at Brindisi for about 2 years, shifting from Genoa to Trieste. I mean, there are worse places to be stranded, but still. That's what may just completely go by the wayside is the 2 Littorios, the work on the 2 Littorios. So they may not get Roma.
They will. Because cruisers are nice and all, but if it comes to a stand-up gunfight with Royal Navy battleships, again, there is still fuel oil to consider. And if you can sortie 5 cruisers or 3 Littorios for a fight with, let's say, the QEs or 2 KGVs or 3 KGVs or whatever, you're going to want to sortie 3 Littorios.
I'll be honest, normally I would agree with you, Fleet. But sorting 5 Venezias?
Against battleships, the
Venezias have
radar-assisted
pretty
guns,
much.
high-power 8-inch guns. And
10-inch ones.
No, that's what I was going to say. Thankfully, they didn't go with the 10-inch one, because that would be Napoli, and that would just be pain. These are actually useful compared to Napoli. Also, at that point...
all the problems of 12-inch with none of the benefits.
Yeah. At that point, Fleet, also, you are firing 75 8-inch guns at those ships. Okay. Say if it's 5v2 or 5v3, you can easily split up 30 barrels per. Old battleships don't like that. They really don't. If you could get 3 Littorios out, brilliant.
I mean, you still can.
But I don't think you necessarily will be getting. You'll probably be getting 2 Littorios and probably a Cavour or something.
Well, why?
Realistically,
why wouldn't you get the third Littorio? What's changed?
How often were they actually sorted in as all 3 units?
Oh, right. I thought you meant actually building them.
No, you build them. I'm more meaning in terms of actual deployment. You probably don't see all 3 deployed at the same time. Is more my
Well,
thought there.
then again, they weren't historically. To be fair, I mean, I can't think of any time they actually all deployed on a combat operation.
That's what I was just saying.
Can I
Yeah.
just?
It was usually 1 or 2 plus something else.
Before
An
we
alter
move on
ship.
to the next question,
Yeah.
can I just say something?
Hmm?
There is someone called a Brit something BT6CE. I'm not sure why he does this. I presume it's a guy. Because it's now for about the 2nd or 3rd time he's commented with, I love your material, if only you could present like Alex. Okay. So here's a nice thing. If you prefer my best friend's videos, go enjoy my best friend's videos. We're both called Alex though. So it's kind of confusing when I see you say you want me to present like Alex and I'm called Alex. Use Drac. To make it make sense. You're just confusing all of us. No one's quite sure what you're saying.
I'm not sure that Mrs. Drac but doesn't just call him Drac.
Actually, no, it's quite funny. When she's with both of us, she shouts out, "One I'm married to." Other helpful one. It's fun times.
Oh, that's funny.
So
It makes sense to me.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just yeah. You know, we're both called Alex. And also, I'm sorry, but not only that, but I do find people who comment like that a little bit sad. If that's what they're going to spend their time doing, commenting on those things of, I love material, but you need to present like your best friend. Go watch my best friend then, and what a wasteful comment. Because we've both been doing this for long enough. If we were going to change our styles, we'd have done it by now. We ain't. Enjoy.
I mean, the only thing I can think is it's somebody who is almost they might be trying for irony and going with the any comment boosts the algorithm. I'm trying to be generous. I don't actually believe this.
Yeah. I'm just going with the little bit. Yeah, they obviously don't.
Shall we move on?
Let's move on. I'll do it. I'll do it. I could include them in a scuttlebutt, but I'm not going to bother. If the 1941, if the BAC McDonnell Douglas F4K and F4M Phantoms were equipped with the £50,000 dry, £20,750 reheat Rolls-Royce RB1-6R Thames turbojet, how much happier is the Royal Navy Royal Air Force?
Weren't they equipped with that engine historically, I think? Or is that the version of the engine before that?
They had the Spade, and they not the Thames.
Not sure. I don't know if the Phantom. I don't know if the Phantom can take the Thames.
Well, you'd have to modify the airframe.
And again, will that lead?
The American Phantoms couldn't take the Spade. The RAF, Royal Navy figured out a way.
And I will point out that, bear in mind, the RAF and the RN are only happy if the modifications are for a land-based version of the Phantom. Because a naval version will have the same performance reductions and concessions that had to be made to get a Phantom off RN Caterpillar carriers at the time, which resulted in all the extra power you got from the Rolls-Royce engines being chewed up by the modifications to give you equal performance to the Phantoms they were modified from.
Mm-hmm.
However, if they're not for carriers, the RN and the RAF are happy.
Yeah.
Wait, you are aware that the increased power and torque from the Spade didn't just go away once the aircraft left the carrier, right?
Yes, it is.
No, but
it's like one of those magic-y things.
No, but the weight involved in the modifications and the way the aircraft had to be adapted meant that the power to weight ratio was equivalent between an RA and a US Navy Phantom and a Royal Navy Phantom. That's the problem.
Check your stats again. Is all I'm going to say.
I mean, I don't have to. I'm fairly confident in this assessment.
No. Foxo just said, check your stats. This is the polite person way of saying,
You've got something wrong.
you have talked out of your bottom as much as somebody who says that the Bismarck is the greatest battleship of 1941.
Or someone who says the Hoche is the greatest battleship of its era.
Definitely right. I will slightly step in for Fleet here. You are definitely right that the weight required for the modification did have an effect, but it might not be quite as much as you initially think. Also, in particular, its relight capability was also considered superior. So if there ever was something that went wrong once it did go off the carrier, it could try and get the engines back running quicker.
Mm.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that the aircraft wasn't superior. What I'm saying is, the performance increase is nowhere near as much as you would like it to be.
Noticeable with one caveat: the Phantom of the Space flew even more like a brick than the American Phantom.
Yeah.
Especially at low altitude.
The Phantom is itself the example of thrust, the power of thrust over aerodynamics.
In many areas.
thrust-
Let's
in
move
thrust-
on to YouTube Minecrafters' next question before we go down thermodynamics of engines, propulsions anymore. What if in January 1942, somehow a solid land bridge forms between Alaska and Siberia, approximately 25 kilometers wide? How would it affect logistics for the war effort? Well, you're just about to see a Herculean effort of trying to build a railway.
I'll be honest.
That actually existed.
Not
a solid land bridge, not an ice bridge.
What do we class as a solid land bridge?
Because the Bering Sea was frozen at that point to allow for transit across it.
Right, but that's not a solid. That's not a land bridge.
Okay, so I need
an ice bridge.
Okay, also, this has just significantly affected the world's ocean current.
Yes.
This is going to have some interesting side
effects, right. I need to address a few things here. Alex mentioned about building a railway. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to make the unpopular opinion that this doesn't change a damn thing. I just realized I said linguistics myself. But politely, if we're talking about at the narrowest point of the strait having a land bridge, building the Alaska Railway in the latitudes of Alaska where they were actually building it and building things like the White Pass and Yukon was tough enough with the US government throwing their full weight behind it. And what they got out of it was a single track railway line with no connection to either Canadian railways or US mainland railways either, just because of the sheer monstrous task of actually trying to build connections to it that weren't, from either end of the Alaskan Railway. Trying to then build a railway north through the worst parts of Alaska, through terrain so inhospitable, very few to any people live there even today, and trying to build a railway of any significant size that it could accommodate traffic, and then add on to that the benefit that you're also either going to have to somehow double track the Alaskan Railway and build a massive all-encompassing port at one end where supplies from the US can flow into, or the more difficult task of trying to somehow drive a railway through the ranges of mountains that separate Alaska from Canada. The logistical and engineering task is beyond us even today without investing a significant portion of US national GDP in double digits into that project alone.
Fleet, before you carry on, Fleet, you've got a 25-kilometer wide land bridge.
Yes.
Running across.
For what?
You are going to build a railway. It might be from the Russian side across into Alaska. But you're going to build a railway. There's going to be a railway built there. There's also going to be an expansion of the Canadian-Alaskan highway, massively. You're going to have to do both these things, because in a nicest way, if you do that, you can cut down quite a lot on things like the Arctic convoys. and the
Alex, the
Iranian
problem you've-
convoys, and the resources you have to put into those.
Alex, here's the thing.
Just
How are we
briefly,
even
can I-
even if the Russians build a railway from their end across the strait? How on earth are supplies getting to the other side? Because the
It's
problem
not
with
that. You're talking building deep within the Arctic in the 40s. You're looking at trying to make a railway in the Alaskan and the Siberian permafrost.
Mm-hmm.
it's just
Right,
not really
Look,
feasible.
For the record,
good luck getting a steam engine or a diesel engine to work up there.
actually, for the
Please,
record,
you
Foxo,
are
that's the
sounding
easy bit.
defeatist. You are off to the gulag.
But
The
it is
engines are the
also
easy bit.
It's also
Gulag,
the fact that
you
it's
are
hard
not
to get a
building it.
diesel engine working up there in the current day. You've got to do all these fancy things with additives to get diesel working.
Not,
but-
not quite.
But also, Foxo's listing off the easy bit. The hard bit is actually building up there and getting the supplies to build up there. When actually, politely, a safe transit corridor kind of already exists that has more capacity and throughput potential without needing nearly the same level of infrastructure investment. The Russian convoys across the Northern Pacific.
Yeah.
Honestly, the more worrying bit is going to be what happens post-war with this,
Yeah.
I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Cold War is going to be interesting, but during World War II, it doesn't really have that much of an impact. If you'd instead generated a because the problem is basically where you've put it and the environment it is. It's just the land bridge is inaccessible in any real way for either side. With
So, I do mostly agree with what's Fleet's saying here, but I do also think there is some bits that could potentially be done otherwise. Because nowhere in this does it mention it's between the shortest points. It just mentions that a bridge 25 kilometers wide is formed between Siberia and Alaska. Like,
I was wondering when
you
someone was
see
gonna
the
do that.
minor point here
All
that,
the ring of the
It's-
illusions,
like-
honestly.
Yeah.
But you're still not going to solve the issue of Alaska's Alaska. And Alaska does
Yes,
not like railroads.
but actually it does.
Bridges.
Right, so... right.
Alaska,
technically-
you can build railways in. It's getting further north. That's the problem.
And that's the thing.
so-
You're all thinking this is appearing on the narrowest point, which I can understand why. But I was thinking, if it builds up between Alaska and Russia, and it's 25 kilometers wide, well, then it's going to be slightly lower. And I was
More than
thinking probably somewhere around Nervik Island in Alaska. Probably. To
Let me get Google Maps
across there. Not as quite as high up. Now the thing is, Nervik Island probably goes across to somewhere around.
Nervik
North of
Island.
Kamchatka?
Mm.
It's going to be north of the Kamchatkan Peninsula. Which is
But-
Siberian
I'm sorry.
permafrost.
No, just
If they-
south of
if
it
they
actually.
build-
If it comes on semicircular, it's going to be just south of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Just south, literally
Alright,
just south.
But
It'll be touching
25.
it.
Yeah. For it to be 25 kilometers long,
No, 25 kilometers wide.
Oh, why? Oh, I
Right,
see.
Oh,
But you're still looking at Siberian permafrost.
just
Right.
Oh,
You have
politely.
much time in
Just
here
below.
Thinking about your failures.
Oh no! This is no. I think we're missing the obvious thing here. You just draw a nice big curve down along what was the Aleutian Island chain through Attu Island, through Nikolsky to Kamchatka. You
Yeah.
just draw
Now,
a
okay,
nice
wait a minute.
big curve.
guys, we have one thing that with this Kamchatka plan that I haven't heard anybody consider:
torpedo boats.
defense against torpedo boats.
It's 25 kilometers wide solid land. It should be okay, my friend. It should be okay.
Yes, but
yeah, like
what
that's-
about
But
torpedo
either way,
boats?
that way you are getting trains running. You are getting a railway.
Yeah, like if especially if we go along that hook, that nice hooked curve. Yeah, just drive a double track railway through that.
Also,
Yeah.
Foxy, you keep
It's
saying...
going to be
right,
suicide.
no, it's not.
No,
Fox,
no.
right,
Not at that,
Foxo.
not at that latitude. At
Right.
that latitude, you can do it.
can the person with the actual degree, if I only step in for a moment, Foxer, you keep saying about the permafrost. Believe it or not, permafrost's not as big of a problem for the engineering as you think. It's actually pretty feasible to deal with. Because the temperature change, you don't have temperature change. So you know what temperatures your rails are going to be at all the time. So you know perfectly expansion and contraction distances. You might actually be able to not even have to include that, because it stays so cold. The actual locomotives won't have much of a problem here either. If ironically, the biggest issue you might end up encountering is salt air. But that can be dealt with. And building a railway through permafrost is not that tricky once you dig through the ice. Also, even if you don't dig all the way through it, this is what ballasting is for. Now, as far as I'm aware, by the time of the 40s, the US is starting to move over to concrete sleepers now. Because the US sticks with wooden sleepers for far longer than makes sense, in my opinion.
For this railway,
you want concrete or steel. Because the problem is with wood is if any water does get into the wood.
If we build it at the center of this 25-kilometer long causeway, we should be able to. We should be able to make it proof against what's it called? Saltwater corrosion, or at least. Yeah. Well, I'd probably say lay it on. My probable response would be lay it on wood, but keep the concrete handy for conversion rapidly.
No, because if you're doing that, then you have a layer of what you would have. The sleepers are concrete, one way or another. Yeah. They need to be, but you might have a layer of wood, then a layer of ballast. So, effectively, gravel for people who don't know what ballast is in the railway context.
I know what ballast is. I still have nightmares.
I'm sorry, I don't know if everyone on your on Bruships actually does understand what railway ballast is versus ship ballast.
Fist-sized gravel.
Balst.
Not necessarily, though, Runon. It could change a lot in various sizes. Because then there's a whole study of, do you want large ballast, or do you want small ballast? It is actually a consideration.
Because grass grows over top of it. And it hides there.
But I've just got to clarify, my issue isn't with physically building the railway. It's the workforce you need to build the railway.
It's doable.
It's going to be hell.
Gulag.
Well, it's going to be.
But it's just annoying because the Soviets.
I do.
You're gonna want this to be. You're gonna
burn people.
You're gonna want this. You're gonna want this to be an American project anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a case of. It's gonna get a hell of a lot of Americans killed for.
It's not. Why would they get killed?
I mean, there's going to be deaths.
Still operating in the Arctic.
I mean, I will point out there's going to be deaths, but there's always deaths in railway construction. There's always deaths.
The actual percentage deaths of workers is not going to be that bad, all things considered. Honestly, tunneling through mountains has a higher death rate than what this likely would entail.
Yes, so you've been doing that in the Arctic.
No, you won't. No, because there's no tunneling to be done.
We're literally flattening the illusions as well by doing
it. If it goes through the illusions.
Let's move on. Kingdom of Vinland, did Sloops in the Age of Sail use Wolfpack tactics? Not normally. They usually were solo wandering around or acting with other frigates, but often frigates and sloops, if they did manage to find a big enough target and they did decide they were going to engage it, they would try. But again, as I've talked about before, if you find yourself facing a ship at a line and it's a third rate or a third rate and you're a frigate, just don't. In most of the times, just don't try and do that fight. You're going to get smashed. One salvo del annihilate you.
Fleet.
Yes.
Leslie Mitchell.
Looking at you.
Leslie Mitchell.
Funny.
This is from YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in 1942 all American light cruisers suddenly became USS Jacksonville class light cruisers from World Warships? They'd have a very good air defense profile, and the Americans don't have that many light cruisers, but it would make the Omaha. It would replace the Omahas. Would make them a lot more useful, and they might end. I think the Jacksonvilles are slightly better than the other 6-inch cruisers, so it'll be useful. It wouldn't be a bad thing for them.
The engineers and gunnery officers are likely wondering, can they swim home? Because Jacksonville makes use of a enlarged Worcestershire turret. I'm pretty sure I said that the wrong way around. Anyway, but
Wow, for once it wasn't me.
yeah, but I also it's partly because I keep doing that to wind up Americans anyway. If they get our names wrong, I get theirs wrong on occasion. But so it's got the same issues. If we're talking about how the gun would likely perform, it would have the same issues as that gun. The enlarged nature of it does make it slightly better.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, the Americans are going, ooh, we really like these radar-directed 76mm guns.
Yes. They're going to use
Because they get the 70 Mark 23 with the Mark 37 radar mounts.
Mm-hmm.
They have no torpedoes to worry about, so
yeah,
fits perfectly in the doctrine there.
And they have 15 6-inch guns.
Yeah,
so whilst they're
if they
annoying
can keep the
guns,
guns working,
if they can keep working, they're fine. Castaner, what if the Royal Canadian Navy puts a squadron of sloops with a destroyer in Georgian Bay in 1930s? All guns, depth charge racks, and torpedoes stored in warehouse Halifax. What happens in 1939?
I guess they have a bunch of sloops and a destroyer. I guess.
Georgian Bay. Honestly, let's see. Let me just clarify where Georgian Bay is. Georgian Bay is, well, that's in the Great Lakes. If they've been disarmed, they're technically not supposed to have warships stationed there, but if they're in reserve and they've been disarmed and just sitting there in a freshwater lake, then probably the Americans aren't going to bother too much. I would myself be parking them somewhere in like Parry Sound rather than directly in Georgian Bay, but somewhere up the way. Basically, you're just the Canadians just going, look, we're just parking these out the way. We're not using them, we're just parking them. I don't think any. And in 1939, they just get reactivated.
Does that make HMCS Hyder technically a war crime?
Technically, but also
no, because she's
no. Technically, it's actually going to sound really weird. We went to see the ships in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Basically, they balance each other out. Is what the thing was. Is what the sort of agreement is in historical ships. They've looked at their historical ships, their museum ships, but because that wasn't a criteria put into the treaty. Basically, the idea is both sides have some ships in technically where they shouldn't do, with the Americans in Buffalo and Hyder in Hamilton. I know Fleet was just about to say it's because they're actually a museum ship, and he is partially right. But even then, they were worried about it. But they went, "Hang on, this is why Buffalo gets a naval museum."
I am going to ask this question because I genuinely don't understand it. They're looking at building constellations in Duluth, Marietta Marine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How is that legal? Because you're putting a military vessel in the Great Lakes.
Because they're probably not going to be armed when they're launched.
Oh.
They're going to take Billy Big steps towards the ocean.
They're probably end up going somewhere else to get armed up. Black Horse.
They'll have the little crack. They'll have little cracks on the bottom, so they can drive across.
The canals
to the right wet bits.
Yeah. The canals exist.
Let's just go to the next question
and
then before you start causing a riot. Black Horse. When and who first implemented dye in naval shells? That
wasn't it an invention?
A hotly contested topic. Fleet.
Yeah, wasn't it? Wasn't it a convergent thing that a lot of the major navies came to in the 20s?
Yeah.
About
it's a post-Jutland analysis thing. Everyone starts having slowly having these bright ideas. And technically, there's a debate over one navy claims they first used it, another one claims they invented it first, another navy claims they... And basically, the answer is... they all produced it roughly in the 1920s and don't, in nicest way, I don't believe any of them.
It's one of those things where it's so logical, I can believe all of them coming up with it at about the same time.
Yeah, it is. It's just terrible.
Yeah,
Foxy?
If only there was a name for when several groups or people come up with the same idea at the same time because it logically follows through. If only there was a word for that, fleet.
I know, it's called convergent design or convergent
Foxo,
evolution.
Foxo,
Yeah,
you can't say much yourself with how many words fail you.
Right then, next one. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Before we see a relationship turn into a war over Bruships. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in 1959 all British battlecruisers, battlecruisers, and battleships become N3 battleships, and they would be as fresh as if they'd come out the shipyard, so they all become N3s. Well, Ada or Navy's lost their speed, because the N3s weren't exactly fast. They were planned to be, I think, 23-knot ships. But they do now have, all their ships will have 18-inch guns. So, plus they're slow, but on the plus side, no one wants to fight them.
They're basically a solid lump of armor that has been mildly kind of tunneled out to form the innards of the ship.
And if it happens in 1939, then those King George V still on the slips are suddenly going to become incredibly important, because they didn't include the ones which are under construction. They only included the British battleships, battlecruisers, etc. It's got to be all the ones commissioned. So, all the ones launched before 1939. So,
Wait,
well, actually, no. If this happens on the 1st of January 1939, which is our rule, none of the King George V's have launched yet, so they will all be completed as the fast ships of the fleet.
Also, but you've got two battleships as auxiliaries that are still around: Centurion and
Iron Duke.
Iron Duke.
So you have two. Yes, so they do. So the Royal Navy has the Nelrods, which is 2, the 3 battlecruisers 5, the 5 R's and 5 Queens 15, and plus those 2, so 17 N3s.
Oh. No, you've forgotten. There's also the ex-French. There's at least 2 ships of the line.
Yeah,
are we counting those as battleships?
It doesn't include ships of the line. Okay, we're not including ships of the line.
Battleship.
They're battleships. They're not.
Victory's a battleship.
No, she's not. In nicer way, they've got. In nicer way, you've got 17. That's more than enough. That's more than enough.
I want to see one up here with a Nelson checker on it.
I feel the right, before we move on to the next question, to interrupt our regularly scheduled programming with an announcement of an absolute murder that was just visited upon my person in mod chat on the server.
Yes.
There is a annual thing which occurs, which is a art swap between various different artists online, which I have signed up for because I'm that stupid. And they have teams for camaraderie, competitiveness stuff. And they've announced the teams as Team Fossil versus Team Crystals. Now, Foxo, because she's a Zoomer, has continued to call me a fossil, a relic, an antique, all those old things.
Venerable Dreadnought.
Yeah, that too. So I put up that they've now announced the teams and said, I assume, you're going to tell me that to join Team Fossil, aren't you, Foxo? She responds with, crystals are more your thing. They are older.
Correct, yeah.
Ouch.
Ow.
Okay.
Right, sometimes...
Okay, we're going to leave that murder quickly to one side, go to Seneca question. What if Bismarck was armed with Schwer Gustav guns in single turrets?
That doesn't work.
Yeah,
it doesn't work. The amounts aren't transferable. The recoil from the weapon would require a ship many times the size of Bismarck. In order to rotate the gun, you would need a turret and mounting of farcical size, simply owing to the way in which the gun's constructed and the way in which its recoil is handled, along with the way the loading mechanism for the barrel is arranged.
Basically, it'd be a good way to have your ship split in half if you tried to fit that to Bismarck and fired it.
I have visions of them trying to achieve the kind of the compensation for that by strapping just dozens of U-boats along each side.
It wouldn't
You'd
make
have-
a difference.
You'd have to strap Scharnhorst and Gneisenau both on each side. You'd have to produce
And
two
even
more
then-
systems of there to support her.
Just forward,
Thing is,
parallel
if-
with the gun.
And also politely, the Schwerer Gustav, but like to give it its proper name, Dora, is a terrible gun.
Yeah,
It's an abysmal weapon.
No.
Its accuracy was awful. Its barrel life was measured in tens of rounds, and I don't recall it ever hit anything it fired at.
It?
It hit exactly what it intended to, Fleet. Usually, the things it was intending to hit is this area here, and it hit
80
somewhere.
kilometers away.
It hit somewhere within the
Oh,
area.
yeah,
it was
it was-
designated for.
Oh, right.
No. Dora couldn't hit things 80 kilometers away. Its maximum range was 45.
I know that's the other one, never mind. But still, hitting a building accurately at 45 kilometers away from a land-based artillery piece.
It didn't,
It
though.
I wouldn't say it was
Okay.
accurate, but
Let's go on
it
to...
Right.
Let's
Right,
move on
move
to
it.
Michael Cooch's question. A recurring theme in your talks is the RN's somewhat ambiguous relationship with the truth. From simply shading the truth to downright whoppers, discuss your favourites and their outcomes. Well, shall we each pick a favourite and an outcome? So I'll let Dan go first and work through you before we get to me at the end. So Dan, what's your
On my
favourite?
honour, sir, she is not an aircraft carrier. She is a forward aviation maintenance ship.
Oh, I was going to go with that
HMS
one.
Unicorn.
Yeah,
still
so
go
was
with
I.
that.
Ah, that was useful. That was a useful thing. Okay, next one up is Dragon.
you just need to make sure it is definitely classed as this. Because, as I recall, it was the 13.5-inch special,
Yeah,
Yep.
also known as the 15-inch gun.
yeah.
And I absolutely adore the 15-inch 42. I genuinely would argue it is one of the best naval weapons ever developed.
Yep.
In
Yeah.
terms of actual effectiveness. So, yes, we swear this is definitely just a new 13.5-inch gun.
Do you know what? Someone's been trying to go around and say the British were actually marketing as it was a 14-inch experiment, not a 13.5-inch. And I said, what, a 14-inch gun wouldn't hide in the British system because the British weren't building 14. Didn't use 14-inch guns for their ships. So I don't know why people think some people are thinking that.
Because the Vickers salesman was going round.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
It would either be Vickers or didn't the British build 14s for export?
Yeah, the British were
Did,
building 14s
but-
for export, but they, in a nice way, the Royal Navy wouldn't hide that in their own gun system. Because a 14-inch gun, basically the 13.5-inch gun, the whole way they're hiding it was a continuation of existing gun. They don't have a 14-inch gun in service. So the moment it's a 14-inch gun, it's no longer special, it's just a 14-inch gun. And it's a whole new program. Next one is Fleet.
It's a tough one.
What's the
We'll just
question?
go with the unicorn again. But,
No.
Your favorite,
Um,
basically, your favorite Royal Navy being ambiguous with the truth.
Back in a second.
I think it's probably got to be. It's probably my favorite is it's kind of being ambiguous with the truth, but it's also kind of more taking advantage of a situation. It's the Royal Navy's incredibly skillful handling of exactly what information got out about the loss of Captain to the press, and how exactly they pivoted it and spun it so they got exactly the outcome they wanted, aka no one else designed ships but us.
Ah, yes.
That's my pick.
The Royal Navy does have fun with that. Okay.
I like Steve Clarke's point as well, although I think it can be expanded upon, which
Yes.
is all RN sloops are designed to be 20 knots or slower.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
Their take on top speeds is the polar opposite of the French and Italians, essentially, both of whom I think they offered bonuses to builders if they could, for every knot or whatever they went above a top speed that was set. So I think that's what was drove those ridiculous speeds on trials. Whereas the Royal Navy would A, downplay it, and B, was interested in how fast does it actually go when we're planning on using it in a format that we're planning on using it in.
Right.
And how can we deceive other people about that?
And next question is Foxo.
Oh.
What's your favourite?
I think it would come to the Royal Navy, but it's the Royal Navy sort of going, yep, the RF4 Phantoms totally use the General Electric J79. Totally. We're totally not breaking our contracts for them to use the J79. Nope, we're totally going to put the Rolls-Royce Bay in it. Why would you ever accuse us of that? Meanwhile, they put the Rolls-Royce Bay in it and got away with it.
To be honest, I'm still surprised to this day that the Royal Navy uses the same engine in their F-35s as the RAF. We'll leave that to one side.
Yeah, but it was more just sort of tongue-in-cheek lying of, yes, we are using our engines, America.
And then
Runon.
Yeah.
I think it's seeing as how somebody already stole the on my honor. It's got to be the counties.
Yeah.
I swear, treaty compliance officer, these cruisers are designed to not exceed 10,000 tons. Sits awfully high, doesn't it? Yeah, but don't worry, they're not designed to exceed 10,000 tons in their normal, regular operating mode.
We want low draft.
And then yes, September
we just
39 rolls around, and all of a sudden they sit real nice in the water. Well, what'd you change on them? Oh, we put appropriate armor for an 8-inch cruiser on them.
Depends on which county. Not all of them had the feature.
Not all of them actually got it fitted in time.
Some of them just needed more tweaking than others.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or water as armor on the Nelsons, mainly because it wound King up.
Yeah, but I will also, that's one thing I will just say. I've done a bit of digging on this. We need to be very careful about saying, counties fitted for, not with, because it wasn't all of them, and not all of them got it.
No, I have to clarify that. All of them actually do have, in nice way, designing whereby you can quite easily fit it in slightly different ways, but you can do it. But not all of them did have it actually done. Because, honestly, they seem to focus on the ones that come in for refit and are going to be out of service for a while anyway, and therefore they've got time to do what's necessary to add in the armor to complete the belt. They are interesting. But all of them can do it, but not all in this. They can't all be done in the same way. It seems to be between the batches, there's a slightly different way of how you're going to link up the belts and link up the armor protection to actually make a belt. It's in some of them, it literally is. We've got passages which are extra, which are wider, and you literally can tack the armor almost inside the passage and just cut out a bit of metal and stick in the armor internally if you want to. To an extent, but it's fun. So, with that being said, what's mine? Mine has to be for the Royal Navy. It's the fact that they the amount of things they always explain to everyone. These are just for training or experimental ships, and then they become the model of the ship they build. Oh, it's just training or experimental. It's just a training unit. The U-class are a classic example. They're just a training unit. Just a training unit. Just a training unit. And they're not. They've got all sorts of plans for them. They've got all sorts of plans on them.
I've just noticed someone in chat. You know who you are. I'm telling you to stop watching. Because I've just noticed my brother in chat.
Hello, Michael. How are you doing? How goes the world? We do enjoy having Foxo here, but perhaps you'd like to come here sometime and share your fun of dealing with her. You know. Okay, so
I feel like this is cruel. I feel like this is cruel and unusual punishment, and I am going to say perhaps this is not wise or advisable.
I'm going to leave you all with the next question because I've just been asked to go for 5 minutes and quickly sort out Sis. So my sister. So I'll be back in less than 5 minutes, but gotta go sort something out apparently. So, who should I leave in charge? Dan, I'm leaving you in charge.
Dan, you've been
I have my own show.
So the next question is appropriately from new IKB 4472. How many Blackburns would a Blackburn burn if a Blackburn could burn Blackburn Blackburns? Given I think yeah.
Well, actually, probably pretty well considering they do have the 7.7s, so
Yeah,
they could probably set fire to a lot of Blackburns.
I mean, they look worryingly flammable.
That's because they probably kind of
Bro,
are.
what have you just put in chat?
Nothing.
Please. Oh!
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's also that given that it's a spotting aircraft, the fact that it might call in, naval gunfire on wherever the other Blackburns are. I mean, that could do a lot of damage. Lobbing a few HE shells in. They were carrier based, so that would be capital ship guns. For the era, you'd still have a mix of 13.5 and 15-inch. Blackburns can Blackburn burning really quite well, I think. Does anyone disagree?
Yeah, no, I think you've done it pretty well. Shall we grab the next one then?
He's the head of the cult, after all. He would know.
They are my disciples. They are like little angels,
1 minute.
uglier.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to commit crime.
Do not commit crime. Crime is bad.
Castanea, what did they dope the skin of the Blackburn with? Something highly flammable, because that was what they used for all such doping. I can't remember what the combinations were. I could go and look it up, but it's basically stuff that makes mere canvas seem bad.
Sorry about that.
No.
For everyone, sorry about that. Quickly to everyone. For some reason, my mother and sister decided to dismantle my mother's bed while I was live because they decided there was a problem with it, and they couldn't put it back together. So I had.
Did you put it back together?
Yes, I did. I got it back
Seems like
together.
strange feeling.
They had an idea. I love them dearly.
Oh,
They
boy.
have-
The
the trouble is they have these ideas, and the thing is, one is in her 80s and has arthritis, and the other one is dyspraxic. Both are lovely, but they ain't got the muscle power they think they have. And they half took it apart. They managed to get it apart, but putting it back together again, they couldn't do lifting and the bolting and all the other stuff. So, yeah, I had to be called.
Oh, well.
This did not go swimmingly for anyone involved.
It was a plan.
Also, one is an engineer.
Yes, and one is technically minded. Black Horse, what, if any, effect would the Japanese pushing on against Taffy Free have had? Well, it's going to sound terrible, but if they do push on, they manage to push past most of the escorts, they probably do end up contacting with those escort carriers and they sink them. And sadly enough, on the American war effort, it's going to be a lot of loss of life. It's going to be annoying. But materially, it's not going to have that much of an effect because so much else is rolling off the line everywhere else. And the Japanese are going to have more losses doing it. So, honestly, probably zero effect on anything other than the people whose lives are affected by it directly. Would anyone else agree or disagree with that?
No,
I think
it's
you're
basically sucking the Japanese fleet further into a trap, so they have to escape, and it allows the other US vessels that are going to kill them to get closer before the Japanese turn away.
Right.
Which isn't good.
Cloaked Insanity. Question. What if the I-68 fails to sink the USS Yorktown at the Battle of Midway?
I mean, Yorktown survives, I guess, and that means that the US goes into the carrier battles around Guadalcanal with an advantage in carriers.
Yeah.
3-2 in terms of full-size fleet carriers. Although this isn't really going to translate to real numbers because the Japanese will bring in some of their light carriers to bulk up. They didn't. They were happy to have Shikaku, Zubikaku, and Ruyo because at that point they were well aware. Okay, we're facing no more than 2 American carriers at this point. So if we have 2 of ours plus Rougeau, that's an acceptable margin of superiority.
I don't know if you actually have heard that quickly. Because remember, she'd already been crippled and damaged and was already nursing damage from before that. So
no, that's true. Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, she'll be in.
She's just in refit for a while, and they haven't. She probably comes out about a year later almost.
Which actually would mean she'd be in perfect position to make up. Well, depends. It depends how far down her rebuild is. If it's coming out when Hornet goes down, then she'll be rushed out to replace the loss that Hornet has made. And if it's too far gone, yeah. But if it's too, but if she's say stripped down to the hangar deck for repairs on her engines and her flight systems, you can't get her back out in a couple of days to replace the loss of Hornet. So you're gonna have to summon Victorious.
Well, she is gonna have to be because the damage it's done to her has rippled down into her engine spaces. So she's gonna require quite a lot of major work.
It is going to make the US more confident though going into those actions because they know.
Mark Harkness has said Yorktown makes Santa Cruz, nothing sooner. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that's October 1942. No, she wouldn't make. She wouldn't make even. She wouldn't even make. She wouldn't make Santa Cruz. She wouldn't make Santa Cruz. You'd be more likely in terms of battles if she makes any. She might make Bougainville, November 1943, but she's going to be out for at least 12 months and then working up. The damage she's done.
Although I think the real benefit is it's going to encourage the US to actually push actions forwards, because while yes, in theatre they are going to still be they're going to be prudent, but there is going to be that strategic picture of we have Yorktown is been rebuilt, she will be rejoining the fleet. That means we'll have in 1943 we'll have the first Essexes, Yorktown will come back in. Like there's going to be that knowledge of.
Yeah.
If we lose carriers, like it's not so much in the angle of we can afford to. It's more an angle of the strategic calculus is such that it is acceptable to lose carriers.
I'd put it slightly differently. That is.
Can I just say something? Michael Foxo's brother has changed his name on the chat to the Good Master, apparently. And that is better, Foxo. But I think he should really stay and chat along. Because it's fun having him here. It's always fun to have family.
Good gravy. Good gravy.
My thought on this one is just that
Back in a second.
At this stage, Yorktown not being sunk represents a huge percentage of the US, or proportion of US carrier power that is going to be potentially available relatively soon. Compared with, because the Essex, they're not quite they're not going to be quite sure how quickly they'll actually come online for a little bit, I suspect. So I think that could be impactful.
Mm-hmm. It would be. Right. Next question. Black Horse. What, if any, effect would the Japanese not going after the Aleutian Islands have on a Battle Midway? It would possibly give them extra carrier or two, and some extra escorts, and that could be useful. As I talked about in the Midway video, basically their problem is not that they don't have escorts, is that they're trying to escort so many different groups. They need to combine them together. They need to. Having them all split up in all these different groups doesn't help them. Penny packet forces do not help them. You need to have a massive firepower. Anyone else?
I totally agree. The difference is, I mean, assuming that they combine, they put those forces and fold them into the kind of Midway task force, it does much better things. I mean, the whole thing from basically the Japanese strategy after Operation C, the raid into the Indian Ocean, starts to go a bit wibbly because they start to break up their forces too much because there's too much disagreement on what the next steps should be. So that's why you get 2 carriers going off to Coral Sea, why you get the Aleutians plus Midway happening at the same time. It's dispersal of forces, and actually, if they had proper, and it's due to politicking, from what I can tell. I mean, I'm taking most of my information on this from Shattered Sword, to be honest, and recollections of that. But yeah, they're basically, it's a giant bun fight and compromise that no one's happy with within Japanese high commands between the army and at least 2 navy factions, because you've got the navy, what are they called? Naval staff versus Yamamoto, sorry, which is just a mess.
Yeah,
that
it is.
Yeah,
it is an absolute mess. The next question is, what is your preferred DD layout in UAD? Ooh.
Now, can I get mine out of the way first, because I have to kind of cop out here slightly, tiny bit?
Yeah?
Now, I haven't played UAD in a very, very long time. But I do play the game that is somewhat similar to it.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No,
There's no similarity to it at all.
Eve Online is less of a spreadsheet simulator than Rule the Waves 3 is.
It is, but it does the same job as UAD does. Arguably, it does it better. But anyway, me and Knights will never agree on that.
Since they mucked up the economic profile of it, I do have to agree there are some problems with UAD. But in terms of ship design, there is no circumstance ever where that program will ever be considered better than UAD. Ever.
I humbly disagree. But
yes,
anyway,
Blake, you're humbly wrong.
Right. Anyway, before pitchforks get raised more,
Pitchforks?
some of us want to try and, Some of us have, I
I
think,
was working
horrifying
on a
audience with.
carronade here, loaded with grape shot. But okay, you can go for a pitchfork if you want.
Go on then, Fleet. Fleet, what's your preferred destroyer layout?
Basically, it goes through the eras. So, 1890, 1910. It's a pair of it's 2 to 3 2-inch guns, and then a pair of torpedo tubes on the center line. And then basically up until about 1940, I iterate on that, so the guns will get bigger. So you'll end up with 2 to 3 3-inch, 4-inch guns, and the tubes will usually get bigger. So something along the lines of quads, triple tubes. And then, of course, you get to the 40s, and I'll usually then sponsor a complete redesign of the destroyer program, and we'll switch to something that's more analogous to something like a tribal, but with more torps, like 2,000 ton-ish range, with 8 4 or 5-inch dual-purpose mounts, and a bunch of light AA guns. And I'll not go any further. And I'll not go any further than that because that's getting into places UAD doesn't go.
I and UAD tend to go with the biggest destroyer hull I can get, in terms of length, as fast as I can get it, and I want to put guns, preferably 2 mounts forward and 2 mounts aft, and enough torpedoes in there. And the thing is, the reason I want that is I always try and pick guns and mounts which will give me good rate of fire, because for destroyers, stability is never that great, so you compensate by blasting as many shells as you can in the enemy's direction and hope you hit something. So basically, they're all designed around the spray and pray principle. Anyone else?
I think that's a pretty good.
At one point, since it was the design I found that was most efficient, was ABCXY. Because for some reason, on one of the British hulls, you had to position the tower in a certain way, but that resulted in, to balance out the fore and aft stability. It meant you put 3 turrets at the front, 2 turrets at the back, and could still stick 2 torpedo launchers on it.
Sounds good. I would normally call that class that class would normally be called the Foxo class. Then I'd have a class which was probably slightly before that, which we call the Dragon class. And usually the class which was before that, which I just built because I needed to churn something out, but wasn't really going to be hanging around much, just something I could build fast. So is called the Foo class.
That's not surprising.
My standard though is usually ABXY 4.7 inch with either 2 quads, or if I can fit them, 3 quad torpedo tubes, because I actually quite like heavy torpedo firepower on top of heavy gunpowder.
I have to say, I gave them that name list because that's in order of what you are. I imagine the 3 of you are in terms of lethality in a physical fight.
Probably about right.
Foo,
I've just
then Dragon, then Foxo.
So I've just got to go on my rant here and go, look at you all upon your flat, barren plains of sensible destroyer designs. Not exploiting the auto-resolve that puts artificial weight on the power of torpedoes. Thus, my modern destroyer design, AB turrets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 torpedo launchers.
I could say she's joking.
All in line.
She doesn't
squadron of
usually
these is almost guaranteed to sink any fleet you auto-resolve it with. And thus, unless it's a battle I'm interested in, I win every time. So it's my go-to destroyer design.
Plus, also, on top of that,
have no auto-resolve.
She orders destroyers by the hundreds. So it would be a case of, we finished our destroyer, we finished our cruiser, battleship, etc. procurement for the next few years. What's next? 100 destroyers.
To be fair,
this is where I have.
In nice way, sometimes I will have fleets of 200 destroyers and 200 submarines sitting in there, and go, yeah, no one's going to mess around with me.
I have a very important question for YouTube chat. Poseidon 7307. How do you feel about the creations of jams and jellies?
What?
Okay. With that being said, let's move on to the next question. 90k for one. What if on New Year's Day 1960, all Sea Vixen and Scimitar transformed into airframes equipped with 15,000-pound dry Rolls-Royce RB-106 turbojets, and Sea Vixen had Red Top and Blue Dolphin? How happy are the Royal Navy?
Sea Vixen already has Red Top.
Yeah, and Blue Dolphin.
Yeah, but just the mentioning of them getting Red Top's a bit redundant, because that was something they had in service.
I took it to the scenarios they have both. They get both.
Which one's Blue Dolphin? I don't remember that.
I'm having to look that one up myself.
That's the guided Red Angel, isn't it?
No, that's like green cheese.
Right, yes.
That's otherwise known as, I think, the Havilland Fire Streak, or is it the Blue Jay?
Wait, is it the code name for the if it's code name for the Fire Streak?
Yeah, I think
Blue Dolphin / Blue Jay was active continuous wave seeker intended equivalent to the AIM-7 Sparrow.
Yeah.
Yes. Which means, okay, you've given an arguably quite bad airframe a slightly better missile.
And a better engine. Slightly.
The only thing I'm
the issue for the
no, again, Foxo, I will point you to Super Sea Vixen, which was meant to go supersonic, have full afterburners and have these capable. My big concern here is, well, I guess transformed into airframes equipped. Have they done the full total airframe overhaul the Sea Vixen needed for this to work?
Yes,
because otherwise this is. Right. Because otherwise, these pilots
they'd have to be supersonic
Sea
Vixens. They'd have to be super Sea Vixens.
Yeah.
And they would be happy, but how long they'd be happy for, I'm not sure. Senator Kinero, what if the Royal Navy at the time of Elizabeth I had access to an unlimited warehouse of shelf-stable MRE-like rations? The warehouse will never run out, but is the only source of these.
Are you trying to foment rebellion or off-put a rebellion?
Well, it's from Elizabeth I's time period, so let's be honest, a nice way, there's going to be a lot of Age of Sail sailors who are going to be very upset with MRE food, but it's preferable to dying of starvation. So basically, you take fresh food out to sea, and you also have a load of MREs. And nice way, if the warehouse will never run out, then in nicest way, it goes through the Age of Sail, everything is logistics from there.
So, I don't think dysentery will be a problem anymore. However,
going to the toilet might be still a problem, but it won't be dysentery, which is the issue.
Yeah, I am reminded of an artifact that was dug up at Jamestown that I saw the last time I was there 20 years ago. And I think those might be getting some more use. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they just have to drink a bit of the water if they want to reverse the effects without putting so much rum in. The key thing is it's gonna no scurvy. That's the big thing. So suddenly you're not losing a third of your crew on a lot of missions.
No. Your healthy crew is going to be a lot easier and a lot easier to regulate.
Seneca, I could answer that, but I would be tap dancing on the line prescribed by TOS of the channel.
Now, next question.
It is a.
I'm going to skip past what Seneca is saying. I'm going to say next question. How many questions do we have left in the part set?
I show 47 on the clock.
And how many have got left to go?
47.
47 left?
Yes.
I thought Steve said earlier there was only about 40 left.
It's well, because the triple X's get sent as additional messages.
One of the admins do a count and check, because once we get down to 20, we're opening up again. This is an interesting one. What if dog breeds represent naval officers, i.e. destroyer captains become corgis, herding people in boxes, battlecruiser officers become poodles, barring Beatty, who becomes an Afghan hound. What breed are carrier officers and cruiser captains? Oh, good lord! What breed would we say are carrier officers and cruiser captains?
27.
I would say carrier officers are possibly Springer Spaniels, because they're always full of energy and always bouncing all over the place.
Yeah. I think cruisers might be Labradors.
I was thinking Labradors as well for cruisers, because they're basically all things to all people.
All things to all people, reliable, relatively cool-headed, but can go nuts if needed.
And battleships are, of course, St. Bernards, because they're just massive balls of muscle and fluff which will just lie on you if you cause them trouble.
Would it be
a kind of slightly scarred, twisted one that kind of
okay? But
Okay,
sorry, Foxo. Sorry, Foxo.
Let Bruno finish.
Are battleships Bernards or Carne Corsos?
I'm going to go
Or some type of livestock guardian or animal.
No.
They're Bernards because
They
the
might
French
be
can't
okay.
make good battleships.
And also, they are St. Bernards because the livestock guardian
What?
animal, let's be honest, is an absolute terrier of a large dog, which is also always alert and always scanning for predators. So in many ways, they're more scout cruisers. They are more they're more keeping things away than they are. It's going to sound strange. As much as they could be battleships, that are too. How to put this? A battleship doesn't go charging off on its own. A battleship isn't solo patrolling. A battleship is always part of a pack coming in. So those are, yeah.
I think Renown and Repulse are probably deerhounds, like the Flopatron.
Greyhounds.
No, they
Deerhounds.
No. Because the tiger is a deerhound.
I'm finished, and then
most of their time asleep
I know.
and doing very little, and then they see the appropriate prey and go after it and have ripped its throat out before you've even noticed it's no longer sitting at your heel.
That's a greyhound behaviour.
Yeah,
No,
but
greyhounds
wait until
are
you see the
more
size of a
highly
deerhound.
Yes.
Which is why I was going to say that the deerhounds fit better with the fast battleship. Because they've got a much stockier build compared to a greyhound, who would probably be a battle cruiser.
No, because the Greyhounds of the Sea are destroyers. That's already a given. Except
no,
they're
destroyers
corgis.
of the sea are pit bulls.
Are corgis.
Either pit bulls or corgis.
They're corgis.
I mean, I'm
Because I don't take this wrong way. I love a pit bull, but a corgi just looks more elegant than one, and that's just the
because
thing.
A greyhound hunts things that are smaller than it. A pit bull, a corgi, or a terrier will look at a dog 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times its size and go, bet.
Foxo knows that greyhound.
And that's some a destroyer does.
I
A
will
destroyer
finish.
looks at a
I will
battleship and
finish
goes,
on this
bet.
statement from Steve, and then move on to the next question. Because Steve just said Chihuahuas are the flag class corvettes, and I think we can all agree with that. That will definitely fit. Paul Amos. This is Peter
very
Dawson.
quickly.
Okay.
I need to very quickly just.
one other very quickly. Submarines are cats.
Okay.
Yeah. But very quickly, it's been swell, but unfortunately, I've had a very long day today.
Go to bed.
Yes. Good night, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye, Felicia.
Black Horse. We've answered. No. Peter Dawson. What if the British start rearming in 1933 instead of 1937? So 5 King George V's and 4 Illustrious are laid down act in 1933. So if the naval treaty doesn't come in, basically the London Naval Treaty, the first London Naval Treaty fails, they won't be King George V's. They won't be 14-inch gun ships. Because if the first London Naval Treaty fails, everyone's building 16-inch gun ships, so they're going to be more likely Lions. And Illustrious, more likely Implacables. Well, actually, no. It would be the 27,000-ton design which came along, which was with the Ark Royals, which was basically an Ark Royal form version of an Implacable. Double flight deck, armored flight, double hangar, armored flight deck, all the anti-torpedo stuff, and all the engines she needed. So basically, you'd have had those four ships laid down instead of Ark Royals. They'd be better Ark Royals, basically. Yeah, if the treaties fail in 1930 and Britain starts rearming because of Japan and Italy, probably because of Japan, let's be honest, then Britain's that much further along its rearmament program, and other people are suffering because of it. Because let's be honest, if Britain starts in 1933, then America's probably starting about the same time, slowly, and France is probably starting about the same time, and Italy might start doing stuff, but Germany won't start doing stuff till 1935. Because, let's be honest, Hitler doesn't... He gets Chancellor in 1933, but he is... How do I put this politely? He's not in a position where he can start doing the things that he wants to do and pushing the armaments industry more and more until after he's been made a dictator in 1933, and it then takes him time to sort of really push things through and get things going. So probably still, Hindenburg doesn't die till August 1934, so he doesn't get full power till after then, and yeah, it's probably going to be 1935 before they start, so they'll be 2 years. So the Germans will be 2 years behind in starting their program, and the others all started from a better position anyway. So that could change quite a lot of the analysis that goes on in the world and change quite a lot of the things which happen. So we wouldn't see Essexes or not pre-war. They wouldn't be Essexes. They'd be the full 27,000-ton Yorktown design. So they'd be the Yorktown equivalent to a Midway. Kind of like the British would be Implacable Ark Royals. Again, the British and the Americans both designed 27,000-ton designs and then cut off what they need to make them fit within a tonnage they're prepared to allow. So the Yorktowns will be different. And if they're building them earlier and they're building more of them earlier, they might not even build the Essexes because they need to build the Swarm. Because the Essex are taking a Yorktown design and basically going, right then, this is a really great design, but I need to make it a design we can churn out at speed. So what do I have to change from the Yorktown design to get this? And that doesn't make it a bad design. It's basically a case of, these are custom built cars. They're wonderful. I need to make this is a hand built car. It's lovely, but I need to make a car which is going to be produced by a factory. So the difference between, let's say, a Volvo and a Bugatti Veyron. Both are beautiful, but one is produced by the handful and one is produced by the thousand. They're both technologically very advanced vehicles, and you're not going to be unhappy driving around in either of them unless you've got a family of about 6 and you try and take them around in a Bugatti Veyron. They won't fit. But the thing is, if you have this time, you're starting this much earlier, you can build up those ships a lot earlier. Let's be honest. If the Americans are ordering 2 to 3 improve, as said, full fat, the 27,000-ton design Yorktowns every year from 1933 onwards, then by 1942 they have what, 20 of them in service? They don't need the Essexes then. The Japanese will have fallen long beside. They will never be able to compete with those numbers. So that's the scenario. And also, the North Carolinas, did they have 14-inch guns or 16-inch guns?
16, but they were designed 14 initially.
Yeah, they were designed with the quad 14s.
They'd be designed with 16s from the get-go, and they'd be earlier. Colin Cameron. During the early 1930s, the UK had started a secret nuke program that was used on Germany and Italy in 1940 during the fall of France. How do you see the US and Russia reacting going forward? Very, very warily.
Didn't we miss the rivalry Black Horses question? Above that.
No, we just answered that, didn't we?
No. We'll get back to that. It got ticked for some reason. No,
Yeah.
untick it.
Okay.
How do I untick it?
Oh, that's because Seneca's Nero's question was answered twice because he decided to answer it manually.
Nuke program.
Basically, if Britain if Britain A has the aircraft to do it, so they've got a radically different bomber program, and they've got different bombers in service because they're big enough to drop nukes. Lancaster would have had to be modified, but if they do nuke Germany and Italy in 1940 during the fall of France to basically go stop, France might not. The entire negotiation might change depending on where the nukes were dropped, and France might not fall. It's going to be a very interesting scenario. Russia might decide to withdraw from Poland because the British might say, "Look, we've nuked 2 people already. Do you want us to make another example?" America and Russia probably react by doubling down on their research to try and get there. And the world is very, very different.
The Japanese, depressingly, probably don't change all that much. I fear.
They might change. They might decide their thing is. They might decide their best chance is to not go to war with Britain and Southeast Asia to try and keep peace for them, but to go to war just with America. To try and pick a fight with America before they get a bomb. They might actually race the war earlier.
So go to war with the US and the Netherlands, but avoid Britain.
Mm-hmm.
Because they need the Dutch oil, but they...
It's going to depend on their view on how the British negotiate the Dutch survival post the dropping of the bombs.
Yeah. I mean, I think
if we've dropped one on both Germany and Italy, that means we probably have a few in the chamber. But it doesn't take that many at this time period if they have none. And you also have to remember, British doctrine is to drop bombs at night.
No, Britain wouldn't sell Japan oil. So what I could see happening is basically you'd have something like the Barnes-Wallis Victory bomber or one of these other designs that were floating out there being built in absolutely minuscule numbers, like basically prototypes hand-built to carry the bombs, rather than it being a variation. Dan.
If the British are building these bombs in the 1930s, they're going to be building the bombers for them. So in nicest way, you change that. So whilst you're talking about you are right in thinking if they had talked about existing bombers, then they would need to build something into a thing. If you step it back into the 1930s, the big 4-engine bombers get ordered a lot earlier. Because you need something which has got high altitude and range to go and deliver this bomb. Because remember, they're not going to take a huge bomb load, just this one massive bomb.
Yeah.
A long way.
And I'm trying to work out where they'd bomb in Italy. Germany, I'm pretty convinced it would be the Ruhr Valley.
Yeah, it would be the Ruhr Valley. Well,
but
in Italy, it's the Iron Triangle. It's their industrial triangle that you go for the same target. And if Britain are feeling really cruel, the third bomb drops on Romania.
Oh.
On the oil fields.
or we drop it on something like Kiel or Wilhelmshaven.
That's the other option of where we drop it first.
Potentially do a test there.
Potentially you drop it on 2 targets each. You drop it on Taranto and Kiel, and you drop it on Ruhr and the Iron Triangle.
Because at that point, because you're not... so this is going to happen start of June 1940, so you're suddenly not going to pull out of Norway. And if you can keep hold of Norway, you're going to...
You end the war. If you drop if you drop these nukes and in the nicest way Germany's forced to withdraw back to Britain will go in you either with nicest way you withdraw to your pre-war policies, you disarm, or the next one, the places we start bombing are every one of your cities. We work down your population centres in order.
But I suppose my thought with that is that we get the added threat of basing from southern Norway as well.
Oh yeah.
To reach across. So that was my thought process, that because the war will probably take a couple of weeks to peter out and go from ceasefire to the kind of the stuttering finish, a bit like you had with the Japanese, because it's such an existential change. Because
not really. Unlike the Japanese, who are spread out all over different islands, and the messages take time to go from. You've got the forces are far more together.
Yeah. I see the leadership struggling with the concept and just kind of going into blue screen of death.
Oh, in nicest way, you could well be dealing with the fact that in Germany it could have to be a putsch to stop it out, to stop it.
Yeah,
Hitler might well have to be deposed.
And that's the bit which I think might take a smidge of time, rather than the. I mean, we're talking days, but it's the thought of, so you're not going to get those operations, and that's where taking out the German fleet bases after Narvik and things is going to be hasty.
Yeah.
Just nuke the Kiel Canal. Nuke Kiel and the Kiel Canal.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. That's probably one of the ones that gets hit. Black Horse. What happens if the rivalry between the Japanese and Navy Army was not as strong and more competition instead of hating each other before World War II? You might see better development of aircraft and better development of systems and a more sensible logistics line, but that's ultimately not going to change the outcome of the war. It just means they'll have a better. It just means that they will probably cost more Allied lives in the actual war. Thank you, Anna. Hope you enjoy it. Castello.
I'm currently watching the sibling interplay to play out in my server.
Oh. They having fun.
Just remember, chat, I do back my mods. That's why I'm so careful in picking my mods and why I have so few.
Ditto.
Yes, because you decided to invite my brother.
Yes.
Well, I didn't old English.
I didn't invite your brother to my server. I invited your brother to this server.
Hey? Well, that's a good idea. Invite the brother.
Well,
good to have Boxo's family and Dragon's future.
Wait, then how did he get to your server?
Because my server is publicly linked to my Twitch, and it's in a repeating message in my Twitch. It's not exactly subtle.
Right. You say that, Runon, but how many people completely go, oh, well, I don't know where the link is?
Next question. Castanea.
Do not remind me of the ignorance of the masses.
All right, carry on and stop being rude.
Right.
No, the audience are never ignorant. Sometimes ill-informed, but usually that's because of the fact of the work of popular histories and popular culture, which always misses the nuance and the context of things. What would it take for the USN to fix all the problems with the Chicago piano? Well, we've just been talking about nuclear weapons.
A new gun?
Liberal applications. Hello. Is there a reason why we are tormenting a poodle with pork pie in front of the camera?
The fundamental problem is you can't.
There is a very happy. Sorry, I'm just going to borrow the camera for a second. There is a very happy poodle who's just eating a pork pie. Just munching up his pork pie quite happily. He gets one in the evenings as a treat. There you go. Just happily munching up his pork pie. Right then. With that being said,
The problem is for the air threat that you have in the 40s, you cannot fix the Chicago piano.
realistically, you can't. One of the interesting things I keep
The
seeing
best
about sorry to interrupt, but this is the point I'm going to make is the people keep talking about how the pom pom is an evolved Maxim gun in terms of mechanism, and once you start looking at it, actually, the system, whilst the originals were to an extent evolved Maxim gun mechanisms, they keep evolving and keep tinkering with it. And by the time you get to the Mark 8, I'm not going to say it's massively different, but it's different in so many little ways. That's up to quite an interesting thing. But that's the thing; it's been evolved. The Chicago piano hasn't been. It's
I'm not
left.
even going off of the action. I'm going off of a round. The technology does not exist in the 1940s to make a 20 millimeter round do anything effective against the air threat.
Nope.
You don't have the radar guiding. You don't have the motor control that's slaved to radar guidance. And you don't have a gun with the rate of fire to make a 20 millimeter round, which is functionally what a 1.1 is. It's what? 27 millimeter?
Yeah,
And change?
In simple terms, and this is in very simple terms, it's no, and even the 20mm today is frankly not that good. Look, there's a note saying reopen questions, which we've got 2 questions to get to before we reopen questions.
You can go. The only way to fix it is to increase it, and if you're going to increase it, why are you going to stop at 30 millimeter when you could just jump to 40 and get a much better round with 2 mature weapons platforms to choose from? Mm-hmm. You can only drop back down to a 20 millimeter and have a hope of any sort of effectiveness when you get into the microelectronics age.
Yeah.
Which the 40s is nowhere near.
Right. So this is a question which is possibly for Foxo, possibly for her brother. What happened to German U-boats that surrendered at the end of World War II?
And you say I'm cruel.
Oh, I forgot where my brother would come.
Well, I guess the question is which German U-boats?
Yeah, which
There's a lot of them that do many different things.
Mm-hmm.
Because my brother's just laughing and shouting in Russian right now, so
that's good.
Yeah, I do believe some of them do end up.
Some of them
Russia.
do end up with Russia. Some
a number of them end up with various different powers.
And it's either the bottom of the ocean, in Gulag, or taken to America.
And there's also that one which was put ashore in France. There's a couple more like that in Germany, I want to say.
There's a fair number which are taken in Britain. Basically, they either have 3 fates. They are either taken apart to be studied, they are scrapped, or they are museum interned. That's it.
Black Horse, to address your point, look at Dresden and look at the 5th Air Force's bombing campaign and the effects of the fire bombings in Europe. The issue with the nuclear bombs is not a moral issue of the level of destruction. The issue with nuclear bombs is that one bomber can do that level of destruction instead of hundreds over multiple nights.
The British, in nicest way, Black Horse, look at the British bomber doctrine. There is a reason why at the end of World War II, when they were talking about war crimes, no one wanted to bring in the bombers. No one wanted to talk about the Blitz or the German bombers, etc. Because for everything the Germans did to the UK, we gave back just as much. If not, actually a lot more. Because we actually had a working 4-engine heavy bomber program which actually produced a huge number of bombers. And whilst Fleet is right when he says they did produce some things, they did have some things, they did have some ideas, they did have some aircraft coming to those. Let's be honest, in terms of the vast numbers of them, the British outproduced them heavily when it came to heavy bombers, and they used them.
Yeah, it is at the time, the crux of the atomic bomb is not its destructive capability; it's that it is so efficient at it.
Yeah.
Well, at least from Bombay to
Basically,
ground.
at that point, it's the scenario of, well, the bomber will always get once you realise the bomb won't always get through. In this, once you have nuclear bombs, only one bomber needs to get through, and you lose your whole city. Only one bomber, and you've got Britain launching 1,000 bomber raids. You've got America doing something similar doing similar things against Japan. If you're dealing with that things, you're going, well, hang on, can I guarantee one bomber won't get through? The answer is no, you can't. Once you're dealing with that number of bombers coming through. Can I say, what happens if the 1.1-inch Chicago piano actually works well? Well, it's a lovely 27mm, but it doesn't really do much. So it works well, it works, it fires, that's great. What can it actually do? Not that much. It's basically, okay, we don't need to have the 20mm Aurocon. We still need to have a lot of 40mm.
I mean, that's the thing.
You might well still have the 20mm.
It's a 20mm Oerlikon replacement that's the size, weight, etc. requirements of a Bofors.
Yeah. That's going to be the problem.
That's your basic problem there.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, questions are not open yet.
They are.
I
got reached the question open sign. Open questions.
I'm sorry.
20 left, and the questions are open. So
whatever, I'll grab your question.
Okay, Bone Mill Boy. And we'll get in another 30, and then we can finish them off. Bone Mill Boy. Also regarding traces, size of an object, e.g. an aircraft decreases linearly with distance, but light intensity decreases quadratically with distance. Yeah, that is there are lots of problems with traces. They are not the panacea that sometimes people portray them as. YouTube Minecraft Watcher.
It's also psychological effects.
Yeah.
Of just seeing stuff coming at you.
That is the psychological effect of them is quite useful. That is very useful.
And also, if Twitch chat goes to my chat, the bot will automatically grab them and dump them in. And that will take load off of our mod teams.
Yes. Although, Leslie does quite like pruning questions. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Q&A. What if in 1939 all the Queen Elizabeth and R-class battleships magically get upgraded to carry 4 twin 15-inch 50s, able to elevate to 45 degrees, high-pressure turbine engines, Iowa-class level of high pressure, not German level, radar and AA modernization, equivalent Queen Elizabeth radar plus AA modernization, or let's go for Warspite level, and effectively fresh hulls, as if they were just launched. Then there is a small navy called the German Navy, which would like you to know that it would kindly like to no longer be in the Navy business because this is going to get painful. Because you've effectively you've given the Royal Navy 10, let's go for 28 knot ships, because if they've got that much turbine power, they are going to be able to push themselves through the water. And if they've got full radar, and it happens in 1939, they've got 15-inch 50s with 45 degrees of elevation. Yes, there are people. There are going to be people crying, and the Ranger Marina is also going to be crying, because if they usually have to face off against 3 Queen Elizabeths. The other scenario you're going to have is the fact that the R's now are very, very useful ships, and suddenly where they're positioned around the world, they count, and their AA fit is going to be far, far better. They've got now a lot of 4.5-inch guns on them. That's useful. So, honestly, I'm not sure if I'm the Germans, do I even risk Norway? Because the British it's no longer I have to worry about a few fast ships catching me. It's the fact that the entire Royal Navy battle line is 28 knots, barring Nelson and Rodney.
If I'm the Kriegsmarine, I am rocking in a corner, sucking my thumb and crying.
Because also those ships will also
Especially
be able to... Those ships will be able to take on Bismarck and Tirpitz without worrying. One-on-one, they'd be able to do it.
Especially if it gets paired with Wayne's question, which is horrifying.
Yeah, it does, we don't need to do that. There's a level of... In a nice way, the Royal Navy now have 10 fast battleships. They have if they have a squadron of four in the North Atlantic to help the home fleet. They have 3 in the Mediterranean and 3 based in Malta. 3 based in Gibraltar. Now Nelson and Rodney are the slow ships which are doing the escort of convoys from Canada. Because they are the slow ships. But do you want to be the surface raider which bumps into them? I can't run after you, but boy will we have fun if you get in range of my guns. And Hood can go in for refit, because frankly, yes, she's useful. She's a faster ship than them, but she doesn't need to be around. You've got these fast ships. You've got Renown wandering around. She's probably doing world presence. But at your baseline, you've now got 10, 28 knot, 8, 15-inch gun ships. They've got the modern version of a Green Boy shell, and they've got 15-inch 50s. There's just... That's going to change the paradigm. And if you have, I said, 3 based in Gibraltar, 3 based in Alexandria, and 4 based in Scarpa Flow in home fleet bases. Because that's the other thing. If they change in 1939, the upgraded torpedo bulges and upgraded torpedo defenses that they get from the modernization, the upgraded torpedo defenses, probably mean Royal Oak doesn't get sunk. So they still have 10. And also, that's also going to mean if they have completely new, effectively fresh hulls, as if they were just launched, means all their seals and everything are going to be not suffering from the damage they had during World War I and all the years of use. So, again, they're going to be far more survivable. Then Wayne's question. A working belt-fed 15-inch gun is ready for installation on 15-inch battleships in time for installation on Warspite. How would this impact the war?
You want to give HMS Warspite, terror of the Royal Navy,
I think I have to
an
hand this
automatic
over to
15-inch 50.
There is one person on here who can answer this question with the appropriate level of force it requires. Foxo, if you may.
Yeah.
15-inch a 15-inch belt-fed gun for HMS Warspite.
Theoretically, it's possible.
If it's fitted with it, what would the impact be of World War II?
Probably negative for the Royal Navy.
Curious about your logic.
Because you've taken Warspite and you've given her the singular most unreliable way of automating a large caliber autocannon. And so you've basically taken a battleship and taken it out of service.
Well, but if they do work, if they somehow do work, that's rather scary.
Yes.
If they do work, and they get the rate of fire out of it, so it can maintain its. Because I'm guessing it's gas powered to operate a massive oversized breach. It's going to be even worse if it actually works. Because you're going to put that many rounds through it that quickly, the barrel's going to melt.
It's going to require a whole lot of metallurgy to get it to work.
Do you have magic?
Basically. Leslie. Next question. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if, just as the Battle of Denmark Strait is starting, a massive storm, worse than a typhoon, Cobra, hits? Hood hasn't been hit yet.
My Twitch queue is empty. Random question. What are the odds that Mussolini and Hitler were having a measuring contest with the peak of their hats?
Oh, they were. So, but back to the question from YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Basically, if there's a massive storm, that bad, it's gonna really muck up your aiming and fighting ability. You can try fighting, but honestly, surviving the sea is going to be far more impressing on your mind. You will maybe have radar contact, but you'll be going up and down in the water that much. You are not going to have a firing solution. So it just gets worse. The thing is, YouTube. It's going to depend on the things outside of the storm and how quickly they're maneuvering. There are more British assets moving outside the storm than the Germans have access to. So either the Germans use the storm to head home, or the Germans use the storm to try and carry on and try and get round. But either way, if there is a storm on that side coming, they're going to stop fighting during that storm, because it's the differentials. It's the effect of, if you've got something worse than Typhoon Cobra hitting during the Battle of Denmark Straits, that's just, it's going to muck up all your aiming, all your gunnery. It's going to make it all a nightmare to actually try and fight. Right then, 9681. What if the Blackburn Buccaneer S1 built with a £11,000 RB1681 Spey and the follow-on Blackburn Buccaneer S2 built with a £69,100 thrust RB168 Spey? How better off is the Royal Navy Fleet Air Arm? Well, that means you've built a Buccaneer which is a supersonic Buccaneer, if I'm not mistaken. And if you're building something which is a supersonic Buccaneer, then you've given the Royal Navy the basis for a one-and-done aircraft type, which they might try and pursue rather than the Phantom. Do you guys agree?
But do you really want a supersonic wave skimming aircraft?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you?
Yes, but would you want Blackburn designing it?
I have no idea.
No, Foxo, let's be honest. Blackburn, they do the Blackburn, but they also do the Blackburn Seal, which is their anti-torpedo, the torpedo bomber, which is probably one of the best torpedo bombers of its generation. Blackburn are kind of like the French. They either produce something terrible or something brilliant. I would argue the aircraft that came before the Buccaneer, which I shall not name for reasons to save people's sanity and to stop creating another Blackburn scenario, is their terrible one. And then they produced the Blackburn Buccaneer. They were due a good one. And let's be honest, the Blackburn Buccaneer was a pretty darn good aircraft.
All hail the Blackburn firebrand!
From Blackburn, it took Rolls-Royce going, excuse me, you're powering it with what?
Yes.
To get it working?
Yes, but in this case, Rolls-Royce have managed to cram in some very nice, very, very nice engines, aka some Speys, and have given them enough power that,
please change the banner,
that they will go very, very fast. So yes, but Rolls-Royce have done an even more sublime job on it.
So when are we looking at the Royal Navy going for the Super Buck?
They're going for the Super Buck in the original version. The S1 enters service as a Super Buck.
Oh, that thing's a death trap.
No, from what we've seen of the Super Buccaneer, because there was actual plans for it, it probably is actually very good.
Yes, but those plans come after the English Electric Lightning. The original Buccaneer plans for the S1 are pre-Lightning. They're pre-understanding of transonic flight, Dragon.
Let's put them as the design as coming in after the transonic flight. Let's say the design, because they have the £11,000 of pressure. The reason I say this, Fox, so it's not being completely pedantic, is because the Blackburn Buccaneer S1 gets the £11,000 of thrust, R6181 Spey, and the S2 gets the £16,900 of thrust, RB168 67B Spey. So there is a redesign there going on.
I will also state, actually, no, the Blackburn Buccaneer comes post-Lightning by quite a bit. English
but
Electric
it's
Lightning's first
designed
flight, even then, the Lightning's design plans is early 50s, if not even early. It first flew 54, with the more traditional ones being in 57. Blackburn Buccaneer's first flight was in 58.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but
So
during
Like,
there's
so
development
time
at
for
the same
things to
by
be
the time you
modified.
get to the improvements, they do know.
so if we're assuming we're basing the Superbook off the SR2,
Let's also consider the fact that the Blackburn Buccaneer, it doesn't enter service till 62.
yeah,
So, yeah, they've got time in the development process to incorporate those transonic changes, and especially if they are going for these engines, they will do.
okay, so well done. You've got an incredibly dangerous supersonic jet bomber, like even taking away the low altitude shenanigans of the Buccaneer. You've got a supersonic jet bomber, which is a rarity when it comes out.
I would probably still have the low altitude super things because knowing the fleet air on pilots.
Yeah, but it's more of you have a capability even just supersonic at relatively high altitude that nobody else really has at this point. But I mean, I suppose you could give it stuff like a red top, but the issue is that the Buccaneer doesn't have any guns. I know it's going to sound pedantic, but
I think what you might find is, especially with the S2, the S1 would be literally a bomber. The S2 could be the well, hang on. Instead of getting a Phantom, we just turn this aircraft into both jobs. Okay, what do we need it to do? Oh, it needs to have a gun. Okay, can we put in an aerodynamic fairing into this? Can we put a gun somewhere? How can we do this? That sort of thing. Because the S2, it's quite a big redesign anyway between the S1 and the S2. So adding in a gun into this scenario is probably possible.
Because what I think is you'd have the S1s, which would be your first supersonic capable ones. That would get optimized into the S2. Because there's a lot of things on the Buccaneer you don't want to take supersonic, even on the Superbucks.
Yeah.
And then you would see an S3, where you kind of get what happened with the Tornado, where it's a bomber, but we can put missiles on it and make it a heavy fighter if we have to.
This is not something we want to do, but...
Well, no, it might be something the Royal Navy's kind of forced to, because in the nicest way, it's the option of, why do you want the Phantom when you can do this with a UK aircraft? Remember when I was talking about the P1158, and I was going, well, look, in a nice way, if that has been developed any further, and it does go on developing any further, then the Royal Navy probably finds itself in a scenario where they're being told, you want an American aircraft, this is a British aircraft, but it doesn't fit our exact needs. We don't care, it's the British aircraft. You buy it.
Yeah, because, I mean, so you probably end up with the RAF, for the Fleet Air Arm, having a bomber that can moonlight as a fighter, but unless you're hunting Soviet bombers, you really don't want to take it against another fighter.
Yeah.
But the interesting part would be, what's its successor going to be?
Well, that depends on whether Carrier Aviation stays. But if you manage to force them to just buy British aircraft, and you've got all these British aircraft going, and also considering Buccaneers and the fact that they can probably operate off slightly more flight decks than even those forms than the Phantom can, it could be interesting to see how it evolves.
Because the curious thing is would you see the Buccaneers getting re-engined again?
That was the plan.
To have like full afterburner capability.
Could do.
I mean, you put the Royal Navy in a better place as long as it has the same service history, safety-wise, as the actual Buccaneer.
Hmm.
But if you get into this, if you start sharing traits of the other RAF fleet, Royal Navy fleet air aircraft at the time,
You're in trouble.
it might be gotten rid of because it's the death trap.
Okay.
Like,
It's fun. Now, next question. What if the IJN, instead of starting, and this is from, I think this is from Steve himself, what if the IJN, instead of starting the second pair of Yamatos, Japan used the resources to build a large number of, say, 48 ASW escorts and several, say, 6 modified Ryujo-class small carriers as escort carriers, protect the merchant fleet, and all these are active and available for service before December 1941? Then Japan is far better than prepared for the for the war they find themselves fighting, and the U.S. submarine force finds them having a lot less fun, because you've got maybe 6 convoy escort groups there, and if those escorts have something in the radio, have ASDIC, etc., and all these things, well, have sonar, and have the systems which the Japanese could have, because they did have developed, they just didn't really employ them a lot. Then probably the U.S. submarine fleet doesn't have quite as much fun as they did historically, but that's still not many for escorting convoys. But that's enough to cause trouble, because the Americans don't really do wolf pack tactics. So, because they're worried about the coordinating them, they know that the amount of radio communications to coordinate such things are going to give away their positions.
Yeah.
Malaga. What would have been the result if the Danish-Norwegian 1719 assault on Bulshan had been more successful? I'm going to go and remind myself exactly where that is in the world, because I have an idea from the spelling and the name, but I want to make sure I get it right.
I've got no idea.
You've got no idea? Let's see. Well, let's see. What is what happened if the result of the Danish had been more successful? They won, as far as I can see, in 1719. I was fairly certain that, but more successful. This is after the death of Charles XII. But, yeah. If it had been a quicker, easier fight, maybe things would have been slightly... They'd have been able to progress their campaign slightly more, but honestly, it doesn't really change much, and... the fort itself is quite an interesting place to try and take, and they do their level best to get into it as quickly as they can. Yeah. Honestly, they do well, but they do achieve it. Let's go on. What if the Anglo-Japanese alliance was reformed in 1962? Who would cry and who would benefit? Well, I don't think anyone would really cry in 1962, because neither are exactly the world's greatest powers at that point. Who would benefit? Britain and Japan, probably. And it would be another linking of NATO with the Pacific.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe the Australians and New Zealanders and Singapore.
They'd be happy. Probably you'd probably have Japan in the five power alliance, which might make it a 6-power alliance.
And I think it might be a good way of preserving some sort of east of Suez.
Yeah.
Presence in a different way.
Well, we now have economic links directly with Japan as part of the alliance. It's also going to be economic stuff as well, and so yeah, you'd probably do a lot more going on that way. Also, you probably find that if you have such an agreement in the 1960s, then Japanese companies, when they're hunting for European homes, might well be encouraged to look in Britain.
Could it be the nucleus of Pacific NATO?
Probably not, because every time they've tried CETO and these various things, it's basically turned out to be more complicated than it's worth. Colin Cameron. Post World War I, the U.S. Senate reverts to type and massively cuts USN funding and does not want naval conference. With a continuing alliance, what sort of navy does the IJN have by 1939? And sent to help the Royal Navy? Probably not that much different to what it did historically. It will have modernised its fleet. It's probably built the 8-8 plan, etc., and these sort of things slowly. But if the US Navy isn't funding itself, it's not needed to really grow massive. And if it's still allied with Britain, it's probably not that bothered. It's probably not bored about anything else. And, Britain's probably going, well, without a Washington Naval Treaty, there's no point in ditching the alliance. Realistically, too much. It did help to ditch the alliance because but it was a case of Japan was growing problematic and America was a helpful ally. If America has completely reverted to we're going to be completely neutral, hiding in ourselves and not spending on anything, then the USN isn't really worth it, and America isn't really worth it at that time. So you might as well keep the relationship with the Japanese. And that probably means, again, what help comes up to the Royal Navy? Well, let's be honest, I would not like to be the Rachel Marina. Because I've done zeros in the Med, and it wouldn't be too different to that. It would not be too different to that. It would be whatever's available that can be sent without demonstrating home defense will be sent. There's also the scenario that when Russia invades the other side of Poland, Japan uses that as a reason to start attacking Russia again. But we'll leave that to one side.
Not that Japan ever really needs a reason to start attacking Russia or...
No, but it's always nice to have one.
They like to have an excuse.
Kingdom of Vinland. Question. Do you agree that nuclear power is probably the best way to decarbonize shipping? No.
Ooh, me.
Okay, Runon, you can have a go. I'm going to quickly go deal with someone knocking on my door.
Okay, I'm going to copy what Alex said, but with more gusto. No. The problem is with nuclear power, as we are seeing in current geopolitics today, foreign nations can get very, very titchy about who has the ability to refine fissile material. On top of that, you then have a number of ports looking at you, New Zealand, who are meaningful trading partners, but do not want nuclear-powered vessels in their territorial waters. So you've got two big checks against the commercial viability of nuclear-powered cargo ships right there. Additionally, you're going to have a sufficient global regulatory environment to make sure that the reactors are not abandoned on a beach somewheres, are well maintained and well kept up, so you do not have a containment breach, and are operated by qualified crew. This is all going to, if it were to be in place, is all going to force consolidation of the maritime shipping industry into one or few very powerful players, which is not good for Joe consumer or just the health of the economy in general. It is far more likely that you will either see the carbon emissions from global shipping be offset by some means, or they will move to a hybrid design or a biofuel design. But I do not see, unless we can get nuclear power to the point of safe, clean, and idiot-proof, ever using the fusing or splitting of atoms to run a cargo vessel.
There's also the fact that even allies who do have nuclear ships, like Britain, I say Britain and America, we both have nuclear ships in our fleets. Both have submarines. America has nuclear carriers. You know how many ports in the UK are happy to take a nuclear-powered carrier pulling alongside?
2.
Many.
Pretty much that. and there's a couple which are allowed to have it parked off in its road if they're in their roads. So yeah, this is the problem. Nuclear power, it's just got too much power. And also, the good example I tend to give is if you look at the great disasters which they're happening with nuclear power, most often they happen when the humans are involved make mistakes. And the thing is, it's bad enough with a power plant, which is a fixed power station, which is a fixed thing. Getting all ports and countries to agree to the number of ships you have to have going around the world, which are mobile things, and the sheer number of people you'd have to have involved. Good luck with that one. Black Horse. How often did Royal Navy destroyers want to take in tow enemy ships but were told no? There's about... four instances I can think of from Model 1 and Model 2, including the Italian
And that's just
cruisers.
the ones that they said something about.
That's the ones I found personal notes about in archives. Again, one of the things I do is I go off to little archives and I'll find personal notes. And these are sometimes stories you will never use in books because, in a nicer way, if you cannot find corroborating evidence for that account, you don't use it. Or if you do, you say it from this one account. And for that, it has to be something very important. And a story which is, oh, we almost took the ship in tow. It's funny, but it's not really, something I'm going to put in with. I only got one piece of evidence. If I got to find 2 or 3 accounts with it in, I'll go, oh, I'll put that in. And I'll cite the best one, but I'll make sure all 3 are sitting there with bibliography. So if India, South Africa, and Canada follow what Australia and New Zealand did, why wouldn't it be the indefatigable? That is where the six... Oh, God, Lord. This is where the 6 indefatigable I've used in some past questions come from. It's realistically likely that India, South Africa, and Canada would follow what Australia and New Zealand did, as is better for the cost and continuity. No, it's not. It's not innate. They're basically... You have... And this is one of the things you actually have the problem earlier on in that scenario. Indefatigables are terrible, and the Royal Navy knows it almost as soon as they start building them. Which is why they were supposed to build 3 and they passed them off to be colonial ships, because they don't want them anywhere near their line. And they don't want any more ordered. They don't want them. The DNC doesn't want them. They don't want them. They don't like their subdivision. They don't like their organisation. They want to move up to 13.5-inch guns. They do not want them.
I'm also going to point out a very key difference between Australia, New Zealand, and then South Africa. South Africa is on the backup trade sea route between India and the UK.
Mm-hmm.
So if something happens in the Med, everything has to go through South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Australia and New Zealand do not have that. So if defecation really hits the oscillation to the point where South Africa needs a battle cruiser, odds are the Royal Navy is going to be coming in to secure those sea lanes.
Also, I would say in this scenario where they get these ships, and I was talking about these ships, you have to consider what their relative importance were. Canada can get Invincibles because the Royal Navy can react to that quickly. But to an extent, India and South Africa, and they will probably get 12-inch ones again, Invincibles, but the Royal Navy won't be building more 12-inch ones for themselves. And this was the other factor which I kept pointing out, but you weren't really paying attention to. The Royal Navy wasn't building 12-inch ones for them. They weren't building Indefatigable. They were giving Indefatigables to the Australians, New Zealanders. They'll give them that. That's fine. And the New Zealanders are building it, and it's going to be basically assisting them. Or in this case, they were going to be giving them. But they were building the ships for themselves. So did the Royal Navy want Indefatigables for themselves? No, they wanted 13.5-inch gun ships. So this is from a video which happened earlier in the week on the Thursday's video. So that was Thursday the 20th, wasn't it? No, Thursday the 19th of June 2025, and the video was about what happens if you reform the Admiralty at the same time. And the thing was, as I pointed out, that if the person who would reform the Admiralty would be if you got someone like Lloyd George in as its naval minister, and he quite liked the concept of battle cruisers because he could like trade protection. But the thing is, the idea came up that what you do is you'd be giving the old 12-inch gunships to other Commonwealth Navy, to other navies, whilst building your own new ships. The Royal Navy would not be building new 12-inch gunships for itself. They're moving on to the 13.5-inch gunships. Let's be honest, Britain only pays for one of the Indefatigables. Only pays for one of them. New Zealand pays for another, and Australia buys the third one for itself. They're not being bought directly for the Royal Navy after Indefatigable. They move on to the Lions. That's for the Royal Navy. So, your whole idea of they would build 6 Indefatigables, no, who would want them? The Royal Navy's got the 3 Invincibles to give away to the nations. They've got the Indefatigable. They've got the 3 Indefatigables. They're gone. Does the Royal Navy want Indefatigables? No. They want Lions. So, yeah, it doesn't happen. So that's a what if from a what if, and a why explaining what if, which I did explain the other day in the video. Kessler, reaction of the House of Hanover if the monarchists win the debate and offer Charles Stuart the US crown in 1780. So King
really
Charles of America. Honestly, they might consider it worth the 13 colonies to get rid of him. That sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's a very good way of getting them out of of removing that headache, which is not really gone at that stage. Yeah.
It's the reaction of House of Hanover is if the Americans want to have Charles Stuart, they can have Charles Stuart. They won't really worry. In a nice way, it moves the Jacobean problem from the UK to America because suddenly there's somewhere for the Jacobeans to go and swamp to and feel they're fully Jacobean, and they can go and across the Atlantic and the other side of far away from the Royal Navy and far away from European politics and issues. Yeah, that could actually be helpful for them.
Do you have to give us more absolutist lunatics?
No, it's worse. Just remember how Catholic they are.
Yeah.
In the very Protestant US. They are going to cause conniptions. I think the British might be willing to provide the ships to take the Jacobeans across.
And they wouldn't provide the ships, they'd just make sure that the French ships giving the trip didn't get intercepted.
And were well funded quietly via, British banks.
Honestly, the British, it would get rid of so many problems for them.
In fact, could we interest you in some royalty now? I mean, actually, I'm not going to comment on current politics.
It's even better because there are some of the Jacobeans who are called Scot Calvinists. So they'd also go out there. The Stuarts are Catholic by this point, very Catholic, and have a lot of Catholic supporters. So the Americans would suddenly have Scots Calvinists, and very Catholics. It would just be enjoy. Enjoy. Black Horse. What World War I artillery did you find in the Australian Museum? The list is what didn't we? Garius has a full list of that all. But as I said, I have never seen Garius quieter than when walking around that museum. He honestly went quiet. No, actually, I tell a lie. Lembit in Tallinn, he was quiet for a full 10 minutes, but he was completely silent. In the Australian Museum, he was quiet for roughly 20 minutes, apart from going, ooh, Ada. He was a very, very happy man. I've got video of it somewhere. Because I had my cameras running. Brandon Larson. What if the First and Second World Wars never happened in any way? How would the 20th century have gone in terms of military, economic, and political perspective? There is no way to predict that realistically, in terms of the question you could answer in this period, because you have to go through so many details to try and work that out, and even then, you can't go more than maybe the first 20 years. Because if the wars never break out, but the technology races still happen and the diplomatic contests still happen, then things are interesting. But it's gonna be fun. Agree, or do any of you want to give a stab at that?
Yeah, because to be honest, I don't see at least some sort of major war breaking out during this time period.
Oh, there's going to be a major war, but if it's not the first,
at least something will probably get called the World War.
Yeah.
I think the thing you really lose is some of the development of the mass manufacturing across quite such an array of things that the Second World War led to. I'm thinking particularly about things like the mass production.
It would take a lot longer to appear.
Things like the mass production of penicillin. The question is, would there be the single driver for something like that, or would it stay as a very small, bespoke, boutique sort of thing?
Economics will drive it to be a bigger, more efficient thing eventually, but it will be a lot longer than the war. Engaging strategy. What if the Gulf hadn't been included in the UK's 1968 withdrawal from East of Suez? Could we have realistically remained the primary external security guarantor? If we're prepared to put the money in, yes. Because of the powers in the region, we could have done if we were prepared to put the money in. We'd have needed to maintain quite a big force there. We'd have needed to find a very secure space to build as an airbase. Probably, in a nice way, Diego Garcia would not now be considered, because of the sheer amount of force we'd have to build up there, Diego Garcia would not be, there would be no discussion of handing Diego Garcia over to Madagascar. I still don't know why it's not India. He was always administered under India. Why Madagascar? But okay, leaving that to one side. Why? No, it's just, yeah, it's Haiti, isn't it? They're handing it over to. Oh, who are they handing it over to? Again, brain. My brain's having a thing. Helpfully having a problem. It's Mauritius. It's being handed over to Mauritius. I had to pick one name and I went completely the wrong one, so every single time brain just went and had a fail time. But yeah, it would not be handing it back to there, or rather handed over to them. It was part of India, not Mauritius. Yeah, it'd be a massive involvement, but it could be done.
It could be done, but not without radical changes in kind of domestic politics. And are you doing that
not necessarily radical changes? It's not that expensive because you have to consider the actual size of the militaries that are involved for most of that period. But yeah, the British forces would have to be. You'd have to have a heavy deployment, or in terms of air power, probably not the same amount in terms of land power, but probably a significant naval capability as well there. Not quite British Army of the Rhine and British Air Force of Eastern Germany, but of Western Germany, but not far off it.
I was thinking more in terms of cost.
Believe it or not,
would you be
once you if you're building up the fixed base and you're prepared to do it, then cost-wise, because of you're already building a certain amount of force for the British Army of the Rhine and those sort of things, if you're building up facilities to support that many 100 aircraft, adding on an extra 100 aircraft or so and supporting them in there isn't going to add on so much cost because you already got sufficient infrastructure. It is going to be extra money. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's going to be free, but in terms of it, let's put it this way: if you have 100 of something and you add 100 more on, you're doubling your cost. If you have 1,000 of something and you add 100 more on, you're increasing your cost by probably less than 10%. Actually, once you're through the actual the sheer quantities you're buying, because of the reduction due to mass, and that's the reality. If you're sort of dealing with that, yeah,
and you're still only paying the R&D for one, whether you build 1 or 100 or 1,000.
Yeah. All the R&D basically goes into building the first aircraft or the first ship, and then the rest are just repeating them. So that's the scenario. You can do it. Oh yeah. Dave Harrison, would it be too harsh to describe Beresford as the BT of the Navy Board? Yes. And also incorrect, because BT was actually quite useful when he was First Lord of the Admiralty at some point.
Ouch.
Beresford was very much stuck in a very weird point of history. He actually believed the Royal Navy should never advance technologically at certain points because that would just encourage others. He believed that you could stagnate technology by just not investing in new technology for the Royal Navy.
That is an opinion which he had. Okay.
I don't think you can make the world stand still.
I think he could possibly be described as take all of the most extreme traits of the stereotyped high Victorian officer, distill them a bit, and add a smidge of aristocracy. And you have him.
Mm-hmm.
So would you say that he is the very model of a modern major general?
Yeah, not the model of a model. Although he's actually quite this is the strange thing, because tactically he's quite a good naval officer. Tactically and politically he's quite a good officer. Technologically he's just not that great. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1941 all 4-engine bombers turned into B-29 super fortresses for the Allies and the production facilities changed to accommodate them? Romania is getting bombed within about 5 minutes of that happening. Or rather, the launch to bomb Romania is happening within about 5 minutes of it happening. Because you can
actually could have a...
Romania.
I missed which year this was.
1941.
That could have a very interesting effect on fighter development because, for once, the bomber would always be getting through.
Yeah.
My thought is, though, how many airfields are actually set up to launch and recover B-29s at this point?
0.
I don't think there's really any in Britain that would actually be ready for this.
In the nicest way, the concrete will be found quickly.
Hmm.
Yeah, concrete is cheap.
It would be, but...
And also, I would say that I'm willing to give the question the benefit of the doubt if he's gone as far as to explicitly include the manufacturing centers to support them. I'll give him the airfields.
Yeah. So, in which case, yes, Romania gets hit repeatedly. I'm sorry,
I think there's
Romania.
quite a
I
lot of
like
things
you.
that
You're a
get-
lovely country. You're lovely people. But your oil fields are going to make you target New Morona in this scenario. Tonight I've said a lot of things are getting chucked in Romania. I do apologise. It's just strategically, you are a primary target because of your oil supply and the fact that you're the only oil supply which Germany can always count on.
It would have a very interesting effect on fighter development.
Yeah, but I think the Germans run out of fuel before they have the fighters available.
No, but it's also have a very interesting effect on Allied fighter development.
Oh yeah.
Do you think
And that
Fokker-
is the heavy fighter reigns supreme.
Oh, yeah, heavy fighter probably reigns supreme, but also though, the MB5 might actually have more reason to exist.
MB5, yeah.
Man, like that would be the sort of thing that you would need.
You'd
to
also
try and
see
get-
a very early rush towards jet engines
Mm.
because of altitude. But yeah, it would massively change how fighter combat works.
But
You'd
so-
almost have, because you would incentivize heavy fighters, which tend to engage each other through essentially jousting. They rarely, if ever, actually turn fight.
I'd like to point out though something interesting because this says the Allied facilities and Allied bombers, okay? And we, of course, if there's no date mentioned, we presume it's the 1st of January of that year, right?
Yep.
That's our practice.
Mhm.
1st of January 1941.
Barbarossa hasn't happened yet, has it?
Well, no, Barbarossa hasn't happened, but also America's not joined the war yet.
Also, Greece is still in the war.
Don't think they had any 4-engine bombers at this point.
No, they did have some of the
No,
old French
but I
ones.
think-
They did have some of the old French ones, yeah. But the point
Wait,
is...
So why did you have to remind
Also,
me that
if-
those things existed?
But the point is,
Also,
this means that
I was
actually...
thinking more we could connect together most.
No, think about it in a nice way. If in January 1941 the Romanian oil fields are taken out, and all the other things that can be damaged by these bombers are damaged, France has fallen, yes. But in the simple terms, because that happens in simple terms, Italy's all within range of Britain at this point, so Italy's getting pummeled. And Germany, Germany's getting pummeled, and their oil's gone. So there is the possibility that Barbarossa doesn't get launched because the Germans run out of oil. Because if you take out the oil fields in January 1941, how quickly do they run out of oil entirely?
Well, my suspicion is that they have to put off Barbarossa to 42 and spend a lot of 41 basically stockpiling the oil.
Yeah, but where are they getting it from if the
Where are they
oil
gonna
fields
get it
in
from?
Romania have been moonscaped?
The Soviets. The Soviets were selling them oil until the point they invaded. So if they
Yeah,
don't
but
invade the Soviet Union, they
after
can
you-
still be buying it.
Yeah, but after you've hit the oil fields in Romania, what's your next target going to be?
The question, well, you're going to hit the infrastructure that the Germans are getting the oil through. The question
Yeah.
is, are you going to escalate to war with Russia?
Not Russia, but you can take out the railways and you can take out the ports and the storage facilities for oil.
Yeah. But I could
Ideal.
still see the Germans. I could see the Germans postponing things, and yes, I think they would have lots of problems with their oil supplies. But I think it just makes them more likely to extend the attacks in Greece to they might take the risk of trying to attack Turkey, possibly even amphibiously across the Black Sea, because trying to just get across where Constantinople, Istanbul would be an absolute nightmare. Kind of the narrow point. Try and get it could have interesting things. Yeah.
Okay, so Germany's sources of oil and their refineries. There's a whole list of them, and you can actually start going through the list. There's oil fields in Hungary, and there is oil fields, of course, in Romania. There are oil fields in Germany, in Nijmegen. Romania accounts for 40% of their oil supplies, which is quite an important amount.
Is that including, or is that excluding Soviet supplies? I take it.
No, that's including Soviet supplies, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Oh no. Yeah, I mean they're going to be up a certain type of creek and distinctly lacking anything to paddle with. And the Italians will be even worse because I think they got even more of their oil from the Romanians, from memory.
There's also their Bergius plants and their Fischer-Tropsch plants, of course, which are various around places. But again, they can be taken out.
Yep.
The
all of these things
the bombers can launch raids and take out these things far more quickly because also, this is the thing, the B-29 comes with an excellent bombing sight.
Yep.
Can also fly higher, which means less interceptions, which means less casualties, which means you preserve the knowledge on how to get the most out of that aircraft.
Yeah.
Even above and beyond what the Allies typically did with rotating crews back to flight academies in the home territories.
Also, if you're turning all your facilities, all 4-engine bomb facilities and production lines into this, that means you're changing everything. You're changing all the various types of aircraft over to it.
Lancasters, Halifaxes, and it's not Sunderland's, it's the Sterling.
Yeah.
For the British, and in the US, it's
America's not part of this at this point.
And the B-24.
And 1st of January 1941, America isn't. So America's not getting the B-29, but the British have the B-29 at this point. That's the really weird thing.
I think they were in the process of setting up a plant in Canada.
Yeah.
Now, I think it was originally going to be built, and I think it was from fairly early on going to be building 4-engine bombers. They just changed which one. So there's at least one factory in Canada.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Does Lockheed still get its license fee?
No.
That could lead to some interesting issues.
Because it's ended service with the British and ended production with the British before it's ended service and production with the Americans.
Yeah.
So
it's a Lockheed design.
Prove it.
So, a bit of Schadenfreude is the British have access to Allison.
Yeah.
Working Allison engines, like the one Allison engine that works. Which is going to be curious when Tizard happens. Because they're going to guess the Americans want the engine.
Mm-hmm.
We can offer you a rather nice engine and a cavity magnetron.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's going to be fun. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Also, if you're building all these things, you also have all the ability to build all the components for them. If you've got the production ability.
Lovely. Aren't they? Are they 20mm remote control turrets?
Yeah.
That are actually usable.
Yeah.
Remote controls. I can't remember if it's post-war or it's 45, but would the B-29s have their rear radar warning receivers, saying that allows them to know that something's behind them?
Probably.
And rough ranging.
I mean, the RAF had them in. The RAF had them in Lancasters.
So probably.
So I
Yeah,
imagine
but,
it would be an option.
they were very late war in the Lancasters. I can't remember between.
Malagar's just put a question of, so will Lockheed, or rather, it's Lockheed or is it Boeing, have to pay licensing fees to Britain? That's the thing. If Britain's got into service and everything first and filed patents, and Britain will have done, that it could be an interesting discussion. Oh, you're developing an aircraft which is exactly the same as ours. Oh, it's taking you that long, is it? Yours isn't in service yet. Oh, what a shame for you. Boeing, prepared to pay a bill.
Would you like us to lend you some from our Canadian factory?
Yeah, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if on the September 1st, 1939, all Royal Navy torpedoes and torpedo facilities changed to Type 93 torpedoes? Facilities include both launch facilities and production facilities. The Royal Navy's going to be annoyed at the fuses. But otherwise they're going to be... if they can now take them and they can support them, they're going to use them. And they're going to find them interesting. But, yeah, they're going to be...
The Type 93.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Look, they can have some fun. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if on September 1st, 1959, all British heavy cruisers suddenly became Gibraltar-class heavy cruisers from World Warships?
The Royal Navy is laughing.
I'm just remembering the AA fit of the Gibraltar class.
It's pretty decent.
It's 4.5s, isn't it?
Yes, 4.5s as well. 4.5 Mark 5s on the RP-41 Mark 6 mount. 40mm / 56 caliber Mark 10 on the Stag Mark 2 mount, so radar directed 40mm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they get the sextuple Bofors as well with their radar guiding, as well as 20mm Orlikon Mark 2s on the Mark 5 mount.
And
so
we're
you get
missing
four,
the fact that their main battery is 9.2 inch 12 9.2 inch guns.
Yep, in 3 quad turrets.
Yeah, let's be honest. Also, the worst thing is that's the 4.5 inch UD mount. So if they get the UD mount, then the Royal Navy can put them on that on their destroyers as well. So you get something like a Daring class built early on, because that can go instead of the battles. And that can be built quite quickly with 3 of those. But also, that's if they convert all their cruisers to that, all their cruisers,
it's all the heavy cruisers.
So all the Effinghams that are still in service, both York and Exeter, and all the counties.
Yeah.
No, at least one of the Effinghams had already been refitted to 6 inch by then.
Doesn't matter, it's still technically a heavy cruiser.
I'd say she's still originally a heavy cruiser, so it'd fall into it, I guess.
Yeah. You're talking...
Hey, in which case I'm claiming HMS Warrior.
The Royal Navy...
magically converted.
No, Warrior was never a heavy
cruiser. Yes, but HMS Warrior is a frigate.
Ironclad frigate.
She's a frigate? And then what do those frigates get renamed as?
Battle cruisers.
Yeah. Let's put it way. The Royal Navy suddenly has, let's see, 4 plus 15, 19 of these. That's a happy Royal Navy.
That's
19.
very
happy as VN.
There are some. Once again, the Kriegsmarine have got 3 Panzerschiffe that are sitting there crying and saying, "Please let the nasty people go away."
No.
All of a sudden,
let's look at the thing this another way. Think about Scharnhorst and Gneisenau.
Now, okay, who do we have odds on? Do we have odds on Goliath or Bismarck in a 1v1?
Is that a question?
I would still say it's probably in a 1v1. My bet would still be on Bismarck over a heavy cruiser, but
but the thing is,
Gibraltar here would still be able to hurt them.
Yeah, and the thing
and it wouldn't be a one-on-one.
It wouldn't be a one-on-one. This is the trouble. It would not be a one-on-one. And the other point I would like to point out about them, as well as their armor, etc., and other things. The interesting question I was looking through and trying to figure out is, do they have torpedoes?
Yes.
Yes. Quad each side.
Well, right.
Wait,
Yes, and are we right? Are we going off Gibraltar, or the sister to Gibraltar, which is literally her, but some slight differences? Because Gibraltar doesn't, but the ship, which is literally the same as the Gibraltar class, does.
What is that?
So I get, Monmouth.
So
Oh, is it Monmouth?
I think the key thing in taking one up against Bismarck is going to be that you're going to get
Yes, it is Monmouth.
advanced radar guided gunnery, which means you will be landing multiple solid hits within two or three salvos, which are going to wreck Bismarck's fire control systems.
Which is what I was thinking.
Yeah, which is why the fact that she has 15-inch guns will be moot, because they are 15-inch guns that you can dance around, because you can stay at a sufficient range that you can basically dodge, and they will be operating on something akin to local control.
She will be blind, deaf, and mute in short order.
Yeah, but Gibraltar and Monmouth are also absolute chonkers of battleship cruisers.
Also, the fact that they have like 178 millimeters of belt armor.
That gives them
at its
something.
thickest.
That gives them something. Basically, the sheer number of these ships you suddenly have and the air defense capability. There's also the fact that in the Mediterranean, the Italians do not want to come across a British heavy cruiser. They really don't. None of their cruisers are built to take that level of punishment.
Nautica also do not come across one of them.
No. And I honestly think in this scenario, what you would have the Royal Navy looking at around the world is also... Think about this. That happens in 1939. So the Battle of the River Plate is one of these, plus 2 Leanders versus the Graf Spee.
Sorry, Spee, you ain't walking home.
There's even a scenario where, honestly, Graf Spee never makes it, because there's also HMS Cumberland almost catches her one-on-one a few times, and if Cumberland is one of these and catches Graf Spee one-on-one, it's... Oh!
Good night,
Vienna.
Hello!
What's the speed of the counties again?
30-something knots.
Right, because the Gibraltars / Monmouths are 32 knot.
Yeah.
Is their top speed, so...
They're about the same.
I think it's about on par, yeah.
They'll catch... the Von Spee won't be running away from them.
Though, honestly, the Gibraltars might have better sea-keeping capability, so they might be able to maintain a higher speed.
The Von Spee's not running away from them.
The pretty good.
It's got 6 11-inch guns versus 12 9.2-inch guns. It's not really... considering their rate of fire was already about twice the rate of fire of the 11-inch gun in terms of the rounds per minute maximum they could put out. Add in radar fire control and add in twice the number of guns, and you've probably got 4 times as many shells in the air at any one point as... Well, 4, maybe even more 4 times as many shells in the air as the Graf Spee has. Yeah, it just...
I mean, one doesn't like to use the phrases like clubbing baby seals, but...
There are certain phrases where it does come in.
That's a sufficiently unfair fight that the Royal Navy would actually be prepared to take on an enemy ship one-on-one at that sort of odds, whereas normally they prefer to gang up on it with, 3.
And the point is, if it is a one-on-one fight as well, that's going to have an impact on morale terms for the Germans. There's also the fact that considering these things had radar and other things, if they're manning the patrol routes and the routes back, then possibly Deutschland doesn't get past.
Yeah, but Cumberland will have detected the aircraft of Graf Spee in early-ish September on her radar, which she will now have.
Yeah.
And she will then be able to follow that happily back to Graf Spee, and Graf Spee gets sunk in Oh, before Poland's fallen. Well,
Yeah.
before Poland's fallen.
And Deutschland.
Deutschland
Deutschland is possibly earlier because remember Deutschland's hanging around in the North Atlantic where there's about 3 or 4 counties wandering around, and she gets very close to some of them. It may be within surface search radar range, honestly. There's something big blipping over there. What? I don't know. Let's go.
I don't know, and everything that's ours is either Royal Navy or it's in a convoy. That's blipping on its own.
Let's go say it and say hello.
Let's go see if it's American or if it's about to be sunk.
And so if the Graf Spee and the Deutschland are sunk in the first month of the war, that has an interesting effect on German surface ship operations.
Yeah.
Because the Royal Navy gets to shout they sunk Germany.
Yeah, also just generally the redeployments that allows, because suddenly you don't have the worries about surface raiders against your trade lanes anymore, because you know Germany basically don't have any others. Unless they've got some merchant ships out converted.
They still have the Scheer, the Scharnhorst, and the Gneisenau.
They're all in German waters.
And let's be honest, yes, it does allow for redeployments, but what I mean is, in a nicest way, all 3 of those can be handled by the cruisers. So, again, you think about it in terms of fast battleships, you don't necessarily need the fast battleships available, or the fast capital ships available until the Bismarcks come in, so you could send Hood in for an early refit.
But I'm also thinking that you will potentially have more destroyers and things available and whilst you've got a very small U-boat fleet still, you could do a lot more damage in the early months whilst the U-boat fleet is in the 40s of boats operational, as opposed, and they're still learning their craft, so actually you catch quite a few early on in the war, in the same way that happens in the Med, that the losses in the first few months of the war are very high, and then it kind of changes because everyone gets used to, the survivors figure out how to operate.
And the other thing you've got is if you have a couple of these sitting off the coast of Norway, nothing's getting past them.
Nope. I mean, that's your. I mean, that's going to be the German surface group that got sighted. That they weren't quite sure what it was, and they bombed it a day or so ahead, and that there was then kind of odd reactions to, and the word got through too late to the home fleet and Forbes, and so he didn't sortie for about 12 hours. They're going to be able to get out there and have radar coverage that will catch Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Hipper, and the 14 destroyers during the night.
And if there's a pack of 4 of them, they take those out at range. They're just using radar gunnery and going boom, 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 all gone.
Yeah, because that's the night when Glowworm loses a man overboard and goes back for him, and apparently found him. Although I've never known whether he survived the sinking of the ship.
Oh no.
Right. But apparently, because the Germans lost 3 people overboard during that run and didn't go back, stop or slow down or do anything about them, and the British did, and they actually found him and rescued him, which is quite impressive for the North Sea at that sort of time.
Right. I'm going to quickly say hello to Pete Moller, Vin6, Medi, DX Machina, and John Hegstead. I'm also going to check with Dan. Do you have work tomorrow or today?
Yes. So
it's midnight. Go off.
Yeah, I've been lying on my bed for the last half hour.
We've got a few questions to go.
I know.
They're gone. You get to bed.
I know it's feeling all too well.
I will get these questions through. If Dragon, Foxo, Runon, if any of you have work tomorrow and you worry about them, I will say.
No, I'm off till Friday.
I've been asked to ask. What questions would be reopening today?
No.
Probably not.
Probably not, because it's midnight and
Okay.
we've still got some to go. But they're in a nice way. The what if has proved to be very popular. So if people would like, I will start making once a month what if questions. It'll be the second to last Sunday of the month, and it will be what if questions. How's that sound? If people like, please put in the chat if you'd like that. Yes or no. Okay. I just want to see it.
Yes.
No, just put in yes or no. I don't like nothing else. Yes or no, then I can see it on the combined chat quite easily.
Spam the like button. Spam it. Make the chat aflame with hearts.
Luckily, I don't see them on the thing I'm on. I don't have to see them and be confused by the fact that the sheer number of hearts which appear in this chat sometimes.
Yes, I would like that muchly. I like the what ifs and alt hists.
Mm.
All right. Good night, all.
Take care.
It's been good fun.
It has
Yeah. Catch you all on the bounce.
Everyone.
Whenever that is.
Take care. Right. Question.
Yeah. Bye.
Take care, Dan. Sleep well. Seneca, what if the Royal Navy was able to clone ships Full Metal Alchemist style? No need for production, just provide raw materials. How do designs change? Okay, you don't want to do this. You don't want to have this as a scenario, because the Royal Navy go massive. Go big, and lots of them. And when World War II or World War I breaks out, then they just start... It turns out they have warehouses of materials just stored, and they just pump them in, and the ships just pump out. Because that's the sort of navy you're dealing with. That sort of infrastructure. Okay? So basically, it just turns war
War
into
has started.
Yeah, how many
Lions.
ships can we produce? Lions? You'll be lucky if they're just lions. The Royal Navy will have a modernized design of it in the nicest way. If it comes out Full Metal Alchemist style, they don't need to be able to build the guns separately. They don't need to build anything. They can just have the designs of the guns and get everything to work, right?
I do see one downside with this, though.
What?
It would give credence to the Argentinian conspiracy theory that they sunk Victorious?
Invincible.
Yeah, that they sunk Invincible during the Falklands.
Yeah.
Because Britain would have the capability to just new ship.
That is always an amazing one to me. All right, YouTube Minecraft watcher. What if Britain in 1925 started a 5.25 inch dual purpose gun production to create the next generation of dual purpose? If they started that and they managed to make a dual purpose in 1925 5.25 inch, and they managed to get it going from 1925, then you probably have a UD mount built around it, and by 1930s, and that's going to be what's on the destroyers. That's going to be on everything. So if you manage to start in 1925 and everyone's happy with it, then by the 1930s, that's on everything. And so you don't have any of the 4.5 inch, you don't have any of the 4 inch, you don't have any. You've got 1925. You have enough time for a full conversion of the Royal Navy, and everything will be carrying these 5.25s, including sloops, including everything basically. Because sloops were, I think, allowed 4 guns bigger than 3 inch from memory. And so you basically just go, right, then you'll have two twin 5.25 inch mounts, one forward, one aft. And forward will also have, these things. And tribals would have probably 3 twin mounts, because if you've got a true dual purpose gun and the 5.25, you're probably looking at the British destroyer design standardizing on 3 twin mounts, dual purpose mounts, and 10 torpedoes. Because that would work. And that's all you basically need. So it'd basically be proto-daring. Sonic and Nero, when would you give Britain modern night vision to give it maximum change? 1914.
100 Years' War.
No, it really doesn't change the 100 Years' War much, even the second 100 Years' War, because you're still using weapons which are up close and personal.
Yeah, it would just be really interesting.
It'd be really funny, but it would just be up close. It would just be up close and personal. But the thing is, well, I mean, the archers would probably enjoy it at long range. But if you give it to Raw Navy in 1914, it would be really quite. The trouble is that also modern night vision also to some extent restricts your vision, so it'd be a case of you would, as a cavalry, you'd have problems. You could end up wandering into traps.
I was just imagining
one eye with it on and one eye with it off. Oh yeah, that would be interesting. But yeah, let's just go with 1914 is what I'm going for, because it then changes the whole of World War One, and the Battle of Jutland turns into, oh, you thought you got away, didn't you? In night, hello, we see you. And the Germans is going, what the friggin' is happening? Steve, what if the IJN invades Hawaii instead of the Philippines, and all the now scrap steel is at the bottom of the harbour when they capture Pearl, and the oil survives in the storage tanks? Do we see the USN fail its intelligence check and charge all remaining vessels at Hawaii and give the Japanese their desired decisive battle? Probably not, because I don't know how the USN could. They'd have to take time to form up their forces before they could charge at there. And while they're doing that, they've got to figure out. But also, they're going to lose a lot of officers. If you do that, you're taking out all the high command in Pearl Harbor. And if they do land and successfully take the islands, then how much of the Navy gets captured as well there, and all those officers? So, yeah, it's going to take time to reconstitute themselves. It's going to take time. So, I don't think there's any scenario where the USN fails intelligence check. There is a scenario where the politicians fail theirs, but, we can ignore them. 1981. What if, on the outbreak of Falklands War, all the Royal Navy Type 42s are transformed into Type 49 to B3s with close-in weapon systems, and all Type 22s transform into Type 22 batch 3s with close-in weapon systems? How much better off is the task force? Well, a lot of those exocet kills are going to have are going to be interesting, because a single missile coming in is basically the time at which the close-in weapon, the phalanx, really does have a chance, and so does the goalkeeper. So honestly, it's going to reduce some of the losses, probably the Type 42s, and especially when you're talking about aircraft coming close with bombs, they're not going to get that close. They're going to get shredded before they get that close, because the range of the close-in weapon system is such that they can do that. It also might mean that they don't do the maneuverings they do, which close up. Especially famously, one of the Type 42s basically closes off the Type 22 being able to engage because it crosses in front of it. Because Type 22 was having a trouble, it had to reset its radar system, and so it hadn't fired, and so the Type 42 thought they couldn't fire, and so decided to maneuver to better defend itself from being attacked, and actually ended up crossing in front of the Type 22, blocking the 22, and then the Type 42 got hit. And the nicest way, that just wouldn't happen in this scenario. It just wouldn't happen. But you don't have that many Type 22s and Type 42s down there, so it's helpful, but it's not going to be massively earth-shatteringly changing. In a zombie on politics, how would you operate a command post at sea for the UK?
Nowadays,
Find
the
biggest, probably Queen Elizabeth, something with enough flight deck, something you could sustain at sea, and support and operate and keep fairly filtered, fairly away from things, and not allow it to come import, and not allow people to go in or out to do it directly. So anyone who wants to go out to it has to spend 2 weeks on in a individual cell on a decontamination ship or something.
Also depends on the type of zombie apocalypse, but yeah, would be the best way of doing it.
Basically, until you figure out what the zombie apocalypse form of it is, you need to give people at least 2 weeks. I'd say possibly you would make them 4 weeks in solitary, but that's becoming cruel and unusual punishment. Now, LEV. What would have happened if Italy didn't stop researching radar and went into World War III with World War II, I'm presuming, with functioning radars? Then the Royal Navy finds itself needing to develop its strike aircraft a lot more quickly, a lot better, a lot more quickly. They're probably having to make an order for, probably in the nicest way. The RAF find that their abilities to stop strike aircraft development for the Royal Navy dropped down a bit, because part of their arguments about it was that the Royal Navy's aircraft were doing successful already, so they didn't need it. They were good enough. I guessed that, LAV, don't worry. That was part of their argument. So, things like well, honestly, the Barracuda probably get pushed along development early and don't get quite so many mucks around with them.
Point of order, Castina, as much as the questions which some of our federal elected officials see as a fit use of the chamber's time and the witnesses' time, God help us all. That one I can believe is a joke, because they were talking about adding another 10% plus or minus population to the island of Guam. So I'll give them a pass on that one. And given that I hang out with Brits too much who love deadpan dry humor, I can see that one as a bona fide joke.
All right, Black Horse, we've already answered this, but realistically, Britain would have no moral qualms about it. Basically, the moral qualms would be later on. They would be felt retrospectively. Right, there again, people would think, hang on, how many years of war did this stop? And if you consider the number of lives lost over the years of war and the whole Holocaust and all these things, which would never happen, it would be, whilst we wouldn't know that, it wouldn't seem necessarily the least worst option. It's a terrible option, but it's not necessarily the least worst option.
You have way too much faith in humanity.
I have no faith in humanity. None at all. But I don't know if humans would see it. We would see it as least worst option, because we wouldn't know what things were averted. But maybe after the war, if they managed to get access to all the documents and they see what they were planning, who knows?
I mean, people can't agree that about the atomic bombings when we know what the plan was without them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
But the problem is the people who complain the most and the loudest about the atomic bombings often haven't read what was it? Operation... It wasn't Downfall, right?
No.
The operations for the total blockade, commerce interdiction, starvation, and invasion of the home islands.
Yeah.
They just see the pictures of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and think that we are uniquely evil. They also haven't seen the pictures of the fire bombings not only in Japan, but also in Europe.
It was Operation Downfall. Yeah. And, you have to understand what... and one of the things you have to remember about Operation Downfall is that, realistically, the British were prepared to do almost worse. This is what people don't understand about the governments at the time, the British at the time. The British war plan for Japan in the 1930s was destroy their fleet and blockade them until they're starved. That was the British war plan for the Pacific. And
the British actually took how they would beat themselves and applied it to the Japanese.
Well, no, they'd studied the Japanese economy. They knew the Japanese were far worse positioned than Britain was, because they had far worse internal infrastructure and far worse food supply situation. They knew how bad Japan was food-wise. They knew how bad situation Japan was in if they don't have sea. And the British plan was to annihilate even their fishing boats. The British were... It was.
will remind the court that there was a Imperial Japanese Army coup against the pro-peace faction in late July
Yeah.
45? Or well, there was a coup attempt
Let's put
at
it
a
this way.
minimum.
Careful, Cassie. There are some talks about, well, if we left it longer, they might have. There's not much chance of it. There isn't. It's one of those things of, you have to consider for Mitsumasa Yonai to do what he did, and he is the one who really brings about peace and organizes that, and he has to take the lead in doing that a lot in Japan at that point. Basically, the army faction has to be defenestrated. And that only happens after the bombings. And so ultimately we can say we don't know, we can prevail about it, but the odds are not in their favor. Because you have to realize that the people who were fighting, and this is the point who took Japan to war, they honestly believe they're in an existential war for their survival as a culture, as a race. And they believe they were acting to defend that because they thought the Americans would take it away from them. Because, again, it's part of the psychology of how Japan had been opened up into the world, and I've talked about this before in various videos. So, for them, it's a war for existential survival. There is no surrender. There is no giving in. And those hardliners are very much still in power. And very much still calling the shots until after the bombs drop, and basically the Emperor uses that as an ability, Emperor Yonai, etc., use that to an extent to push the moderates and push the people who weren't keen on the war into one faction to cooperate and actually work it out, and actually push them out the way.
Yeah.
But the trouble is, the factions are too divided. The other factions are too divided in Japan, that the sort of faction which is dominant is that hardline faction. And unless you have another equivalent catalyst, it doesn't work.
Because it's also important to remember that it was the 1-2 punch of the atomic bombings and the Soviets coming in.
Yeah.
Which got a large portion of the army to go, we can't win this now.
Well, also, the important thing was it occupied the army group which was in Korea and Manchuria, and they were the ones which were really, really hard line. And if they were focused on that, on dealing with the Soviets, and they were being overwhelmed, then they no longer were able to be redeployed back to the home islands as part of the defense of the home islands. And yes.
And also, these Soviets...
That's really not in good taste, because, as I've said before about the famine in India, and it's not... There are so many things which lead to that outcome, and it's bad organisation in terms of British running of the infrastructure. It's more a problem from discussions that happen. It's more a problem in a nice way that the famine in India, if it's down to anything the British did actively rather than things that had happened because of consequences of the war and the wider war effort in terms of losing ships, etc., it's the lack of investment in infrastructure and the railways in the 1920s. And that's the thing. But yeah, bringing up the famine in India,
it's the corruption,
it's
neglect.
There's so many issues in the British run India, but it's one of those things of the amount of people try and make it an actively planned British thing. It's not in any way, shape, or form. It's not. The British don't want it. Why? There's a good reason not to have it. The British Indian Army is terribly important to the British war effort. They do not want them having a morale collapse because of issues back home, or B, losing that recruitment. It's just not in their interest to do this sort of thing. It really isn't.
And there's also the problem of starving populaces tend to be restive populaces, which like to rebel.
Yeah, it's just so you don't.
Which costs money.
Which is why I never understand when people go, it's an active conspiracy. No, it's something you couldn't do something. It's basically the British. The problem is you depend on ships to move the stuff around, and the British had never planned on there being war in the Indian Ocean because Singapore was supposed to cut the Japanese off from getting into the Indian Ocean. The Suez cut the Italians from getting off into the Indian Ocean. How were the Germans supposed to get around there? No one was supposed to get in the Indian Ocean, so it was supposed to be fine to still rely on these tramp steamers going up and around the coast. And it wasn't, and it's just, yeah. I know you attach no blame, Steve, but the moment you bring up the famine in India and you're dealing with British historians, we have to explain it because of who usually turns up in the comment section. Poseidon. Britain captures the IJN Musashi somehow before the end of the war. Only minor damage. What do they do with it?
Take it apart.
Study it. Don't nuke it. Possibly even preserve it. Probably scrap it.
Probably scrap it. I don't think that. Well, it depends.
It
if the
depends.
British Museum get their hands on it.
Yeah, if the Imperial War Museum gets their hands on something, then it'll be preserved. The interesting thing is, if the British do that, then they probably preserve a British battleship alongside it to show the two.
Trace in the Infinite.
Trace in the Infinite has nothing on the British Museum system. And what I love is people always play the British Museum, and the Imperial War Museum is quietly whistling over in the corner as no one looks at them.
Oh yeah, the other blow
and
to
then the Royal Armouries are hiding behind them as well.
The other blow to morale
not at all. We're an armory, not a museum. Not us.
Just ignore the fact we've got all of these 14th century Chinese cannon in our back room.
The other blow to my ego and morale that Foxo has delivered this week was apparently informing me that I am not eligible for collection by the Imperial Museums.
No, you're not rare enough. Matthew Blairens, was the primary reason that the new Stovall fighter designs were not adopted for the UK in 1980s and 90s is that they would be too big for the Invincible class? That was actually a factor. That they would have to probably design a whole new generation of carrier to actually make use of them. Black Horse, what happens if Germany and Italy was able to turn Malta into what Truck and Rabaul were turned into towards the end of the war, to the war in the Mediterranean?
They didn't?
Truck and Rabaul basically bomb them? Or... Look, Black Horse, are you asking if Germany and Italy... Yeah. It's towards the end of the war to the war in the Mediterranean. If they turn... Well, Malta's under British control, so... I'm not...
I think they're talking major fleet base. That's how I parse the question.
If Germany and Italy were able to turn Malta into a fleet base towards the end of the war in the Mediterranean... no.
Maybe I missed it.
Black Horse, are you still in the chat? Can you restate the question? Because it doesn't really make sense. What happens if Germany and Italy were able to turn Malta into what Truck and Rabaul were turned into towards the end of the war to the war in the Mediterranean? Is it to the end of the war in the Mediterranean or... Yeah. Basically, do you mean Germany and Italy take over Malta and turn it into a fleet base?
TMU, yes. Certain parts of London do use old cannons general as their bollard.
Bollards, yes. Black Horse has just explained this. It can't do anything useful, so there is no point to it. If Germany and Italy manage to make Malta into that. There are points Malta is pretty much that. But they still keep using it. So, if they manage to succeed, that's a problem, but the Royal Navy is still operating from Gibraltar and Alexandria. And eventually they'll get Malta back to operational by achieving something either in North Africa, etc., elsewhere. They'll just keep on trucking.
Malta has this thing called the letter is incredibly hard to actually break.
Yeah. Bowman Boy. A bit unrelated, but have you seen the Order of Merlin's content? No. I don't think I have.
I have not.
I haven't. Sorry. Matthew Blairens, is the Stoll Sea Guardian AEW drones works? What impact could that have on Project Arc Royal? Project Arc Royal was a very nice thought piece, which was done a couple of years ago as a study, and the Royal Navy does a lot of studies. So in the nicest way, it's worth about as much as any piece of paper is until anyone actually does anything with money or puts anything into it. So I do love when people keep bringing up Project Arc Royal to me as if it's something that's going to happen. I go, no. If it did happen, it would be a very late refit. Basically, the Sea Guardian A drone is the probably replacement for the Merlin in its airborne early warning, and I wrote a paper about that being the case about. I was 21 at the time, so 17 years ago. Okay? That's been understood as coming for 17 years. The other thing about the Sea Guardian, yeah, it's going to be a useful asset but also it's a short takeoff and landing, and it is basically designed to go rolling off the side of the ship in a sort of an angled flight deck scenario. And it can do that, and it can do the landing the same way as the F-35, so you don't need to do any conversion to the carriers to use them. The most interesting thing that they might do to them, and I've heard this discussion, is maybe installing a half-height hangar space so they could store more of them. But they might not do that. They probably won't do that because, again, it's quite difficult to do. It's going to be a bit of engineering to do it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, but this was always something which was potentially coming. Their storage of the aircraft is interesting. How they fit around other aircraft in the hangar will be interesting. And how many you actually have deployed will be interesting. I would be reckoning it's going to be between 6 and 12 per carrier, from what I've been seeing. I reckon they'll be doing more than airborne early warning. They'll also be doing ASW, long range to extent ASW sensor deployment of those sort of things. But again, it's not Project Arc Royal. It's not. Project Arc Royal was a very interesting paper to look at what was possibility. And the trouble is, the moment you start looking into these things, you very quickly realise that you're going to start scaling up. And at a certain point, there are other papers out there, and there's one somewhere which is basically, okay, we separate the Queen of class down the middle, we put in the new insert with extra gas turbine, extra diesels, all the extra power generation, extra hangar space, which is great, and we add in all the extra battery packs as well, and we use them to power a proper emails. And that's also a thing of what you could do. And there is to extent that is not as much more expensive as the things that are being proposed as you'd think, and that gives you a full Caterpillar carrier. And so, yeah, there are options out there, but it's going to be a while, and it's going to be a fair amount of development before we get to anything. So, yeah, don't expect to see anything like an Arc Royal implementation till mid-life refits and upgrades. So we're talking...
Quick question.
At least the late 2030s? Yes.
Batteries or capacitors?
That's a whole debate at the moment. Which would be better at storing
I hope
charge.
you boys have some very interesting battery chemistry if you want to run emails off of battery packs.
That was part
or you're just doing it to backfill shortfall from your primary turbo generators.
I think that's the primary thing.
I still think that's a bold choice, but okay.
Look, in this way, there are options. There could also be capacitor. They could also be using capacitors. in a nicest way, I sit in sometimes in discussions where I hear all these things being discussed, and they're being discussed in pubs. So this is my view is, if you're discussing it in a closed room, we're not talking about it outside because it's in a closed room. If you're having a conversation in the middle of a pub in the middle of London, it is perfectly fine for me to talk about on here. Because honestly, there isn't much difference in a pub in central London, considering the amount of people, journalists, etc., wandering in and talking about it on YouTube. That's it. But they're all design items. They're all papers. They're all things like the Project Arc Royal and all the other papers. There are lots of them. The Royal Navy's always doing studies. They're never not doing studies. Poseidon, Canada makes a conscious decision to divert 1.5 to 2% of their GDP to the Navy in 1902 to build up a fleet on both coasts. Last to 1948 due for review. How does this change things? They have a lot of sloops. And a lot of... If they're putting up that much of their money in, they've got a lot of cruisers, sloops, and destroyers. Probably. Because that's... If they're building fleets both 1.5 to 2% of the GDP, yeah.
Mexico's doing this.
No, Canada.
Canada.
Oh, Canada. I feel where I
War
heard
Crimes
Mexico
Central.
from. But that's it. Mexico goes through a civil war in that time period.
Yeah, Canada doesn't, though. Canada has just bad governance.
Don't know where I got Mexico from.
Yeah, don't worry. It happens, Foxo. It's late. We've got a few questions to go, but not that many. Should be okay. Nice to everyone. This is a fun one, which Foxo will probably get involved. What if in 1961 the British developed the Pave Spike targeting pod and got laser-guided bombs? How much fun is the RN going to have?
61.
So...
Buccaneer gets Pave Spike.
Buccaneer gets Pave Spike.
Won't this give Buccaneer pilots altitude sickness, though?
That's a problem for you two to figure out while I go grab some water. Or maybe a glass of milk.
Okay. Do we have a date for when they get this?
1st of January 1961.
1st of Jan, yeah.
61. Pave Spike.
And laser-guided bombs to go with it. Fun times. The Buccaneers the argument for Buccaneer once again gets reinforced, especially if it then has this built in as a capability from the get-go.
I'm just checking. Okay. First issue, you've introduced Pave Spike 20 about 15 years early.
I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
Oh, lots of things will go wrong.
Secondly, the Buccaneers as airframe physically can't.
Can it not?
It can't power them.
So you need to change the power plant over. Is that the S1 or the S2? Can't.
That's the S2.
Because the S2 has some very high power equipment.
Every aircraft. And also, this point, if you develop this technology, why are you not building into the airframe?
Yeah, because it's going to be a case of Buccaneer doesn't get them. The aircraft that becomes the Tornado gets them. Because I'm just looking at it.
Well, basically the question is what does the Royal Navy do with us? So the Buccaneer has to get them, or the Phantom. Do you want to put them on the Phantom?
I can see a midlife upgrade to the Buccaneer that basically does that, because
right.
If you take out the internal bomb
so
bay,
the Buccaneer SR2B gets it, but the B is from the 80s.
Yeah, but isn't the Paveway Spike also from the 80s, basically?
No, it's from the 70s. It's 76.
So mid 70s. So even then.
But to do that, you have to derate the Buccaneer's engines, and the 2B is purely land-based, which means you're going to have to re-engine the Bucks. It's going to be the same issue for the F4s as far as I'm aware. So if you're introducing this technology, it's going to have to be a brand new airframe with brand new engines.
Basically, I think the answer to this is the RN is not going to have much fun. It's going to be a lot of nightmares, but it could lead to some interesting outcomes.
Yes.
Next question
Yes.
is rather quicker and easier for me to answer, and I don't think anyone else needs to get involved in this, but please do if you wish. Nathan D. Butterfly flaps wings, and in June 1941, Russia and Germany decided to turn on Japan instead of Operation Barbarossa. How do you think it impacts the naval element of World War II? Well, they never get there navally, but unfortunately, Italy is now going to be crying at them because there's going to be zeros of over the Med scenario, as they've just declared war on Japan, and so Japan is dealing with them, probably as allied with Britain. America is going, what the frigate do we do in this scenario? Possibly joined in the war as well, because on the grounds that, in the nicest way, if they don't join in the war, then they've got an allied Britain and Japan attacking and for beating up Russia and Germany and Italy. And believe it or not, Japan's fleet will change the Mediterranean quite dramatically. Because those ships turning up in the Mediterranean, instead of the Royal Navy having to send ships to go and form 4C, they've suddenly got Imperial Japanese ships in the Mediterranean beating up the Italians, and then moving around and helping with the North Atlantic to go, hello, where are the Germans? It's just, navally, how does it affect naval elements of World War II? It becomes progressively worse for Germany and Russia very quickly. And you possibly end up with a scenario that the World War II ends up being Britain, America, and Japan versus Russia and Germany. Yeah. It's not a good war. It's not a good war for them. Anyone? June 1941, that is.
You summed it up pretty well.
Yeah, it's just not a good scenario.
What's Germany even going to?
And please note, the reason the Americans joined the war is they do not want to be in a scenario where they're dealing with Britain and Japan dividing up the world between them.
Because navally, like the question asked, what are they even meant to do?
Russia doesn't have
It's
anything
not like
they can get out.
Unless they want to try and do some stupid maneuvers to transcend one of the Ganguts or something, but
yeah, there's
Voyage of the 4th Pacific Squadron doesn't have a good ring to it, does it?
No, and the Pacific Squadron's never getting out that far, because remember, it's got to go past Britain to get there.
Mm-hmm. Which the Germans have the same problem with,
and if Russia has not just invaded Poland now, but has now announced combining with Germany to declare war on Japan, and Japan has declared war on Germany as a result, and is fighting Germany as well as Russia, do you think Britain doesn't declare war on Russia?
Yeah, it's going to be a case of, all of a sudden...
Churchill is going to go,
why not helping
an ally.
you? Yeah.
That's an ally. I'm taking them. Because Britain was quite happy to ally with Russia against Germany. We'd be quite happy to ally with Japan against Russia and Germany.
The interesting thing would be politics after the war, because depending on how things happen in Japan, but...
It's going to be interesting with how things happen in Japan. And it's going to be interesting, how long does this Nazi-Soviet alliance last?
Well, that's the thing. If that breaks up and they start fighting each other, but by that point we're already heavily fighting them, then it might not help them. They might end up being forced to be bedfellows to the end.
Because I'm just thinking, Nazism is still Nazism in this timeline.
Yeah.
It's still very anti-Bolshevik, clever's realm loving.
Yeah.
We must manifest our destiny, sort of. Honestly, it almost just sounds like a ploy to get the Soviets distracted in the East.
Mm-hmm. Matthew Blairens, which is better, the QE-class Stubble drones to complement the F-35B, or Catabar drones of F-35B? I would, in the nicest way, my people knows, I think probably we'll keep to the Stovall's drone system at the moment because that makes sense to have them operate together. I think longer term, if you decide to go Catabar, you have to go to whole hog and do it Catabar properly because drone sizes are increasing as well. And that's the thing. The more you want to do from a drone, the bigger it's going to get, the more you're going to need a proper Catabar element. And I've really got to deal with this flashing screen thing. I have no idea why it does it.
I'll be back in a second. I'm going to go get a cup of ice cream.
But I'm going to have a conversation. Ramol, in terms of the Iranian attempts to close the Hormuz Strait, do you think the USN has what it takes to fight through the gauntlet and reopen the strait? Yeah. The USN and allies combined will have the capability they need to do it. It's not going to be pretty, but it'll be done. Yeah. Loose cable? I don't think there's a loose cable. And I have no idea where the loose cable would be. But I'll check. Do you think if the multi-class CVs were built, that it's going to be a better carrier design than the Midway? Also, would it be refitted and have a long life service like the Midway? It probably would have a long life service and be refitted like the Midways. But it would, and this is what I'm going to say, is it's the British take on the design versus the American take on the design. That's the point. Sorry, the video capture device has just decided to have a problem. I'll sort that out.
Your internet seemed to have a hiccup there for a sec.
Internet had a hiccup.
Because you went a bit roboty.
Oh, did I? I wonder why. Let me just check everything. Yeah. Just checking everything.
But having a multi will definitely be better for the Royal Navy post-war in terms of operation and basically how to do post-war modern carrier operations.
Yes. It will be
Audacious aren't bad, but not quite really what the Navy wanted.
No. No, they're not. They are good little ships, but they're not what they wanted by a long stretch.
Which, honestly, that has then an interesting knock-on effect of how this affects Royal Navy carriers in future, because do you eventually see stuff like the CVA-01 or some sort of new carrier plans to replace them eventually? Because if you've been operating these much larger carriers, you don't really want to step down to something like the Invincibles, really.
No.
So Falklands War could be very interesting.
Not sure why the camera has decided to completely. Ah, no, it's working. Oh, caramba. Sorry. Possibly the cables to the carrier. The camera, audio to the camera, perhaps it was the cables. I've gone back and felt them all, they all seem fine. But honestly, the camera gets very, very hot. I will say this during a live, it gets very, very hot during a live with the recording. And I am sort of starting to wonder if I'm going to need something to cool the cameras down.
There are cameras which have heavied up heat sinks and the like for streaming because most webcams are not, strictly speaking, designed to operate for
Believe it or
multiple
not,
hours.
this is an OBS which is supposed to be designed for it. But I don't think it's designed for the level of streaming which I do. Because mainly I notice it in longer term in Bruships, when I am going for 5 to 6 hours. If that makes sense.
So according to your camera, we should reopen questions then? Because as I have deleted Vinland's question, questions are currently closed?
Well, there's lots more questions that come in.
And considering, he's 1:15 already.
Well, don't carry on.
Nonsense. It's only 8:15.
Castaner, What if Brazil and Argentina have maintained their battle wagons and they are still operable in 1940? Then there's probably more pressure on them to join into various things in World War II.
It'd be
I'm
interesting
not
to see
buying
potentially what
liquid.
midlife research
I am not
might get.
putting liquid hydrogen in my in my thing, and also the microfan. There is apparently a mount for the Obspot you can get from a certain company, which I start to sound a bit like a fanboy of at a certain point. Okay,
Ozbot
Right.
or Noctua?
Noctua.
I can just give a quick answer to Penguins in the chat.
Yeah.
The Falklands War are inevitable because the Falklands Wars are a response to decolonization.
And it's it's a response. It's not really to decolonization. It's basically to the Argentinian creation myth and a national formation myth. And their idea is that the Malvinas is part of the Falklands, as in the Malvinas, as they call them, is part of it. It's really realistically, though, the trouble is with the Falklands is they're not so much colonization as settlement, and that's the problem. They might be close to you geographically, but they weren't settled, and they were settled by British because there was no one there. And that's really
but it's the British process of decolonization and them not thinking the British will fight for them.
Yes,
that is to an
extent. It is to an extent, but also it's their perception of that. Well, no, actually, sort of, it's part of. They believe the Americans force the British to decolonize, and the Americans will stop the British getting involved in a war over it because the Americans won't want to upset Argentina. Because the Argentinians imagine that they are more important to America than Britain.
Which is an interesting delusion to have.
Of course we're more important. We're Argentina. And you sit there and go, yeah, Britain's one of their nuclear allies. What do you bring to the table?
It's not that. It's Britain's their largest aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fun times. It's also it was also a domestic distraction issue. Yeah, Ramal, do you think the US took the inspiration and the idea of the UK ADOA system for their Aegis system? No, but there is a bit of convergent design going on, a bit of convergent ideas and thought process going on. Nice to everyone. If the British are building more battle cruisers pre-World War I, does this bring about the Congo class battle cruisers sooner? Not realistically, because the Japanese order them when they have the money and the time to order them, but they might order more. Lions. Question: what if the Royal Navy had kept their pre-World War I infrastructure spending throughout the war and beyond? Well, if they do that in World War I, then basically the Admiral class are easily accommodated in that infrastructure. And if they keep doing the infrastructure upgrades every 6 years, then you would be dealing with the Royal Navy would have the ability to produce massive ships quite easily. Basically, the Royal Navy would be the only navy in the world which would have multiple dry docks, which could easily take 100,000-ton plus battleships. By the end, by the time you get into World War II, and goodness knows what the Royal Navy would be building. And how quickly they build it. Because if they have that same infrastructure in terms of armor manufacture, engine manufacture, and all these things, then you don't have the bottlenecks you have in World War II. You really don't have the bottlenecks. You could almost shave 6 to 8 months off the construction of the King George V's, let alone start that push the lines earlier and all sorts of fun things. Because of the stuff being ready.
I've got a quick question for you.
You okay?
On infrastructure, have we ever seen a naval structure equivalent to Tofu Dregs? And the Chinese really poorly built infrastructure?
You've seen people have done similar things, have tried to build infrastructure on the cheap, but usually it collapses. Usually it doesn't last long, and that's the trouble. Naval infrastructure is something which is always going to be used quite harshly. And so you have to build it for quality, or you don't have it for long terms. The Chinese are a good example of this. But the Romans built a huge amount of infrastructure, and we're still finding the forts, etc., where they built and maintained their fleets. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. It's January the 1st, 1942. Mysteriously, the US Army, Navy, Marines, and Air Force are replaced with their counterparts from Vietnam. F-4s, B-52s, M103, M48 Patton Iwasaks. How quickly would the war end?
So that's just the armed forces are swapped.
Yes, with their
Is it
Vietnam
1-to-1?
equivalent. Yes.
Oh, most of their logistics is not going to be happy.
I presume their logistics is swapped to fit it.
Yeah, I would say in this case, for once, YouTube Minecraft Watcher has actually taken into account logistics.
Because he's saying you replace the Army, Navy, Marines, and Air Force with their Vietnam era equivalents, including the logistics and all those.
Which is going to include the logistics. Which is
the thing he's not changing is the factories.
Yeah, you've got issues with factories, and I'm also thinking stuff like actual cranes and the docks. So, actually load these things onto the boats as needed.
You got fairly good on that.
Yeah,
okay on that.
It's definitely all doable. It's just going to be a bit of a hassle for a bit.
Because to be honest, you're building quite. Yeah, it's going to be a hassle for a bit, but honestly.
And also at that point, you still have all of the landing craft and stuff.
The B-52s are going to be potentially incredibly useful.
Yeah, the B-52s are going to wreck Japan. They're going to wreck everyone.
Guess what? Romania, you're getting bombed again.
It's going to be one of those things of...
We are so bad. Seriously, we've got someone here who's engaging in mild vampirism by computer game, and also keeps wanting to bomb Romania. There is something going on here.
I don't want to keep bombing Romania.
Well, it turns out Ronon's secretly Hungarian, and that's why she keeps trying to bomb Romania.
Yeah, that's just basically in that scenario, Japan and Germany are. There is a quantum generation difference between the firepower involved. The B-52 flies high enough; it'll be completely. In this way, all the American forces will be basically untouchable. They'll be such a generation ahead in technology. They'll just be going, "Oh, hang on, well, there's some enemy fighters there."
Okay.
Aside
from the only thing I can say is, aside from fighters, and the Navy, when it comes to actual land forces, there's not that great a leap.
Oh, I'm sorry. The M48 is a very big leap over everything else that's available in 1942.
But it's not sort of introducing, it's an extrapolation of pre-existing technology. It's not like, say, bringing an M1 Abrams.
Yeah.
Which would
be
decisive.
It is definitely still killable by conventional tactics.
Yeah. But it was also, you've got the Iowas, which are in their Vietnam era form, and they are presumably replacing all battleships with those. You've got a lot of firepower.
Navally, it's a bad time. Air Force, it's a bad time. But actual boots on the ground, it's not like you'd get in a decade where you get stuff like infantry scale night vision, the advent of composite armors.
I mean, army to army, yes, but you have things like Sky Raiders and other close air support aircraft in massive numbers.
Yeah, but and the thing is, aside from the Phantoms, it's not that big of a jump in how they attack from Sky Raiders to P-49s, P-47s.
No, but the volume of firepower the volume of firepower you're bringing, plus Hueys, and that's the other thing. The other thing about the Ambus helicopters and the air cav. That's going to be a big issue.
Yeah, but it's like my point is that how a Sky Raider attacks, it's not like bringing GPUs where it completely changes how we defend against
No.
them.
No,
No,
but it's still
but
going
it
to
carries
be
a
the
lot more ordnance.
the firepower, the level of firepower you're going to be dealing with is going to be far greater. Ramal, why didn't they design a VLS cell for the Mark 41 so that it could accommodate Asta CAM missile series so that NATO countries could have unified equipment and warships? They are designed. They can go in there. They just have to modify they just have to put in the canister for them. That's all. It's fine. You can do it. It's actually easier to take cold launch systems and use them from a hot launch cell than it is to take hot launch systems and use them from a cold launch cell. But you can do that. And it's the cam you can quad pack into the Mark 41 in certain lengths and dual pack, and the Asta can also be used from Mark 41 as far as I understand. It's just, yeah, they're there. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. It's 1982 and the Admiral Graf Spey appears off the coast of Falklands. What happens next? A lot of exocets slam into it.
Yeah.
A lot of exocets.
Or it surrenders and gets turned into a museum. Pick one.
Yeah. Or torpedoes.
That's it. Its options are surrender or become a reef.
Yeah.
Even surrendering might still result in it becoming a reef.
Yeah.
It's surrender or you join your namesake in the seas around the Falkland Islands.
Yep. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. How would World War II have changed if HMS Yukon plus sisters had been built in the 1930s?
That's a familiar question. I presume
He
they're
may have
referring
asked
to...
it on Ramblings.
Yeah, I think that has been asked on Ramblings. Because in particular, HMCS Yukon is a
Canadian
Monarch.
15-inch KDV.
It is the
YouTube
Canadian
Minecraft Watcher,
Monarch.
do you mean the ship or the person?
Eh? Person?
I'm watching Twitch chat.
As
I
in
know
the
he's read me,
Admiral. And Admiral Garcia appears off the coast. If the person appears off the coast of the Falklands,
He drowns.
Yeah. Well, he gets said hello to probably. But no. If in the 1930s they are building Yukon, if the Royal Navy and the Royal Canadian etc. are building Yukon class, and they would have to be as a group. So they are building the 15-inch, KV, the 9 15-inch KVGVs. Then life goes well.
Probably get the 15-inch 45, which could be retrofit into the older dreadnoughts.
Yes, it's an advantageous system. You've got the King George Fist coming to service quickly. The triple turrets are far easier to organise than a quadruple turret, so they're not going to have the same turret issues. The 15-inch 45 is going to be just as good as the 14-inch 45, but it's going to be better in some ways because it's going to be in service more quickly, and you can retroactively fit it to all the 15-inch 42 ships because the 15-inch 45 gun is lighter actually than 15-inch 42. And yeah, it's just the answer of how much it would change. It would mean that if you were fighting, if you in nicest way in a scenario where Renown was versus Graf, Gneisenau and Scharnhorst, she'd be hitting them from even further away. If you're dealing with a scenario where you're facing Warspite or any of the Queen Elizabeths or any of the Revenges or any of the ships, you're dealing with them, they are able to engage you far further away and far more accurately. Because they've got an improved 42. They've got a 45. And the 15-inch 45 was a very much improved 42. How much does it change? It's going to be a cumulative thing. It's going to be one of those cumulative things, let's say 15-inch 45 with the extra range and all these things and accuracy. Gneisenau, Scharnhorst are knocked out in the fight with Renown. With them running away, one of them's actually smashed up. And is, doesn't get 1 or 2 hits, gets 4 or 5 hits. And ceases to operate for the entire rest of the war. That's going to have an effect on what the Royal Navy needs to have to deal with it, etc. Okay. These things happen. If the US built the cruiser carriers in the 30s that I can't remember the name of and it causes panic, what sort of designs might the other treaty nations come up with? If the US builds the cruiser carriers, and basically the plan was to build them before you have the London Naval Treaty, so they were aiming for less than 10,000 tons, getting a carrier cruiser capability under 10,000 tons, so you could exploit the limit of then probably it becomes a category that everyone else can build a certain number of. So it probably becomes a scenario that you get going. Well, you can build this many, let's say 10,000 ton or 15,000 ton carriers. You get this tonnage. So let's say they go with 15,000 tons. They go. You've got 135,000 tons of 27,000 ton carriers, and you've got 135,000 tons of 15,000 carriers for Britain and America. And Britain and America will probably look at each other and go, wow. 135,000 tons, you say? Yes. So that gets us, in terms of 15,000 ton ships, that would get us 9. Yes. How much does it get us if we build 11,000 ton ships? Well, that's going to be 13. Well, not 12. Okay, so we get 3 extra ships. And they're going to work it out. And basically go and work out what's the point at which gives them the most ships within that tonnage limitation. And, yeah, they're then going to have a lot of extra lighter carriers going around. So when World War II breaks out, guess what? The fleet carriers won't be doing any of the ASW operations. It'll be the lighter carriers, the cruiser carriers, taking the lead. And
which has an interesting knock-on effects for Norway and the Med.
Yeah, it also gives you a lot more carriers constructed, so you suddenly have a lot more carriers to draw from and a lot larger fleet air arms. Yeah, they're available. Right then, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, how would you fix Vasa to prevent capsizing? I wouldn't fit a uniform battery. That'd be my first starting point. Then I'd work on the rest of the weights, but no uniform battery. Heavy guns on lower gun deck, lighter guns on the gunner deck above. Careful Cassie, hello. If a carrier was available for 4C to come with pincer rails and a repulsor 1941, what happens to them? The 4C survives. As I've said before, I've done videos about this. Because the aircraft that are attacking 4C are unescorted bombers who've landed their machine guns and everything that they've got defensive armament in order to have enough fuel to be able to do the long-range flight they're doing. You have any fighters airborne to defend 4C, they're going to rip that attack to shreds and break it up. And, if that happens, then, well, that's basically that's going to change the whole scenario. But you have 4C operating around. That's going to probably. Also, if you've got a carrier providing organic reconnaissance, they probably do find the Japanese invasion force and invasion fleet, and the ships are sort of trying to deliver supplies and probably go and engage them and take them out. Because let's be honest, there's nothing much we can stop Prince of Wales and repulsors. They're backed by a carrier up there. And that's going to have a knock-on effect for the Singapore campaign. So, anyone want to add some stuff to that?
Singapore probably still does fall, though.
It's going to depend. If it buys it enough time, it's one of those things of, if you manage to delay things if you manage to delay the Japanese build-up and ability to advance by a month, by 2 months, and allow that time for more troops to be deployed, for more things to be organised, for maybe certain commanders to be relieved, you'd be amazed at how much things can change in terms of Singapore, because Singapore doesn't necessarily have to fall itself. Malaya might still fall, but Singapore might not.
Well, I say Singapore will probably fall because Singapore still has the critical issue of it gets its fresh water from the mainland and can't produce its own fresh water.
It is an issue, but not as much of one as you would think in terms of scenario. The actually reservoir space is actually quite well defended, and if you've got proper artillery support. But also, the thing is, the Japanese do not have infinite supplies of artillery and all these things, etc. And you can do things to defend it. It's a... one of the troubles you have is the governor you're dealing with and the people you're dealing with in Malaya want to try and fight the war without damaging Malaya. And you can't necessarily do that. You can't necessarily do that. I'm not sure what just happened on
You
the
can
screen.
mitigate, not eliminate.
Yeah. But yeah, it's fun. Sometimes it is fun. According to my thing, I've got 0% of drop frames for tonight's video. According to OBS. That is fun.
I can't make the joke I'd make there here, but yippee.
Yeah.
Allegedly, I'm the same, but I'm sure that I have just jinxed it, and I will now run into the same issues I ran into last night.
Okay. Utra Micro what if Admiral Hippo Cruiser with crew appears today? It probably gets turned into a museum ship, and we probably are all having... there are a lot of very confused Germans wandering around. What if Imperial Germany...
Wait, you mean we allowed this?
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if the Imperial German Navy from 1919 appears today? Again, a lot of confused Germans running around, a lot of museum ships, and the German government is probably having a nightmare of a time trying to reintegrate them into modern German society. And I mean an absolute nightmare.
Because Germany from back then and Germany now are very, very different things.
Incredibly
On the plus
different.
side, any pro-militarization faction is not going to have a shortage of votes, or at least is going to see a nice little vote bump in the votes.
Yeah. And basically the same happens. Foxo?
I won't be so much worried about the pro-militarization factions as I would be some of the more right-wing elements in Germany and dictatorial elements in Germany.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Because you've just given them a large population of people who actively support it. Either an absolute monarchy or a dictatorship.
Remember, the fleet was a bit weird. Remember, the fleet was also the people who provided the most communist takeovers in Germany at the end of the war. So the fleet is kind of interesting. The army was traditionally very right-wing. The navy was more mixed. Authoritarian, yes, but maybe not of a right-wing flavor. And almost all were universally very proud of their Aryan heritage. Let's leave it at that, because otherwise we get into complications. What if Sharnos appeared today? We've answered that with all the other questions. It's a museum ship, and you're dealing with people who are active fascists.
It's a museum ship with a Nazi infestation.
Yep. And a lot of crew who are not Nazi, but who are very interesting. Knight 681. If the British are building more battle cruisers pre-World War I, does this bring about the Congo-class battle cruiser? Not answer that one.
Had that, haven't we?
Yeah. Answer the VLS one. How often did friendly fire happen in World War I versus World War II? They both happen sadly
More
too
often
often
than we have records for.
Yeah. Careful Cassie answered that one about the cruiser carriers. Drink blood rune on, drink it up. Paul, stop encouraging vampirism. But anyway, we have been live now for 6 hours and 4 minutes, according to my time. Thank you very much, everyone who's been here. Thank you very much to the people who have made it the whole way through. That's Runon, Dragon, and Foxo. Thank you to everyone who's been watching in the chat the whole way through and who's joined us at the 6 hours. I hope we've answered all your questions. And as said, we'll make it so that, as you've all suggested, I'll make it so that the second to last Sunday in every month is a what if one. And that's going to be going forward. Okay? A what if Bruships. Hope you all enjoy.
Do we want to also maybe sprinkle in a sci-fi Bruships?
Might do that, but I do sci-fi. The sci-fi ones I'm not going to make. I try and make sure Glyn's free for them, so I don't want to make them so regular.
I see.
Because it's nice to have Glyn here for the sci-fi ones.
Has he come up with new and exciting tortures for his blorbos?
Yeah, there's some fun stuff going out. Right. Thank you, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. You've been here since the beginning. We won't forget you. We don't. I would like to point out that streams like this are why I probably qualify for so many things on Twitch, because yeah, I'm not sure how many people do 6 hour streams, 5 hour streams on a regular basis on Twitch, and on a Sunday I've been known to put in 8 to 9 hours in a single day, sometimes 10. So probably that's why. But anyway, thank you to everyone who's on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you to everyone who's been watching. I promise I will try to figure out a way to fix the camera so it doesn't go ding every now and again
And
on OBS.
thank you, Leslie, Paul, and Steve for sneaker netting the questions.
Thank you. And I will reload all the software and hopefully that will fix the problems with that. Because either that or there is a massive problem with
Twitch.
Yeah. Ah, well.
YouTube, we are beholden to the Alphabet Company.
I do love Google and its overlords. Streamer called Flo does 7 hours on average. Yeah. But I will be doing in November, and I have said this, I'll be doing 96 hours. 5 12-hour streams and 1 36-hour stream. During a week.
Oh, I sure chat dropped.
That's going to be in November. There's going to be literally in November, before I start the Christmas, there's going to be literally 96 hours in 1 week. I'm doing an hour for every VLS cell on a Arleigh Burke. I felt that.
I look forward to it. You know, hopefully I'll be on that side of the Atlantic at that point, and then I will actually get vacation time.
Mm-hmm. It will be highly intriguing to do. 96 hours of broadcast. Steve Clarke, I will not be doing 96 hours. Oh. It'll be fun to see, you know, in this way, what it does to the channel. Whether it does grow the channel viewership or reduces the channel viewership as everyone runs away going, no, no, no. No, not more Alex. Anyway, take care, and thank you for being here. Thank you. It's always a really great pleasure to be here, and thank you everyone for joining me this evening. Thank you to the people who are no longer with us. That's Dan and Fleet. Thank you, and just take care. Toodles.